Welcome to an event like no other for youth esports. XP League's North American Finals at Full Sail University.
See how these teams kind of match up with each other.
All right, we're ready up, guys. We're ready to play.
Oh, out in front.
This year, 61 teams made up of 250 players hailing from 19 cities across North America are battling to be crowned the 2023 XP League champions.
1, 2, 3, showdown!
And Phantom with the double kill is going to ride on back of Hank, and that will just about do it.
The last great final of the day. We already got Fortnite, Rocket League, Valorant. All those winners are crowned.
You are watching the 2023 XP League North American Finals.
Welcome to the 2023 XP League North American Finals. We're coming to you live from beautiful Winter Park, Florida at the Full Sail University campus. We're excited to kick off this weekend's event with more than 250 youth gamers from the top 56 XP League teams to the Full Sail campus. And this weekend, you'll get the chance to meet XP League players from all around North America competing for the win in Fortnite, Overwatch, Apex Legends, Rocket League, and Valorant. Welcome, everybody! So excited to have everyone here today. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome to Full Sail University. I am your host, Tracy Wu, for this very, very exciting weekend of gaming. Now, one thing we have in common here with XP League is that with Full Sail University is that we love games, and that's why we are so excited to be the host site for this year's North American Finals. Now, folks, you are here at the Full Sail Live venue. If you are playing in the Fortress, that is a different building, so make sure to head on over there for your games. But welcome, everyone. Again, it is going to be a very, very exciting weekend. And so if your games are in the Fortress, make sure to head on over to the Fortress right now. If you are here in the Full Sail Live venue, then you are in the right place. But before we get into everything in store for you and your families this weekend, let's welcome up to the stage with a big round of applause, XP League co-founder Eva Melamed and CEO and co-founder Jay Melamed. Big round of applause, everybody.
How's everybody doing? You guys excited? Well, I want to start with a quick thank you to our players who have worked hard to get here. A thank you to our parents who have committed so much to bringing you guys here. So make sure you thank your parents, be good to your parents. And thank you guys for allowing XP League to be a part of your family. And we love having you as a part of ours. Also, a special thank you to our sponsors. Full Sail University has done an amazing job yet again setting up this crazy production that you're going to see.
A round of applause, yeah.
We have our friends at Peripheral who have sponsored all the PCs you guys will be gaming on. Ooh. And make sure you check them out. They're here, and they've got some cool stuff for sale. And a host of other sponsors posted all over everything and your jerseys, so just take a look around and you'll know. I do want to kind of highlight something that's a little bit different this year than the prior 3 years. This year, we're honoring a courageous and important player that was a part of XP League. And he not only touched the hearts of his team, but also the league as a whole.
Harrison Hank Marcus was a phenomenal Valorant player and Fortnite player. Last year, he helped his Valorant team secure the silver here at NAFS, and he hoped to take the gold this year. Since he's not here, we, as an entire league, are playing for Hank. In fact, if you look in your jerseys, every jersey that we have here, coaches, parents, players, and owners, the collars inside say, "For Hank," and that's because we are playing for Hank. Over the past 2 years, we've had a partnership with the esports arm of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society called Tilt Cancer, And I'm so very excited to introduce you today to Hannah of that, who is the head of that division, and also to Hank's parents, Andrew and Courtney Marcus, who are here to cheer on his team, the Valorant Minotaurs, who are over there to watch them hopefully bring something home for Harrison.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thanks, everybody. Everyone, I'm Hannah Harmoses, and I'm from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, leading Tilt Cancer, our gaming and esports initiatives. And really what we're focused on with Tilt Cancer comes across 4 pillars. We are empowering and integrating streamers into our LLS community. We're creating owned and operated events for youth and competitive industry professionals. We're forging alliances with major events and their loyal audiences. And we're developing partnerships to expand LLS's reach and fundraising efforts. As a global leader in the fight against cancer, the mission of LLS is dually focused, finding cures and improving the quality of life for patients and their families. So let's start with cures for our youngest patients. There are over 55,000 children living with or in remission from a blood cancer in the US alone. And 80% of these children are living with a chronic health issue because of the treatment they received, which was supposed to help them get better. We recognize that safer, less toxic, and more effective treatments for kids with blood cancer is a must. And that's why we started the Dare to Dream project, which is powering innovative research, new safer treatments, support services, and advocacy just for kids. So what does improving the quality of life look like for kids with blood cancer? It looks a lot like restoring normalcy. Friends help with that, being part of a team helps with that, and gaming helps with that. XP League combines all 3 and does so in a way that's safe for immunocompromised patients. Tilt Cancer has partnered with XP League since 2022 on the LLS Heroes program, allowing 35 kids with blood cancer to participate in each split from the safety of their home or their hospital room at no cost to them. We're so grateful to XP League for providing camaraderie, competition, and care in a time where our patients and their families need it the most. Thank you so much.
Good morning. On behalf of my wife, Courtney, and myself, we're really grateful to be here to speak on behalf of Hank. XP League offered our son a lifeline to the outside world when he needed it most. Harrison was diagnosed on October 7th, 2019, with acute myeloid leukemia at his annual checkup at the pediatrician. He had just turned 9 years old. Over the course of 3.5 years, Harrison's treatment moved us from Texas to California and back home again. And by now, COVID had set in. Harrison was recovering from 9 months of chemotherapy, radiation, and stem cell transplant. He was immune compromised, and we were trapped indoors and away from everyone. I participated in an online professional meeting where an entrepreneur was discussing having just bought an XP League franchise. I reached out to the entrepreneur to learn more about gaming leagues and whether there was a way for Harrison to engage despite the circumstances. He explained that it would be months before he was up and running, but that he would introduce me to the founder of the company. That's when I met Harrison's liberator, Jay Melmed. Jay immediately embraced the idea of accommodating Harrison remotely. I didn't have a clue at the time how it would all work. I'd never even heard of Discord. Harrison had little more than an Xbox and spotty Wi-Fi, but as soon as we got him set up properly, it's hard to convey adequately the world that opened up for Harrison. Harrison, who had largely been playing on his own up to this point, immediately had a community. He couldn't wait for practice and games on the weekend. Jay's son, Zev, and Harrison quickly developed a friendship over their love of gaming and were soon playing every day together. Harrison started out competing in XP League with Fortnite and moved to Valorant only a couple months before his team started competing for last year's North American Finals spot. There were times he missed practices or games because of treatments or some bad days, but the team stuck by him, which only made him more determined. Gaming allowed for Harrison to identify and set new goals. It allowed him to feel confident among his peers and to level the playing field. It gave him something to talk about and share with others. It gave him independence because his physical limitations didn't restrict his participation. Gaming opened up a larger world of technology, which kept him curious and learning. Gaming in XP League gave our son a life without diagnosis or boundaries. We're in Florida because Harrison wanted to be here more than anything. We were determined to figure out a way to make it happen, but Harrison passed away in March. It's overwhelmingly quiet in our house. One of the things we miss most is hearing the boys screaming back and forth to each other over Discord during the game of Valorant or Fortnite. We miss the camaraderie, the laughter, the jokes, and the puffery. We know Harrison would want to pay it forward. He would want to make certain that other children like him who are not able to engage, whose activities are limited because of their family members are immune compromised, who are undergoing treatment or subject to extended hospital or therapeutic stays, can have the opportunity to engage, to compete, to find a community, and most importantly, to find confidence and friendship at a time when life is incredibly challenging. We're sharing Harrison's story in the hope that it will inspire you to support the efforts of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and XP League to make life better through gaming. And we're here this weekend to tell Jay, Ava, Zev, and the whole Melmed family and XP League in person, thank you. We're heartbroken that Harrison can't be here to tell you himself, but we know he's here with us today. And I know he would agree that he couldn't imagine his life without you and XP League. You helped him, his time here on Earth, more complete. If I can take one more minute, I want to make a special shout out to Bennett Newsom here at Full Sail University. Thanks to an introduction from Jay, Bennett became Harrison's streaming coach. Bennett spent a lot of time with Harrison, helping him understand how to set up a stream, how to use a stream deck, and patiently answer questions about how to set up a paywall, even though Harrison wasn't quite old enough yet. He was really looking forward to his 13th birthday this September for that reason. And so we're here. Gaming is more than technology. It's more than just fun. It's leading innovation in a lot of industries, and it can change lives. I hope you'll consider supporting LLS and XP League's efforts to help connect others to the incredible community and opportunity. Thank you.
What are they saying? All right, so we have a raffle today, and I just want to bring up that it did start at our first North American Finals. You guys remember, it started with these custom vans that we auctioned off to raise money for LLS, and we're doing it again. There are QR codes all over the building and on our stream. There's amazing prizes this year. We have over $5,000 worth of prizes that were donated. The grand prize is a Peripheral gaming PC that was signed by Optic's Call of Duty team, including Scump, who has since retired, so that's going to be a collector's item. The thing that you should know about the funds that go to that raffle, that is going to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, both for research, but also to fund the XP League Tilt Cancer Heroes program that we're renaming Hank's Heroes, and that's what Hannah was talking about before, which is getting kids like Harrison involved with XP League to help be that lifeline and add normalcy into their lives.
And thank you to the coaches and the league commissioners who also bring those kids into their teams.
And most importantly, we need to raise a lot of money because through the generosity of the Marcuses, they're going to match dollar for dollar up to $10,000. I think that's a round of applause.
Yep. We have a chance to raise $20,000 this weekend to help these efforts, and I hope we will do it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you guys so much.
Excellent job. Thank you guys so much. Whew. And yeah, don't forget, folks, that as you're playing today, we are playing for a good cause, which is incredible. But let's get this party started. Are we ready, everybody? We have a lot of people here this weekend. We have some of our casters in both the live venue and in the Fortress. Let's take a look at our casters starting out today here in the live venue. Let's take a look at these guys. Let's give them a big wave. Give them some love. Yes, but also we have more casters out in the Fortress. Let's take a look at those guys. Let's give us a wave. Quinn and Bryonic. Oh, it is going to be an exciting weekend for everybody. We're back here in the live venue, and I'm sure you guys have seen all this amazing stuff on this table. What is going on here, Jay? What's all this lovely stuff? What?
Are the trophies.
Oh!
These are the location trophies. Something different this year. Players are going home with trophies also, not just the location. So first place players get trophies. We got medals. We've got the Coach of the Year, new this year. And of course, we have our Good Luck Have Fun Award, which has been renamed the Hank Award, for the team that shows XP League values, and it's peer voted. So the sportsmanship value team will earn that.
Awesome. But it's not just all about the awards, right, Jay? It's all about sportsmanship and all that wonderful stuff. Tell us about all that.
All right. So it is, it's about a lot of things, but it's going to be a huge, exciting weekend split over 2 different venues. We talked about being over the Fortress. We talked about being in here. So as you know, there are some sponsor booths in the back. They're in the front of the Fortress for the parents. There is COPE, which is a coalition of parents in esports, so you can talk to them about your kids' potential career in esports. There's also Class 101, which is a college consulting group. You guys can talk to them about path to college. Sly drinks in there. In the back of this room, we have Gift of Life. You guys all know how hard it is to find a good match when you're queuing. If you are a kid that needs a marrow match, that's even harder. So the way that they do that is by swabbing the inside of your cheek, and you get listed on a registry. That is for anyone 18 years and older, so parents, volunteers, coaches, TOs, students at Full Sail, go over there and get your cheek swabbed and get on that registry. Food trucks will be in the main area. There are TOs everywhere. Over here, we've got Fluffy, the main TO station. If you guys have any questions, coaches, check him out and get that answered. I think that is just about everything. If you're sitting at a station that does not have a mouse and you did not bring a mouse, make sure you tell the TO and they will get you one. But hey, I think it's good luck, have fun time.
Absolutely. Always, it's all about having fun. But let's remember, there's a lot going on. It's a little overwhelming. Just ask any one of us. We can help you out. But not only is the fun here in the Full Sail Live venue, hello to all of our friends online, we also have a lot of gaming happening in the Fortress. And my dear friend, Jess Ryder, is out there. Let's say hi to Jess in the Fortress.
Hi, Tracy. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. If you've never been here before, it's one of my favorite buildings in the world, and it's the home of Full Sail Armada. Full Sail Armada is Full Sail University's collegiate esports team. We compete in a ton of games, including the games that y'all are playing today. If you want to learn more about Full Sail, we have campus tours happening throughout the weekend, so you can head to the live venue, you can learn more about our degree programs, learn more about esports at Full Sail, and all the awesome opportunities for you when you get through all this, and then high school, and then, you know, then you get to go to college. But yeah, we're gonna get into some gameplay. I think we're gonna kick things off with some Valorant. So I'm gonna throw it over to our incredible casters here in the Fortress, my buddy Quinn and my pal Matt. Take it away, boys.
Hey, thanks, Jess. We are live here in beautiful Winter Park, Florida, here at the Orlando Health Fortress and Explosive. We did it. We did it. This is the NAF Finals for 2023 XP League. It's going to be fun here today.
I mean, it's going to be an exciting weekend. You know, these teams have grinded all the entire season just for this moment. And hey, Fortress, let's make some noise. Let's go. We are here. It is time.
It is time. We're about ready to bounce into that Valorant action. action, of course. We have a bunch of games coming up here, but again, it is an absolute honor to be able to kick things off with some Valorant action. Best 5v5 game that there is in the industry. With that being said, we have a bracket coming up here that we're going to have to take a look at. Let's kick it off. And these are some familiar names that we are seeing. Of course, you have the Triangle Minotaur, the Franklin Wolverines. That is going to be a fantastic showing here. But we're going to be covering Alexandria versus Cupertino here on the mainstream. And these are two teams, 4 and 5 seed respectively, that are a lot to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. 4 and 5 seed, you know, the closest two teams that we have in this first round. And we just got word that the map is going to be Haven today. One of the most interesting maps. You got 3 sites you got to attack, A, B, and C, but you also got to defend each of them. So it's going to be really interesting to see how each of these teams tries to attack these sites and what their defense strategies are going to be, because we've seen a lot of changes recently to a lot of agents, and this is going to be a banger of a match.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic match. And again, you mentioned those 3 sites, a little bit different from your typical Valorant maps. Usually you have 2 sites. This time you have 3. So for the defenders, it's a little bit extra. Gives the attackers a little bit more of an advantage in that regard. Should be interesting to see what they can do in this regard. And Explosive, talk to me a little bit here. What kind of strategies do you want to see pop out on Haven?
Oh boy, I mean, there's so many classic strategies. You know, the classic Sage strategy, wall up one site. Please don't go here. That's all we're going to say with Sage and move on with the day. But also, breaking into the scene recently, some Harbor. We love our water weaving boy. He's going to throw down that water wall, you know, make sure that, you know, it's still Sage light. He has some really great utility. Yeah, exactly. Same thing, different thought. And I mean, he's been showing up so much in pro play and in the XPL meta. So it's really going to be interesting to see which direction these guys are going to go today. And of course, everyone's favorite, Gecko.
Oh.
Gecko? Gecko? Anyone? Gecko?
Gecko?
Come on. Wingman, the best boy in the world. Come on.
Call him Fred.
True.
Canonically, Fred.
Canonically, Fred. I mean, he's changed so much in the game since he's been out in a short time. Wingman is so strong, being able to plant and defuse on an ability. It's an ability, guys.
It's an ability that some say should not be an ability. I mean, new character, of course, should be interesting to see if he does get pulled out. But if he does, adds so much dimension to the team that decides to rock with the new character. And there's so much potential there that we could potentially see. Personally, Explosive, I'm going to tell you what. I want to see someone just straight up W key Jet.
Oh, W key Jet.
That is my strategy when it comes to Valorant. That's why I'm a caster, not a player. I'm a caster for a reason. But W key on Jet, just send it in. Full send that.
I mean, it works. You know, Bucky in hand, Judge in hand, run forward, we go. Yeah, great.
Is a little bit of an overstatement. I would say it's about like a 50-50 chance. Sometimes you go in, get 3 frags, and then get out. Sometimes you go in and immediately die.
Yeah, you get one tap.
Usually the latter for me.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think the really interesting thing is just a few weeks ago we got a balance change, and Chamber is back.
Oh!
He is back, and he's ready to tear it up once again. They removed the lockout time on his teleport. Why are we bringing him back?
They're sicking Chamber on the Valorant community.
Oh yeah, they're sicking him down.
He's a weapon of mass destruction.
I mean, literally, he has a sheriff and an op for free.
For free.
Yeah,
no,
but I mean, they buffed the op too. They buffed the op too. They gave 15 more attack speed. Come on, man.
If you are not playing Chamber, you are part of the problem, is what we're trying to say. So there's going to be a lot of fun Chamber gameplay, and of course, you have that teleporter as well that adds so much dimension to this. I want to see some quick plays, quick in, quick out. I'm all about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think my most interesting thing is going to be who decides to change it up today. That's always the key, is who wants to stray away from the meta? Who doesn't want to go, you know, the classic Jet, Chamber.
Blaze their own trail.
Exactly. I want to see some Reyna. We want Reyna action, you know. The solo plays galore. Sure, they got buffs on the flashes, which is nice. But she's known as this solo player who can take over a game. And I mean, we've got some gunners here.
Oh, we absolutely do. Throughout the entire bracket, we have some gunners, but especially within this lobby that we're about to cook up, we have some people to watch out for in that regard. And of course, going to be a lot of potential there with those agents. Who are we going to see in these compositions? Of course, again, with it being Haven, a 3-map site, of course, you're going to have to make those adjustments where need be to provide a little bit more defensive on those defensive rounds, but also to capitalize on the fact that, hey, it's not an easy split here. you have to have probably one player on one site. You got to dedicate that one player and hope that that player can hold things down. Hope that nobody goes to that site. The amount of times that I've been sent to C long and sent swiftly to death is so bad.
Every time.
It is so bad. Luckily, though, these rotations on Haven, they're pretty easy. B is kind of that little in-between. As long as you're not on C, I mean, it's pretty easy to rotate into A as well. There is those rotation factors, but still, very much attacker-sided in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about C long on Haven, man,
oh,
I get so scared
nightmare.
every time.
It's
every
nightmare
time.
fuel. I see my sleep paralysis demon every time.
Yeah. So if you know how to use a marshal or an operator or even a sheriff on pistol round, it's over. C is impossible. GG, go next. We go next round.
We go next round.
We
go next round. That's
My
the
bad.
other thing that we have to look out for. The team that starts on the attacker side might actually be at the disadvantage. I always love to talk about it. It's the 9-3 curse here, Explosive. And for those who are unaware of the 9-3 curse, it is foretold. Legacies have said that if the team leading by the 9-3 scoreline at the end of a half when you switch sides, they usually lose.
Which, I mean, if anyone was watching the Masters tournament this weekend, it happened a couple times again. It's just
the 9-3 curse. I don't know why people don't believe in it.
Well, that's because it's not real to some people, and then, you know, they fall for it. But it looks like we're finally getting into game. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for the first match of NA Finals 2023. Let me hear you!
Let's kick off the action here, partner. We're bouncing into that player selection screen, and here is where things get very interesting because you're going to see those agents pop up. You're going to see a lot of different strategies. Everybody has their own way that they're going to want to play things out here. It's looking very interesting. I'm immediately spotting out that Astra pick. If that gets locked in, that is so much potential there. The way you can control a map.
Oh, come on. Please, please.
No.
Give it to me. Give us the Cypher, baby. Come on. I mean, we got so many interesting choices here coming out. You got the Breach coming out already. Jet locked in. Killjoy, too. Oh, we love some Killjoy, baby.
Oh, this is going to be special. This is going to be special. The double Astra pick, again, because that provides so much map control. The way that you can segment out an entire site just simply with that Astra pick is so good.
I mean, it's crazy strong. And the Cypher gets locked in.
It's locked in. It's destiny. Here we go, Explosive.
Thank you so much. Oh, Cypher is my main. I love him so much. Oh, this is going to be awesome. I mean, looking at these two comps, something really key to point out. Both going one duelist, no chamber.
And the other thing about that, you just said it, no chamber.
Yeah.
We talked so much about the chamber, and, well, no chamber.
No
We'll definitely see the chamber load up eventually,
but
though.
We're in game, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you're not hyped for this, I don't know what else. We're finally here in game round number 1, and we're going to take a look at how the teams are setting up. That's going to be very pivotal to see, you know, what's going to go down between these two teams. Looks like we're going to get a standard A start for the attackers here.
And again, it's going to be a matter of whether they can get that opening frag over there. They're going to be met with some defense on that side of things, though, so it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. We're 10 seconds away from kicking off the NA Finals here live from the Fortress in Winter Park, Florida. It's Full Sail University, and it is ready to go. With the early peek here out of Trash Tier, it's going to spot a little bit. Spidey, though, with the aggression there, could very well catch it, and he's going to get the kill. Chet able to get out of there with his life. First kill goes the way of the defenders here, but they're going to have to get out of this. It's a dicey situation, Explosive.
I mean, it's very dicey, but that breach charge was beautifully placed, allowing him to get out with just a sliver of HP. Looks like the rotate's going to come out towards mid. Nemo gets a beautiful pick on the Emperor, and that's going to even it up just a little bit less. Come on now. Pushing forward. HP are so low. Killjoy low. Breach low. Jet low. Shots just don't land for Rambo. 3v5 situation. Time is on their side, and the vulnerable 3 HP. Oh, beautiful pick from Rambo right there. And another one. Oh, did he put the third? Beautifully done from Rambo right there. Everything going right, taking the shots just the way you need it.
Gray living up to the name, going absolutely Rambo on C site with 3 on the board to kick us off in the pistol round. You're going to have so many credits with that one. Oh my, he means business.
And business indeed as we take a look at the buys coming out right now. Full save. You can't spend a dime if you want to buy for the next for the attackers, but the defenders are going wild.
Oh, it's going to be all-out bloodbath. By all accounts, the defenders should very well take this, but that being said, we've seen some thrifties come through before, and you have the classic in hand. What can you do with that? Is Craig going to be getting aggressive with the shot? Suba going to lock down that middle, and now Craig just comes through and lights him up. Emperor, last player standing, does get the first 2 kills to go, though, so it's a 3v1. What can he do in a spot like this? Has to lock down middle. It is going to be very difficult with them approaching at every angle. Spidey calls round, and despite the valiant effort out of the Emperor, he is dethroned.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great position there. He was managed to pick up 2 kills right there, which, good for him. I mean, it's a really difficult situation. You know, you're in a 1v5, and they all have weaponry. Uh-oh, not good.
The thing about this, though, that's very interesting about the Valorant meta when it comes to the credits is the fact that in round 3, if you lose the first 2 rounds, you actually have the advantage because you see these buys coming out. You have the Spectre on the side of the defenders, but on the side of the attackers here, you have full buy, you have Vandals, you have Phantoms, you have everything that you could possibly ask for. You're going to have those long-range gunfights inherently more towards your side. It's just a matter if you can get those picks down, and it's looking like a C-long approach here. First line of defense is going to be that Astra, and it's going to be Rambo once again with the shotty. They're all lining up for him. He just has to fire, and he will. 3 fall immediately, and Cupertino is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Cupertino's in the driver's seat for sure. As Alexandria, they're all taking so low from it. Oh, it's already over. I mean, not enough can be said that round. The Astra pull in with the vulnerability was perfect. 5-man pull in. I mean, where else can you see this put at NA Finals? Come on, man.
This is XP League at its finest here. Cupertino is absolutely frying Alexandria. They have to find a response in this round 4, but with the Sheriffs in hand, that is going to be very difficult. You now see the upgrades coming on the side of the defenders. You now have those Phantoms being bought. You also have a Bulldog thrown in the mix, which we love to see a little bit of a different shift in the meta there, and all that A push is immediately going to be read by the Breach with that utility coming through to make that a little bit difficult, and Trashed here is popping heads. He's playing pubs, but this is the NAF Finals.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? The crosshair placement is phenomenal. Saturn will find one, but
Gray, stop it.
Well.
Stop it, Gray.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, we can calm down for a moment.
Okay. Can we, though?
Can we, though? No, no, we can't. Who am I kidding? No, we can't. This is the finals, the North American Finals. Come on. First round, opening round. Astro's getting low, so we got to see what will happen here.
2v3 turns into a 1v3 as Tsubasa finds that first kill. We just have to figure out where the Sky's playing from. Just trying to hit the shots is Saturn with the Sheriff, trying to prove that he runs this town in Winter Park, Florida. Cannot seem to get the shots to go, though, as Tsubasa with 1, Tsubasa with 2, and Tsubasa with the round. Now up 4-0, and Cupertino, they're looking good.
That's an understatement of the century, by the way. They are looking so dominant. 4 total deaths. I want to point that out.
Oh my.
4 total deaths already.
And Gray already sitting on a 10-piece. We are 4 rounds in. We are just entering round 5, and this man is already dropping 10.
Oh, yeah, he's already 10 kills in double digits. Over 2 kills a round, say what?
Oh my. And again, we talk about the Astra pick, just the amount of control that he is applying to this map as well. Oh, Cupertino, they feel so good right now. The aggression here out of Trash here is going to find one through the smoke. He has those walls on. Gets 1, gets 2, firing through, but they equalize it out. It's Jin and Saturn. Masa does manage to find 1, finds 2 as well. Another 2-piece comes down to Emperor. Cannot live up to that situation as Gray the Rambo closes it out.
I mean, okay, not enough can be said this game. Tsubasa has been lights out with these arrows. Start of the round, launches the lineup perfectly, and spots not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 members of Alexandria. Every single member spot out, allowed to give Trash Tier time to go in, as we are going to head into a tactical timeout
And
here.
this is smart.
This is so smart. You know, you're down 5-0, and it is not looking great for your team. You know, you got to figure out, you know, where are we going to get some morale from, because it's looking very, very tense at this moment in time.
And again, Alexandria, they're here for a reason. Again, we talked about them. They're one of the 4 or 5 seeds in this bracket. So they're here for a reason. And of course, you have the lower bracket as well. This is a best of 1 up until the grand finals. We'll talk a little bit more about that before at some point throughout the broadcast. But in this timeout here, again, you have to figure out how you're going to get your mojo back a little bit. You're off to a little bit of a rough start here, all things considered. Again, you have that swap as well coming up where you could potentially regain, but you have to put up some rounds here, and now the economy has not been too great for you. It's something that you have to work on building up, and Valorant is economics 101 at some points.
I mean, especially in a game that looks as one-sided as this game is. The economy is so brutal to keep up with, because one round you have to save by sheriffs and light shields the entire time. Which is no fun. Unless you're hitting headshots, then kudos to you. But if you're on that attacking side, you know, you're sitting on 5, 6, 7,000 credits, not having to spend a dime unless you fall. I mean, it's so brutal for them right now. And this break is going to help them out so much.
And again, you outlined it. There were 4 deaths on the side of the defenders. 4 deaths. So that not only contributes to the economy, they have a surplus right now. They could lose 2 or 3 rounds, and they would still be able to buy in that 4th round. So a tall hill for Alexandria to climb here, but they have that tactical timeout that they have initiated, and they're going to have that potential to climb out of that. It's just a matter of finding that strategy here as with the timer starts ticking, minute on the clock. What do they have potentially cooked up here? Another thing that you have to outline is the fact that, hey, the mojo here for the side of the defenders, up 5, gotta make sure you don't get a little bit too comfortable there.
Yeah.
I loved the push down mid. Don't get me wrong, I love seeing the Jet W key, but you gotta be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so aggressive. I could have sworn for a couple of rounds I thought they were attacking. They are pushing so far forward. It's absolutely incredible, but they just keep getting away with it.
Yeah.
Time after time after time after time, they
It's
keep
seamless.
getting away with it. And they can't keep getting away with it, man!
They absolutely cannot keep getting away with it. At some point, the attackers are going to have to find that groove, and they're going to have to get a couple of kills. A couple of kills will eventually swing their way. They're going to have to get back in this through those couple of kills. And again, it's just a matter of getting that site established. That's another thing we really haven't seen them do. They haven't gotten that spike down. That's a main part of the game, is you have to get that spike to go. Can they do it in round number 6? That is the question.
Yeah, the other thing you got to point out, every single first blood in this game has been Cupertino. Every single time. They can't get that opening pick. Like, as long as Alexandria can get that opening pick, that can change the tides of this game completely. As operator, we hear the operator shots ringing out down mid. Trash Tier with the operator. He's looking down. He's going to try to find this down in Cubby, see if anyone's trying to get into garage. He sees that nothing's there, so he's going to dash away and hopefully find another location to use this operator. Most expensive gun in the game, and also the most deadly.
Oh, the most deadly indeed. And here's what Alexandria is doing. They're playing this very slow. They're realizing, hey, if we keep running into these guys, eventually it's just going to end up not working. And it's not worked throughout the entire thing. Cupertino, though, they get aggressive. If you can just catch them a little bit too aggressive here, potentially around the corner. This is going to be big. 2v1 right around the corner here. First spot out as Tsubasa gets the kill. Now Emperor has to find that trade. Does he know that Emperor is there, though? I don't think he does. That's going to put a halt to Alexandria's plans here as Emperor has to back up.
Yeah, and backing up is really key here. 40 seconds remain on the clock. Time is ticking. Pushing down mid onto B site. They're going to try to make an attack as Trash Tier finds his first pick with that operator. Here comes the spike. Spike is planted, lining up onto Broken Beam. And man, it's getting close. It's getting close.
Personnel disadvantage here for Alexandria. They're going to have to find their way out of this. They have that spike down. That's the first for them in this situation, but they have lost the site control. Last player standing is Emperor. He's got the lurk going, though. Do they line up? No, can't get the shots to go. It's Spidey with the 3rd on the board for the round. Trash Tier will get the defuse, and Cupertino coming out of the break secure their 6th round.
Yeah, I mean, Alexandria, I mean, it definitely looked like they had a much more solid plan there. They knew exactly what they wanted to feed out. It's just a couple of those gunfights just didn't go their way, and that was just the difference right there. I mean, a beautiful idea right there from Emperor to loop all the way back around and try to get that lineup.
Can we talk about the fact that Tsubasa has literally not died?
What?
8-0.
Oh.
Someone's...
No?
Is he running... Is this Halo? Is he running around with like an invisibility cloak?
Here.
Apparently, as we saw in the last round, I mean, the shots just aren't landing onto his head, and that's just letting him live every single time.
3 ultimates here online for Alexandria, 2 for Cupertino, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. The aforementioned Tsubasa has his ultimate, can completely open a site if they do need to retake here. And Alexandria, once again, a little bit of the slow game here, Explosive.
Yeah, slow game indeed, trying to slow down the pace of Cupertino. Cupertino knows that they're in an advantageous position, trying to use the Skydog to scout something out for this heavy, heavy A attack.
Oh, Emperor, no!
Jin does finally, Tsubasa finally falls for the first time, and finally, it's down to his
back and forth we go. Checkerboard in the kill feed here. Spidey looking for one, but Jin says no. Now Trash Tier trying to reapproach. Saturn with the Sheriff is going to gun him out of his boots. It's Gray the Rambo. We've talked so much about him. He is the top frag for this team. Stuck in a 1v3 with the big gun. It's the Odins. The bomb goes down. Now has to approach into the site. They're all grouped up together, though. They really don't have a lot of room to work with here. First spot. It's not going to go. There you have it. Alexandria responding in round 7 with their first, and that was such good execution on their behalf.
I don't think how important this is can be measured by any amount of words. You finally get your first round on the board, and that can swing momentum very easily. And 6-1, it's still doable. It is still incredibly doable. Defender-sided map, of course, so it will help out a lot too.
That being said as well, Alexandria, they have the ult economy going their way. 4 ultimates online. The Lone Sky without the ultimate. But so much room to work with here. You talk about that Sage ultimate as well. The shots ringing through. Jin is so lucky he didn't get caught by any of those.
That's one of the most terrifying sounds in all of Valorant. It's just the Odin spray. That's a beautiful dig will come out from Jin. He will find the opening pick of the round, helping out his team immensely. Here comes the Odin sprays yet again. The concussion will come out. Will not actually end up getting a tag, but a shot through the smoke will land as the B attack is coming out. They do have control over this B site for the time being.
Pincer is on here, partner. You have 2 players on each side. You're going to have to get the frags. It's Rambo, though, coming through. Frags from each side. And now, Trash Tier has that ultimate pop. But the Sage Wall comes up. Last player standing is the Emperor. He's nowhere near this site. Nemo just trying to figure out where he is at this point. Personnel advantage, a 1v3. Bringing a knife to the gunfight is not advisable. Nemo will take that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Twice on Sunday.
Twice on Sunday.
Twice on Sunday. I mean, what a beautiful retake right there. Unfortunately, you can't get the spike down onto that B site. And B site is one of, if not the most dangerous site to attack on this map. You can be attacked from so many different angles. It's so hard to hold that site down and lock it up. So we're just going to have to see how they adjust for that coming up.
Alexandria, they're in that economic pit here. Of course, Cupertino, they lost that round. It didn't really affect them, though, because they had won the last 6. Now Alexandria, once again, sent to the Shadow Realm in that regard. It's once again going to be Jin. First line of offense here, trying to break his way onto the site. Has that Sheriff in hand. What heads can he find?
One goes down. Nova finds second with the nade. Rambo finds the third of the round. It's brutal. It's a massacre down C-Log as Trash Tier trying to see if anything can be found, but beautifully done. Wow.
There's the equalizer. There's Saturn. Just runs out of bullets. Now it's just going to come down to the Sage.
It's all about the Sage here. She does heal.
Exactly where she is.
Has, she does have that res. Wall is available if they want to try to get this res off and throw down the wall and try to run away. But the key thing is spike was safe. But beautiful shots from Nemo right there, and that's going to be a
4K.
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 4. Now 8-1, and I always love to talk about it. 9-3 curse is still potentially in the cards. See, Alexandria is going to have to win 2 of the next 3 rounds to make it happen, but that switch could be so big.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing right now is shutting down Rambo, man. The Rambo is I mean, we said it earlier. We can't stop saying it. He is going absolutely Rambo right now.
Living up to the
It's
name and then
incredible.
some.
Yeah, living up to the name as the operator's getting moved on to C. The wall divide is here. The dog, Saturn can't
Saturn
find
doesn't get
it.
the information.
Oh, they don't know.
Takes the wrong angle.
Oh.
Doesn't get the information.
Oh, the pre-fires. The beautiful pre-fires right there from Cypher are going to land. Takes a shot down. Very nicely done. As it's going to be a little bit of a slow game here, trying to wait out, see if they get a little bit too aggressive yet again like they did in the early rounds.
Ratai trying to get a little bit of information there as the Sage still has that ultimate. 4 ultimates online for Alexandria. The Astra ult was used in the last round. Now the slow approach is on. He's going to have a pincer here, though. It's going to be a complete crossfire set up, but that blind could potentially be huge. They just got to start firing, and they will do exactly that. Bodies dropping to the floor. Personnel advantage immediately goes the way of Cupertino and Alexandria. They have to back up out of this. This is not an advisable spot to have to operate from. Saturn has to get out of that. Luckily, they didn't drop the spike, though.
Yeah, that's very key, especially with that Killjoy ulti coming down. They're not going to be able to find any detains off of this, as Astra's going to go into Astral form, try to set up some smoke, set up some concuss angles, just to try to get over to C.
And the interesting thing here is there's nobody over on the site. The site is completely theirs. If they just make that push, and they're going to do exactly that, as Emperor, the first player in.
20
site
seconds
out, but they have the player personnel disadvantage. 4v2 as the spike goes down. Time ticks into red, but it does not matter. They have to set this thing up so well.
Okay.
Might have C-Long.
So here's the thing. C-Long is your angle to play. Saturn did get hit by the Breach ultimate. I don't think anyone knows that he's playing so close right here. Here's the operator shot. Bring out to the right. Finds one! Gonna try and swing it. Oh, but Trash Tier gets the off shot down onto Saturn.
But Emperor has the angle. Emperor has the angle, but Trash Tier has the gunny. And the round out of Cupertino. You cannot ask for more out of their Jet.
I mean, Trash Tier literally aim down sight, hits it true right down C-Long. I mean, you can't stop it. You can't stop it. 9-1 now for Cupertino.
9-1, and again, Alexandria, they have to find an opportunity to start fighting back here. They had that first round where you thought, hey, that's good execution there. They got that spike down. It's just been a matter of player personnel advantage. They're losing out in those fights, and when you're losing in numbers, it's so hard to operate from on the attacker side of things because you just can't lock down those sites. You're going to be retaken, and ultimately the defenders are just going to have so much wiggle room to work with. That's what we've been seeing through these first 10 rounds.
Yeah, and if we look at the econ right here, something really key to note is that they're actually buying here. In the second to last round, they're opting to buy for the side of Alexandria, which could leave them in a pretty difficult spot coming into the next round. And here comes Jin coming up a long, seeing if he can see anything whatsoever. That's all we ask for. Sovadart finds one. Beautiful shots. He does get a couple of tags onto the Astra, which is very, very helpful, as slowly but surely the A push is coming through straight from A long. Let's see if anything can come of it. Dart gets shot out. Killjoy turret still up top. Killjoy alarm is going to be triggered as well. One down for Gray.
Oh no! Oh no!
Remaining.
Oh no!
Spike down.
Emperor, the last player standing, has to climb Mount Everest in this bout. That's not going to be anything doable there. Tsubasa calls the round flawless. Round number 11 out of Cupertino.
I don't like to use this word too much. That was a massacre, my friend.
It absolutely was. I mean, just the way that they lined up, the way that the Astra was able to pull things in, and just, they couldn't get out of that, Alexandria. Gray was just, again, popping off. Now on the operator, though. That's a little bit of a switch up.
Interesting. Okay. All right. You know what? We're having fun here. 10-1. I mean, let's see.
Gray might be playing in a pub, but it's okay.
It's fine. He thinks it's a pub. It's fine. Nothing really is going to happen here. We actually have a 5-man split. See what happens. The flash will come out from Arena. Doesn't really find anything of note, but the op shots are ringing. They think that Jet might be A long because they're not too sure if they actually have that other operator.
Yeah, Saturn going to be holding that middle angle, just waiting for someone to chow him out, and very good on Cupertino's side. They're not getting too aggressive. That's the thing that I like about them, is they know when to get aggressive. Some teams on the defensive side are just pure aggression. Cupertino, no. They know when to get aggressive. That is why they are so dominant in this game now. Gray, though, the lone player on this A side is going to need some help. Has the Vandal checked in, though. What can we do? Full layers right around the corner. Has to land the shots. Jin will open with the first frag.
But off-screen, Cupertino gets one as well.
Yeah, key thing to note, Empress is popped. The Empress is online. Finds a second. Jin, this is your time. Wall goes up as well. Spike is planted down. 45 seconds left on the clock. Cupertino needs this to basically guarantee that they only need to win 2 more rounds. But Jin has a lot to say about this. Shoots out the Sovereign. Will get one. Will find the third. Jin just for 4. Oh, but will not find the ace.
Hey, you secure the round. At this point, the ace would have been nice. Would have been a nice clip for Reddit, Twitter, whatever you want to say. It's still a nice clip with the 4K. And also you get the round. Sproutai, good play out of him. And in a spot like this, again, you absolutely need every round. Now we switch into the other side, though. How can that affect this entire situation? That is the question that we are going to be seeing here.
10-2. I've seen bigger comebacks. It's not impossible. But key thing to note is Cupertino has the driver's seat. We know that.
100%.
But with their playstyles, they also have that driver's seat. That's what's really scary about this, is they know when to be aggressive. They know when to play defensive. So let's see if Alexandria can actually decide when it's going to be that, or will it all come crumbling down?
Attackers that know when to be defensive, that is the deadliest thing that you can see out of any attacker side comp. I feel like Cupertino, they've shown that they can do it the other way around. Same thing, different font here. What can they do? Stray the Rambo, trying to take that middle control. They're going to give it to him, at least for the time being. It's going to be Saturn on this B site all alone. It's going to come down to this 1v1. This 1v1 is going to be so pivotal for this round. And not only this round, but the tempo that we are going to be set in the switch here.
I mean, yeah, the tempo of this game has just been so insane. Saturn versus Rambo. That's what we're looking at right now.
Support, 52 HP, and Saturn has to back up into the site. Luckily, a lot of cover to work with here, but he's going to need his reinforcements to come in and come in quick. Does manage to find one through the smoke, though, as Jin, that entry is going to be so big for Cupertino. And Tsubasa, last player standing. How the turns have tabled here. A flawless round out of Cupertino to kick us off on the defensive side. Oh no, it's not over, Explosive.
It's never over till it's over, baby. Wow, what a beautifully done round right there from Alexandria.
Purely perfect execution.
Yeah, they actually used the enemy team's smokes against them. That was so smart because they placed one of the Astra vulnerability circles in the smoke and pulled them all in. Such well done and a smart heads-up play from Alexandria right there. But again, it ain't over till it's over, baby. 10-3 now. And as we're going into this next round, Wall will go up on Garage, trying to make sure with Bucky in hand that no one can get into Garage.
So much presence here, though, down mid, but with the classics in hand, going up against the Buckies, going up against the Spectres, this one is going to be a tough hill to climb. Inside of Cupertino, they already come in. Saturn with one, sending the shots through the smoke, and is going to connect. Trash here just can't connect. Does eventually find the kill onto Saturn, evens things up, but that spike is down. Alexandria, they still have the gunnies.
Now 4-on-4, but okay, I was about to say the trash tier's age HP, so it doesn't really matter.
Can someone PC check him? Can someone PC check that? Broken! Alexandria are coming out firing.
I mean, PC check him, man. The first bullet.
He just fired through that wall.
First bullet!
The sixth sense there. It took one bullet.
One bullet, this man goes, hey, I know where you're at. Bop, and he's gone.
Yep.
That's all it takes.
That was a fantastic way to turn online for Broken there. Coming up big in that round. 3 kills. Now Alexandria, for the first time in this game, completely in the driver's seat here, but also, take a look at Cupertino again. That third round, very pivotal here for the side of the attackers, because now they have the gun advantage in terms of Vandals and Phantoms all being online here. Alexandria is going to have to climb a little bit of a hill here, but they again have that early motivation.
Oh, they are getting hyper aggressive here on the C log.
Oh.
Tsubasa is going to be the only one holding here. Oh no, everyone's going to get caught in the Cypher trap. The tripwire goes off, but Rambo finds the opening pick of the round onto Saturn. Cage will go up as well, as they're going to try to two-prog this. Rambo taking solo.
How are you still alive?
Who knows, but he does end up falling. And now Vandal in hand, 3-on-4. Let's see what they can make out of this for the side of Cupertino.
Alexandria here, player personnel disadvantage. Could be a potential turn in the tides here. Spotted him out, but does not expect Spidey to be coming on the other side. The pincer there, so good. Out the side of Cupertino now, 2v4 situation here. The rotation towards that site is on. Nemo going to be leading the charge straight in, using all that utility to lock this thing down, and it's going to be a very difficult approach here for Alexandria to try and break their way back in. They're going to have to go through that main door. Maybe grab some high ground here, that could be huge, but with the Jet sitting up there, you're going to have to contest that first.
Yeah, trashed here, just hiding, waiting for someone to please push me. That's all I ask. Is Broken's gonna go in.
Oh, this is really slow.
Oh, the timing!
Eddie Tsubasa, how is he still alive? Oh, the kills come through, but Nemo with 2 on the board is able to prevent a disaster there, and Cupertino regain.
I was scared there for a second, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
that opening trade, I mean, that's the definition of Valorant timing. You
you
get
look away and
peeked.
you get gunned out of your
Yeah,
boots.
exactly. You're just like, I'm gonna look away for half a second, see if they're going up, and there they are. Every single time. Oh no! So, we're gonna see what happens now. 11-4.
Economics here. Again, we want to point it out. I feel like we're just hosting an economics 101 class, but Alexandria in the pit now once again. Even though they won those first 2 rounds, that 3rd round is so huge for setting that momentum, setting that pace. Cupertino only need 2 rounds on the board, and they advance within this bracket. Could potentially send Alexandria into that lower. And Emperor is getting very aggressive here, knows that time is of the essence, but this is not very advisable. When you have so many players, does manage to get traded out though.
All right. It's a good trade to
might not
start
actually
off.
be that bad of a decision, especially with the lack of presence here out of Alexandria.
Good choice here to give up the site, play for the retake. You know no one can be on your backside quite yet, so just a matter of pushing up forward, making sure that, you know, hey, we can take some space, but not too much space, as Rambo finds the first pick. Oh no, it's all falling apart already. Nemo finds another one.
Saturn! Very nice sheriff kill, but it's going to have to get another to equal it out. 2v3, personnel advantage going the way of Cupertino. They have that spike down as well. It's very hard for Alexandria to make an approach into this site here. They're grouped up, have the sheriffs in hand. Tsubasa, smoke goes down, and Jin has his number. Great. Now, first line of defense gets one, but gets traded out by Saturn. A 1v1 here. Vandal versus Sheriff, and Saturn will be shut down eventually. The trades equal out. Cupertino 1 round away from advancing within the bracket.
This is the hardest position in all of Valorant to be in. When you are down against a team who has 12 round wins, you have to be flawless. You cannot make a single mistake from here on out, because if you do, it's done.
And now,
the game's
from the side
over.
of Alexandria, they have to play for that overtime as well. They can't just win it outright. They're going to have to go into overtime. They're going to have to win so many rounds here, 8 rounds straight, if they want to keep their upper bracket hopes alive. Again, they have that lower bracket that they can potentially rely on here. The aggression out of Alexandria. They know time is of the essence here. Trash Tier will trade that out immediately, and Nemo off screen gets that kill off onto Emperor, gains personnel advantage the way of Cupertino.
Is that 12 HP on Trash here? Is that actually 12 HP? Oh,
still kicking. He's still kicking. Saturn reading this all the way through, though. Astro Wall still up here.
Attacker
He's
kills.
got to watch his corners. He got to watch your corners.
He gets one. He gets one. Attacker, the Killjoy ult from the attackers is going to go off as the spike is going to get planted down. It's a 3v2, but Trash Tier is so incredibly low on health that it could almost be a 2v1, but that gun is so important. Trash Tier heading back down onto site is going to actually give up that positioning in heaven, as Broken has a good position. No one's actually holding close here. They're both going to go for the same angle here, as we are going to swing it wide. They don't see anything close, but that nade is so incredibly important. Short nades are popped. Time is ticking. One will fall. Broken. Oh, but Trash Tier so low. Oh, here comes the Cypher R. Oh, no. Trash Tier. Time is ticking.
Player standing. Time ticking away, and Nemo's going to call game. Cupertino advances to round 2, sends Alexandria into the lower bracket.
Yeah, lower bracket. There they go. But man, what a dominant performance from Cupertino.
Yeah, they were looking so good. You see that feed there. Can we talk about Rambo, though? 29 and 13. Are you kidding me? And Nemo turning online down the stretch there. fantastic showing there. Alexandria, they put up a good fight. They were able to find those moments when they needed them. It just came down to the fact that those moments were not enough. When you're at the NAFs, you have to turn those moments into consistency, and that is what they were struggling to do throughout.
I think now, Gray the Rambo is now one of my players to watch in this entire tournament.
Oh,
just gonna say it. This man's crosshair placement is disgusting.
It's elite.
Oh, so good. So beautiful to watch happen.
I just love him frying on the shotguns, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and we're going to actually have a couple of replays coming up from this last match, just showcasing the dominance. I mean, look at this. Holding C long. Beautiful shots from Rambo.
It started in round one with that three-piece.
I mean, every shot, he just knows where he wants to aim at Tsubasa, just spraying down with the Ares as Rambo comes out with the shotgun. I mean, man, they're working on all cylinders. They have a great game plan going into this map, and they execute it near to perfection, only dropping just 4 rounds.
Yeah, and we talked about it. They started off on the defensive side of things. We talked about how difficult that might have been, given the fact that, hey, you have 3 sites to guard, only 5 players. How are you going to divvy that up? It felt like every single time when they had issues, they had the rotations to go. Otherwise, it was so flawless the way that they had everything going. They were reading like a book the way of Alexandria.
Yeah, I mean, the playbook, it was there. It was right in front of them. They were looking right down at it. I mean, mwah.
Bill Belichick-esque there.
Bill Belichick. Yeah, you got that right. I mean, man.
I think the crowd liked that a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. That's a good one. That's a really good one, actually. I wasn't expecting that one. That was good. But, I mean, man,
it was brutal. Again, you had those moments out of Alexandria, though, and those moments cannot be discounted. They are going to wreak some havoc in that lower bracket. I'm looking out for Jin. Jin was absolutely frying in some situations, and on the Sheriff, he had great crosshair placement. He had some great moments.
Yeah.
Look for him to potentially lead the charge the rest of the way for Alexandria. And if he is on, Alexandria is on.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree completely. I think the biggest thing to note for them going into the lower bracket is watching how that comp changes. It didn't really work out for them with the Cypher necessarily. I mean, sure, they got some really good information. Oh, I love it. I love it, man. It's great. But he wasn't actually able to get as much information as you wanted to get out of it. And the Sky was hit or miss with the flashbangs too, which is really, really, really brutal. So, I mean, overall, I mean, not bad. It's going to be really interesting to see where this goes, though, for both teams.
No, you have to look out for Cupertino in this upper bracket. Again, they've proved why they are here live in Orlando. You have to be a very special kind of breed to make it here to this live venue, to be able to compete on LAN in Valorant at this age. We haven't even made mention of the fact that these kids are so cracked.
They are,
and they're also young.
They are 8 to 18.
And they would outgun both of us.
Both of us. Well,
both of us.
Depends on the day. No, I'm kidding. Who am I kidding? They're going to outgun me. Who am I kidding? I'm washed.
That was a great way to kick things off. I mean,
yeah.
Cupertino, again, look out for them. I want to see them go up against Triangle Minotaur.
I think that might be their next round, too.
I think that might be the next round. And, of course, we'll have updates throughout the day on how the Valorant is panning out here. But, again, look for Cupertino. Look for Alexandria to try and make a run in that lower bracket. They are not done yet. They have that lower bracket. But also, we talk about the lower bracket, the way that that is going to work. Now, from this point forward, if you make any mistakes, you are out.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty brutal here. And, I mean, man, what an amazing game that we just witnessed. We are going to be going here to a quick little break. That way we can get teams all rotated around and get ready for our next game, Fortnite! At 10:30.
At 10:30.
Yep.
At
10:30.
We're going to see some kids crank some 90s.
Oh, yeah. Crank some 90s, build some walls, frag out. I want to see some absolute action here as we are going to head straight to that commercial break, and we'll see you guys back here at 10:30.
Don't go anywhere.
Planning for college? At Class 101, we help our students develop college lists, stay on top of deadlines, maximize scholarship opportunities, write those essays, and so much more. With our 10 services, we'll help your student get into the right college at a price your family can afford. It's simple. We work around your schedule, one-on-one, and every student will have a list of items to complete with deadlines before their next meeting. We work with students as soon as 8th grade and offer a comprehensive roadmap to make the path to higher education simple and more enjoyable for families. But remember, it's not just about getting your student into college. It's about helping them find their future.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
Welcome to the Full Sail live venue where I'm with Andrew. And we are going to be doing some Valorant trivia today. And Andrew, you said your knowledge is a 6 out of 10, right? All right, so the rules of the game today is if you get 1 out of 3 questions right, you're gonna get a prize. If you get 2 out of 3 questions right, you're gonna get an even better prize. Okay, so let us start. What are the characters called in Valorant? Agents. Yes, we started off easy. We're gonna go a little bit harder now. What was Valorant's original name of the game? Any guesses? No? Okay, it was called Project A. Yes. Now, what are the 4 types of roles in Valorant? No. Like Jet is called a? Oh, really? Okay, you know what? We'll do one more. What country is Killjoy from? Ireland? No? What happened? What'd you say? Ireland. Ireland? Close. It was Germany. All right, you still get a prize. Here you get this amazing water bottle. Thank you so much for participating. I appreciate it. That's all we have. Now back to you. Hello and welcome to the
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the XP League North American Finals. Of course, I'm your host, Life with Panda. Joining me today is War Hyper. My man, are you ready?
I am ready. I am pumped. We got some 3 games of Fortnite action today, 3 games of Fortnite action tomorrow, and it's XP League Fortnite Finals. I mean, there is nothing to understate this. It's a LAN of Fortnite. We rarely see these, and we rarely see it in this caliber.
Yeah, we definitely do. So it's going to be super exciting. Before we get into the games, though, we got to talk about how the format is going to work. Now, this is trios, so this is going to be an interesting game mode for us to watch. But I got to say this. A lot led to this moment, right? So this is a trios competition, but that means we had trios throughout the year to get to here. War, break us down on what these players had to do to get to this point.
Yeah, so we had the regular season, which was just the normal season of play, just getting started, and then players competed in regionals. A ton of different heats that they played in. They played their games, and eventually the top teams from those heats made it here today. 25 teams will be competing in the North American Fortnite Finals.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to get into those teams, and of course, we have some breakout players as well that we'll be watching closely. But here it is, trios competition. We have 24 teams from the qualifiers and everything competing in this one. Now, of course, before we get straight into the action, we start breaking more things down, we got to talk about last year, because this isn't the first Fortnite event here for XP League.
It is not the first Fortnite event. I've had a privilege of being here last year, and it was absolutely incredible. The energy was electric, and there were so many standout teams, but the Loudon Tsunami was the team on the top last season, and they had an absolutely dominant performance.
See, listen, you say that, right? And we obviously, we know some team changes have happened, some things might change before we go into today's competition, but there are also some breakout players too. So that's the winners from last year. But we got to talk about this year. Of course, we got to talk about legendary Banana breaking out here in the scene. You already hear the crowd going crazy for this guy. He is going to be locked, loaded, ready to go for the competition. But his breakout performance, you told me what, 20+ eliminations by himself? And I mean, that's insane to think about against the caliber of player that we're seeing here today.
Yeah, this guy decides, okay, I mean, it's the end of the regular season. I want to have a good game. Drops 22 eliminations himself. The squad had 36. That is more than half the lobby that they eliminated. But there is something to say about that, though. That was a different Fortnite meta. We're in a new season. So the mobility a little bit less, and the ability to get eliminations, go from fight to fight, is a lot harder.
That it is, and we need to break down the meta a little bit before we go into the day. And of course, one of the big things we got to talk about, new chapter, or new season. new POIs. We have Shady Stilts and more just taking up the center of the map. What do you think of these new POIs, and what do you think the impact will be on today's competition?
Well, the thing that I like about these new POIs is there's so many different things within them. I mean, you can go into these POIs, you can find dinosaurs, you can find dinosaur eggs, you can find yourself shield, you can find yourself weapons, you can find yourself mobility, and there's new different ways to get weapons within some of the POIs too. You can exchange some of the weapons you already have, basically go into this new vault and risk it for potentially new, greater weapons for the entire team. And in a trios game mode, if one of you is holding onto a legendary shotgun, maybe one of the most powerful weapons in the entire game, it might be worth it to take that gun, give it away, and give your team the chance to get amazing weapons in return.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We got to talk about a lot of things going on here today, but not only that, we got to talk about some of the casters, right? Because there are so many incredible casters are here over the weekend, breaking down all the action for you all at home. And we actually had an interview with one of these casters, so you guys have a little bit of insight as to how maybe some of us have become casters and more. Let's go ahead and dive into that interview.
And I'm here with actually a very known and famous caster, in my opinion. We're here with War. War, how does it feel being back at the North American Finals?
XPL League North American Finals is like always something else. It's always like incredible action, and I love it so much. Like the atmosphere when you walk in, when you see the lights, when you see the kids playing, when you see the casters up here calling the action, it's just all mind-blowing, surreal. And I've been anticipating this for weeks, months, even like an entire year. When I ended last year, I'm like, I'm coming back here, and it's gonna be amazing.
That is awesome. And I know that you do casting for Fortnite, and Fortnite is like your game. It's like your bread and butter, your jam. I know that for sure. So with Fortnite, do you compete in Fortnite as well, or do you just only do casting?
Yeah, so I actually compete in collegiate Fortnite as well as their in-game tournaments, and I've had a decent amount of success there. Unfortunately, I will not be able to show off my skills because I didn't bring my controller with me, but I'm a very big controller player, love playing the game, and I feel like when playing the game, it really helps me understand what the players are going through when they're playing. If you're in a situation where you're below surge, you have a max pull rotate, it's one of the most stressful situations you can be in, and I want to show the audience, I want to show everybody who's watching what the players are feeling and what they can do to overcome these tough situations, because that's all Fortnite is. It's an immense puzzle you have to get yourself through in order to get the victory royale.
All right, and now I'm going to ask you a few other questions. How many wins do you have in Fortnite?
You don't want to know that answer. You do not want to know. I mean, it's in the thousands.
Oh, yeah, he's way higher than me. I only have like 2. And one of them was actually from last year in here, playing with Ben K and SBG. Shout out to you guys. You know, wherever you guys are watching, shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are the GOATs. You guys are amazing. I know you guys are doing many great things. And speaking of awards, I know that you've done a few casting in between, you know, last year and this year North American Finals. Tell us a little bit about that.
So last year at the American Finals, I was actually casting Valorant, which was incredible. But now I'm on my game. I'm on Fortnite. So I've done a ton of Fortnite casting up until this event. This is my first Fortnite LAN ever, which is in person, which I'm so excited for because I've been to Fortnite LANs, I've competed at Fortnite LANs, I've won at Fortnite LANs, and it is a feeling that I'll remember for the rest of my life. So I hope the kids here have experiences and make memories that will last for their whole life.
Now, here's a big question. What is your dream goal like in your career for Fortnite? Like, what is your biggest goal that you want to do?
I wanna be at the highest level of production broadcasts, any specific role. I also love what the people do behind the scenes. I want to give a big shout out to all the people behind the scenes. Like, you're seeing me, you're seeing Alpha, but you're not seeing everybody behind the scenes doing the work there. I've done that work too. It's incredible. I love doing casting work. It's incredible. But anything on the main stage for Fortnite, that's my dream.
That is a great question. I love that question. Now, last question is for the kids, for future casters. What is your #1 advice for them?
I just say follow your passion. Like, if you have a goal in mind, don't let anybody stop you. If you believe you can do it, you 1,000,000% can.
Thank you so much, Ward. Dude, it was great seeing you again. Thank you so much. And I'll see you casting on Fortnite. Make sure to check that out. Make sure to not miss his voice. You can't miss his voice. You can't miss his look, too. So be sure to check him out, and I'll see you guys later. It's Alpacino. Peace.
I mean, great call there. You can't miss what's going down here in the arena. Super excited to get to the games. But before we do, of course, we got to continue breaking down the meta. And I want to kind of extend on the conversation of being a caster, right? So for War, you got a little insight as to how he became a caster, what other things he's done as well. It's kind of an interesting journey. Everyone has something different. So for me, it was very, very different path than you, right? You were collegiate. You had the opportunities to do collegiate track. Me, I was an old man when I started casting in the esports area. Sorry about that. And so for esports, I was a little bit older going into it, but super excited to get into it once everything going on with COVID happened. Now, for me, it was all about just having the right voice and mentality for casting that got me in the right directions, and then meeting the right people. And that's what like all esports is, right? Is networking and meeting the right people, growing in the space, and potentially taking opportunities for yourself. And of course, just like these players, they're gonna be taking big opportunities with items that have just been added to the game. And one that I gotta talk about, of course, you already know it. You've been kind of harping on this a little bit before we got on. It is the Cloak Gauntlets. It's a brand new addition to the game, and this is probably the first competition we're actually going to really get to see it play out. So War, what are your thoughts here on the Cloak Gauntlet? How would you use it in game, and what are some things you expect to see today with it?
Now, the thing about the Cloak Gauntlets is it actually grants you invisibility for 20 seconds, which is super, super powerful on its own. However, there is a 30-second recharge on it. So if you want to, hone in with that invisibility option, you have to remember that at some point in time, if I go invisible in the open and everybody's looking at me, they're in their own boxes, they have their own protection, I'm just walking around, I'm just in the open, they're just gonna shoot at me. So it's a really high risk, high reward weapon, and when you're using it, you have to use it as a team. If your whole team doesn't have that as an option, is it even worth it to have one at that point?
You know, it's funny, right? It's definitely a solo focused item. I do think that we're going to see those solo clutches take place with that item, especially in the in-game. Remember, when there's just building all around, players trying to make their way through the chaos, we will see the Cloak Gauntlet come out supreme, because realistically, that's the only mobility you have in the game that can safely take you from point A to point B. Now, the effect of the gauntlet lasts about 20 seconds. Now, you're not invincible. You can take damage, but it's very, very difficult to see the players. It would take a few different things for you to actually catch on to what they're doing. Now, with the gauntlets, they recharge at 30 seconds, right? So once you use it, you got to wait another 30 seconds before you can reactivate it for another 20. So you really have to be mindful of how you rotate there in the final moments of the game. Otherwise, you're just going to waste a valuable item in the Cloak Gauntlets. Now, of course, another item we need to talk about, and one that I think is taking the scene by storm, and of course breaching into everyone's inventory. That is the Breacher Shotgun. War, break down your thoughts on the Breacher Shotgun and the impact it'll have on today's competition.
Yeah, so this is actually an exotic / enhanced weapon. So it's interesting how these players actually get it. You're going to be getting it through the exotic grab bag augment or a hollow chest that you can find. But the impact of this weapon in either zero builds or builds is any structure, it can one-shot. So let's say I'm in a full metal box, the strongest material. People can't see me in there, but it doesn't matter, because with a single shot of the shotgun, a player can be within your box and an entire team can be on top of you. So if a team gets even one of these guns, it's really easy to combo. First player shoots into the box, next two players, they both have shotguns. Let's just choose one player, and then we make it a 3v2.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely going to be super impactful. We'll have to watch how it plays out. Obviously, it's going to be very, very big in box-to-box fighting. It's going to be big in the end games when you're trying to take advantage of players that aren't paying attention. You take out a back wall, you have your teammate aim in, try to get any surge damage or major damage onto another team. These are things that we're going to watch for very, very closely. Of course, the Breacher Shotgun going to be one of the most impactful on the day. Now, of course, it's a brand new season, lots of new stuff. In your opinion, War, what is your favorite thing added here in Chapter 4, Season 3?
I actually love the creepy compound POI. It's really reminiscent to older POIs like Dusty Divot, Dusty Depot. True. And the nostalgia it brings back, great. But the loot that's also there, I mean, it might not be the best, like, weapon-wise, but you can get metal there, you can get brick there, you can get wood there, and it's within the center map region. The center map region makes it so easy to rotate out. we don't know where the Fortnite zones are going to go. I mean, we may have some guesses, but we at the end of the day, the players don't know, we don't know. It's all unpredictable. Every zone could go far north. Every zone could go far south. Yeah. And if you're a southern player or a northern player, you have to worry about those rotates. But if you're automatically dropping in the mid-map area, an area where there's a lot of rotation already, there's rifts, there's zip lines you can take, you have so many more options for mobility, and it puts you in a much better spot.
It does, and look, we are here from sunny Orlando, Florida. Packed house here for this Fortnite competition and all the competitions going on here for the XP League North American Finals. And of course, I got to get a big shout out to this crowd. The energy out here is electric. Orlando, Florida, let me hear you! You already know, we're almost into game number 1. But before we get there, of course, I got to say it. Final predictions. I want you to think about, in your opinion, what's the player that's going to stand out amongst the crowd? What's the team maybe that you think could walk away with it? And where's maybe an underdog? Pick one of the two.
All right, so I'm going to go with a team that I think is going to stand out. I'm going to call them team number 2. Do you know why? Because in the previous XP League, they got second. And at North American Finals, they got second.
Gotcha,
in the heats moving up to this, they got second. I'm talking about Triangle Raptors, the team of Clue, Assassin, and Shay. This team has been on top of their game, and the thing I love about them is it's not a game where it's just W key, W key, W key. It's not a game where you're just playing for placement. It's some of everything, and that's what makes them so consistent. They're such a versatile team, and I'm really excited to see them play.
I'm excited to get into that too. Of course, you know, look, I'm going to say this, right? Legendary Banana surprised me, obviously, leading up to the event. Showed that him, alongside his team, have the potential to take this one and be a new name, really taking over this space by storm. So I got to lean towards him. He's going to be the one that I watch closely. And so with all these talented players here in this lobby getting ready to go, I got to ask, do you see any future Fortnite Olympic players in the crowd? Because we just got done this morning watching Fortnite partake in the Esports Olympics, the first of its kind. Do you think we have any future Esport Olympic players right here in the crowd?
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. I mean, if there's one place you should be if you want to be a future Olympian, it's at Fortnite lands like this. Yeah. It is competing like this with your friends, with your family here. I mean, it is incredible, and I'm just interested to see how these players are going to use what they know about Fortnite throughout the season, use what they've learned as a team, and see how they can overcome and come out on top of this lobby.
Yeah, how you face adversity is going to be huge. Obviously, it's going to be huge in the games today. It's going to be huge how you evolve as a Fortnite player. But so many opportunities in the scene. It's incredible to see these players taking a stance at such a young age. We actually just recently saw, obviously, a lot of highlight around Clicks and his, not only his growth and his competitive track that he's taken, but the money that just continues to surround him in his trek through esports and gaming. So for those out there that want to believe in a career here in esports and gaming, well, go pay attention to what Clicks is doing. Go pay attention to what a lot of these other players are doing, because they're doing it right. They're doing everything to the book, and they're making money, a living, and everything on, again, something that my friends and I were just talking about didn't exist when we were in high school. Didn't exist while we were in school in general. So it's cool to see this continue to flourish and continue to grow year after year.
And like I said, this is the right place to be. This is the place. I mean, there's so many opportunities in esports, whether it be production, whether it be as a player, whether it be streaming, whether it be content creation, social media. I got more fingers. I could keep going on, but I don't think you want to hear a list. I think you want to hear about the action we're going to be seeing today and experiencing with these players. So, I mean, it's just so exciting, Panda.
It is. And look, this isn't the only event going on. Obviously, we have Overwatch, Valorant, and more action just breaking down throughout the day. So make sure you're tuned in for all of that. And of course, if you're here in the house right now, there's going to be some VIP action happening after the 3 games. So make sure to tune into all that. Of course, you get a chance to 1v1 against me, maybe War, right? So let's see if any of the players in here can, beat the old-time caster, the boomer over here. Or you also have the opportunity to do a Q&A. There's a short Q&A here. Following the games, we'll break down what happened on the day, get some opinions from the audience. So you definitely do not want to miss that. It's all going to be in the VIP section immediately following these games. So if you're here live, great, partake. I want to see you there. If you're not, look into coming next year, because this place is packed out and it's nothing but great fun here at the XP League North American Finals. Now, of course, you know, one thing I don't think we've talked about enough, and we're going to see truly impact this game today, is the Cybertron Cannon. Okay, it is going to be, I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be probably the most single-handed, impactful weapon in the lobby for sure. This thing is massive, right? It reminds me, very reminiscent of the rocket launcher in early chapters. So seeing a reintroduction of a similar weapon is exciting because it's going to force these players to adapt and change the way they play in high-pressure situations like the end game.
Yeah, and it's exciting, but it's also scary because anybody can have a Cybertron cannon. The good thing is, when you have this weapon, it appears on your back. There's a little pack on your back. I mean, this means that people can see it and adapt about it. It's really, really simple. It's really, really easy to identify if somebody else has it. But the hard thing is countering it. The Cybertron cannon deals an immense blast. It can destroy all the builds in a certain area. So it is absolutely an impactful weapon. And the worst thing about it, or the scariest thing about it, I'd say, is it's rechargeable. You don't run out of ammo like you would with an RPG. You can just keep shooting it over and over and over again if you'd want.
No, for sure. And of course, you know what? I'm going to throw the award to this because our resident Valorant expert, we actually have the Valorant bracket here to show you all at home, give you a little update on what's going on. War, break this down for the people at home, and let's take a look at some of these players more in depth.
Yeah, so we got the chance to see one of these matches, but the main thing I want to focus on is Triangle Minotaur, Acworth, and Madison Marvels all making it into round 2. Those were our top 3 last season. And it's great to see them making it this far again because, I mean, I'm just getting chills thinking about it. Last season, we had a round 30 go about between these teams, and they are so incredible in their own way. So I really want to look out for our reigning champions in Madison Marvel versus Acworth Valkyrie. I mean, that's going to be an incredible match.
You know, listen, I think I'm going to be a little biased, mainly because Marvels is in the name, but DarkZero, Madison Marvels, that's going to be the team I'm rooting for in that matchup. And that might be, listen, that might not be the popular opinion, but you kind of stole my heart with the Marvels in there. I like it. I'm just going to say again. But no, listen, Valorant, Overwatch, and so many other games all taking place here at the XP League North American Finals. And of course, think about getting involved in future seasons. This is not something new. Obviously, there's tons of stuff that led up here to the North American Finals. So find a way to get involved. Of course, xpleague.gg, all the information located right there. You can tune in, figure out how to compete yourself. It's literally a range of ages from 8 to 18. So many people can actually compete and have the opportunity to be here in these finals. Now, of course, back to Fortnite. I gotta ask, I gotta say this. There's another new weapon here in the new season. Now, it is very reminiscent of the old drum gun, right? Remember the days of Midas turning everything gold. It is the Flapjack rifle. Now, this thing, while it looks drastically different from the drum gun, it pretty much is the drum gun, about the same fire rate, but a tighter bloom, meaning that it's going to be pretty impactful in these lobbies. This is one of those hidden secrets, in my opinion, going into the weekend, that I haven't seen players of any caliber really take full advantage of.
Yeah, and the thing that's so scary about the Flapjack rifle, it has 45 bullets. I don't think we've seen an assault rifle with that much ammunition. The downside of it, the reload takes a while, about a second and a half just to reload this gun and start firing again. But the fact that you have so many bullets, it's a question of, do you even need to reload? If you can just keep pelting a team over and over again, you can eliminate 2 players before you even need to reload once.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's one of those things we're going to have to pay close attention to once we actually get into the games. And of course, the only thing that is kind of reminiscent of this, but not as good in my opinion, was the LMG. Remember the days where you had a 50 clip in the LMG and you could just literally unload? That's what it feels like here with the Flapjack rifle. So I'm definitely going to pay close attention to that. And one other thing, you got to talk about the augment adjustments here. I feel like they went away from favoring the SMGs like they had in seasons past, and now they start to favor the shotguns and the assault rifles a little bit more. How do you think those augments are going to play into the shotgun and AR that these players choose? And how do you think the overall standings are going to be at the end of the day based on those weapons? Like, which one do you think is going to be the most impactful, the shotguns or the ARs?
Honestly, I think the shotguns are going to be most impactful. Why? Because it's a builds tournament. It's about the way you manipulate the builds, you use the builds, and when you have builds in front of you, it's really hard for the ARs to get value. If somebody runs out of builds, I mean, sure, you can get a beam down range with an assault rifle, but I'm looking up in personal. I'm looking into these shotgun fights. It comes down to who can hit the edit, who can get the piece control that follows up, the builds around the player that another player can create, and then you're basically put in a situation where you have no way out. It's just shotgun versus shotgun, and usually it's the person who's most proactive, the person who's making the builds, controlling the space, that can dictate the pace of a fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And look, we got the fans in the house here. Go Pixel Hydra. Here, can I see that? Look at this. The fans are here in full effect, people. You'll love to see it. I'll give that back to you. But we also got to talk about, again, we have great fans here for Fortnite, but there's a lot of fans that were here earlier for the Overwatch competition that we got to saw a little bit before. So let's break down some of those standings here. Very similarly to Valorant, you see the bracket works almost the same. War, break this one down.
Yeah, one of the things I want to hype up are the 4 Franklin teams in the Overwatch. I mean, none of them face off against each other, and the crazy thing is, they aren't going to face off against each other next round either. The Franklin teams are somehow, some way, just avoiding each other within the bracket. So eventually, I think they're going to have to face each other. Obviously, the 1 seed in the Dragons and the 2 seed in the the Shogun actually going down to the elimination bracket. But, I mean, the Franklin domination, it's every other team versus Franklin at this point.
I mean, looking at this, right, let's say the Phoenix beat the Wolves and the Dragons beat Kraken, right? Let's just say hypothetical. That's not necessarily what's going to happen, but let's say that's the hypothetical. Don't you think the Dragons and the Phoenix teams, because they practice together, the same school, same like ideal team setup, chemistry, they have probably a good understanding of how each other play, right? And what advantages they have, what disadvantages. Do you think that makes it more interesting going into a competition like that, or is it just the same as any other matchup?
It is definitely not the same as any other matchup because you play with that organization. It's team versus team within the same organization. When you're scrimming, you scrim that team. You know on certain maps, like on King's Row, maybe you're going one character. On Blizzard World, maybe you're going another character. And you could see some really, really wacky team comps just because you're playing to counter the team. You're not playing to necessarily have the best team comp to fight anything. You're playing to counter the enemy team. And when the enemy team is your neighbor, I mean, that's the scary thing.
Yeah, it definitely makes you wonder, what is your backup plan, right? Because you could plan and strategize how you're going to take each matchup, but as soon as you go up against your cohorts, your counterparts in the same team, then you have to reevaluate and be like, I might have to throw something at them that they've never seen before, so I have an opportunity to actually take it. But regardless, though, it is almost time here. The crowd is going crazy. You see everybody getting ready, getting set here for the Fortnite competition. Now remember, this is the Fortnite competition for today, but we have tons more going on throughout the day. So it is almost time, though. I can hear it. I hear the players getting ready. They're clicking. They're building up. They're practicing on the island, getting ready to load the battle bus. We're just moments away from getting into game number 1. And of course, I think it's time. It is time to load into the first game here for Fortnite. Of course, it is XP League North American Finals. We are going to be diving into game number 1 here of 3. Remember, there are only 3 games to start, so do not blink. The action is coming straight to you all at home, straight to everybody here in the audience, and it is almost time. Battle Bus is loaded, ready to go. You see the map, we see the path, and let's break it down.
Let's break it down. We got a north to south battle bus to start it off, and you see the players dropping in, populating the island. The battle bus is launching, and it is time for some Fortnite action.
I'm interested, right? You see, obviously, some of the hot spots on the map right now. You see Brutal Bastion, you see Naughty Nets. These areas definitely are going to be a little bit more contested. They're kind of naturally contested, except Naughty Nets. Let me rephrase that. Naughty Nets has been an interesting one to watch over the last few weeks. I've seen games where 3 teams will land in this small island, and then I'll see a game where no one lands here. So you never know until you actually get into the lobby. But of course, one of the things, or one of the places that's really contested, Brutal Bastion, unsurprisingly, definitely has multiple teams. We'll have to watch that closely. Now, though, Destroyer playing from the Citadel. This is one of those spots there near some of the new areas. diving straight in, going to try to take the fight here. Could potentially take out Wizard. Big shot, and he gets the knock.
He gets the knock. That's the opening exchange. You can see on the bottom left of your screen, no players on Destroyer's team have gone down yet, which means they have the player advantage at Citadel. That's got to be so good to start off the tournament. Finds some extra loot up top as well, and an assault rifle to use with that. The only scary thing is I'm not seeing basically any shield on anybody of this team, so you got to play slow. And for LK Burn, you just got to get out of here. I mean, run away if you can. This is your life in the game. You only have 6 games, and every single game counts. So even if you can make it out as a solo, you can get yourself placement points.
Yeah, it's definitely the mindset here for Burn as they run away, rocking the Cypher PK outfit. You know, you love to see it. Love to see the support for Cypher there. And for Burn, the game plan is hopefully you got a card or 2. If not, don't go too far. You want to stay relatively close to vicinity because the cards have such an extended period of time to get. You can easily, potentially, get your teammates back into it and then reboot them later. But now it's time to tune in with Foxy JJ. Clearly a crowd favorite here, if you could hear them from home as everyone cheering in the crowd as they appeared, and big shots to start the fight. That's going to be the Lorax potentially going down, man. Hey, you might have to back up, protect them trees, man. It's going to be a bumpy fight.
Yeah, Foxy JJ representing Hanover Horde. I mean, this is a very interesting fight because look at around Foxy JJ. Only one of his teammates has pushed up this far. So he definitely does not want to take the 3v1, wants to play it very slow, but has the Flapjack rifle in inventory, a rare item as well, so that can deal down a lot of damage. You can look around him, see, he's trying to farm up materials, get himself as many builds as possible, but the closer and closer he gets, the more the danger begins pressing.
Yeah, lots of danger for this team, but Foxy JJ, very, very patient, and that patience paying off there. Major tags back on the Lorax, but no, Jay taking a lot of damage too, going to have to play on the back foot and heal up as much as possible. You see the cabbage, the corn, that's going to be enough to heal up a little bit, but if this team decides to push, they could take advantage. However, as of right now, neither team fully engaging in this one. Interestingly enough, this could be a bit of a misplay on both teams, right? Each one had an advantage, didn't push the fight. Now, they have a big advantage onto Jay, who happens to be kind of split from his team. They could have pushed that, maybe converted that into elimination. Remember, eliminations are worth 2 points per elimination and 30+ points for the win. So these things are going to be a huge factor when taking these fights.
And now look at this. Noah and A-Switch are there with Foxy JJ, and they have the health advantage. Foxy JJ was just the player there to say, okay, you guys can't leave. And now the backup comes in. They're full shield. They're ready to push into this fight. But I don't know if they want to take this anymore. Multiple knocks are exchanged, and Noah drops down to literally a single HP. So this is still a very, very active fight.
While losing Jay is huge, Noah and A-Switch still in this fight here. So if they play together, should be able to take this one on. And it does look like they had a knock on the other team as well. So pretty much an even exchange, depending on how the team fights, though. You see the nades coming out here. That's going to be huge as Noah shares some of those heals with Jay. Jay is back in this one, and an elimination comes through. That's going to tell me one of two things. Number one, they won the fight. Number two, they haven't won the war quite yet. Pun intended for your name. But this is going to be a drop fight that we have to watch throughout not only the 3 games today, but the 3 games tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and Foxy JJ, so good at these drop fights throughout regionals and the regular season, has been taking these fights and doing statistically well in them. Now, positioned on this island, they won the fight, but the zone rotation is the big question. You can see teams now stuck in zone because they didn't rotate quick enough, and that might be the cause of off-spawn fights, or that might be the cause of aggression. But when talking about aggression, I think there's really one team we gotta talk about, and that's gonna be Cart and their team.
Yeah, almost took that player's head off there with the sniper. Fortunately, still going to be in it. Still going to be able to play this, and an elimination does come through there for Zane, meaning somebody who was able to get the cleanup, potentially the Storm getting the cleanup on that player. But the game continues on as Zane now just continues to try and play safe. You see it's multiple teams here fighting in the Storm. Pretty impactful fight, to say the least. You have to be very mindful and careful of what happens next, especially with the way that the team is pushing in. Giving up that high ground or that even layer spot to then drop down and try to heal up and try to rotate around is risky, because if that other team just sits above you and sprays, then they have full control of the fight.
Yeah, and look at the other team on the other side. It's none other than Legendary Banana, one of the most aggressive players in all of the regular season. And characteristically, this team has been dropping more mid-map, so either they switched up their drop spot or they decided to make a very aggressive, uncharacteristic, or even characteristic push outwards towards zone. Either way, I think they're realizing here, this is the finals lobby. We gotta play for placement and play for eliminations. Obviously, you get 2 points per elimination, but the Victory Royale worth 32 points.
Wow.
That is so much more. You need to get 16 eliminations to even get that much. So we see a much safer game, a much slower game, and a game that is gonna end in probably one of the most intense end games XP League has seen.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch as, remember, the gameplay will continue to change throughout the 6 games. Typically in game number 1, these players, more often than not, are a little bit more nervous, a little bit more cautious, right? Especially if this is their first in-person event. Because remember, the LAN vibes are unmatched. It's very, very difficult to replicate the feeling of being in person and competing alongside your team. So for a lot of these players, they're going to have to get over those nerves early, and game 1 is obviously the place to do it. Legendary Banana, though, playing with Snipsy and Cart. Great start to the day. It looks like they're potentially going to rotate straight into another team. It might even be a solo cutting them off, so we'll have to see if they pop up in the elimination feed. But Diamond and Short here pick up the flare gun. Again, this is not only a new item back into the game, a reintroduction, so to speak, but it's also an augment perk that you can get, right? So definitely going to be paying close attention to how much these teams use it. But now we switch over. It's Angels or Angles. It's actually Angles.
It's actually Angles.
Taking the fight, holding the Angles down. You love to see it potentially here for Shay. Again, one of the crowd favorites. Could be a good fight to take, but no, actually going to opt to disengage. Allow for his team in Nessa and Clue to just play it out. Try to be a little bit cautious, a little bit careful, but more fights continue to ensue as now Clouds and Topaz from above, causing some decent action over there. And then the Nessassin, the Nessa. This person, obviously very, very talented, very, very skilled to get to this point here in the XP League North American Finals. Looking to show this lobby, as well as this audience, what they have.
And this is Triangle Raptors. This is the second place team from last year, and I can guarantee you, this year, they're not going for second, they're going for first. They're taking fights. Clue himself already has 2 eliminations, and they're knocking on the door of 3 more. But the thing about taking these mid-game engagements is, even if you come out with eliminations, you're burning so many mats. Look at Shay's inventory. There's only 300 wood builds left, and that's the weakest build. Not a single metal, not a single brick wall that they can place. So it's risky to take them, and that's why you're seeing Clue and Assassin, Shay, disengage, make the smart choice. But when you're disengaging, you gotta worry about that heavy sniper.
You definitely do, and if that was a headshot, it was all over there for Shay in this game. Unfortunately, looking at the elimination feed, you see some notable names in Doom Vortex competing here. Of course, Legendary Banana, I'm also picking up one there in the feed, and that's gonna be Wizard and Jay going down to that team, of course, that we watched a little bit earlier. But for Snipsy, converting another one here, and of course, as we focus in on probably one of the more aggressive teams in the lobby, we see that they just continue to push fight to fight here, and they do not slow down, but no, they're gonna have to, as Snipsy gets shot there with the sniper. Going immediately down now. Legendary Banana, Cart going to have to clutch up here and keep him in the game.
And the team that's pushing them is actually Ottawa Stealth. First place within regionals. So we have 2 of the top teams, the best team in regionals versus the best team in the regular season. And it is an absolute brawl of a fight. Look at Roth. They mark out exactly where Legendary Bananas are. They use the flare gun to keep identifying exactly where they're going. And right now, on Roth's screen, he sees a mark right above Legendary Bananas' name. So no matter where Bananas runs, he will always be able to track him down. They have the numbers advantage, and they are not going to let this elimination go.
No, they are not. The relentless aggression coming through here is huge. Big shot comes out, and that's going to be all over for Legendary Banana, Snipsy, and the crew. This is a tough trio to go down this early in the fight, but it just shows to the caliber of player that we see here in Topaz, Cloud, and Day Roth.
But they have another fight on their hand. A whole new trio has pushed in. So now they have to either make a choice. You want to fight this, or do you want to try to rotate in? I think they just want to bring on the fight. They just finished with a fight, and now they're going straight into another one. This adaptability, this ability to go on a certain player as a team is absolutely incredible. Look at them. They're all three right next to each other. They single out a player, instant elimination. They single out another one, instant elimination. The teamwork and coordination between these three is something to watch out for.
That it is now they rotate in, and Phalanx Gaming right there to the left, but they probably have no clue that they're there as they're just sneaking around. Left is a solo, but for Topaz, Roth, and Clouds, the priority really is just getting into zone and just trying to continue to play this one out. So we'll see how that plays out for them, is getting elimination onto a Raptor. Not necessarily worth the points, but worth something for the overall. Now, of course, another fight taking place. Magic going to take a lot of damage, but does get the knock there onto Brux. Could potentially convert that into a full elimination. We'll just have to wait and see.
That shot by Magic there, something else. I mean, I don't think he had the gun advantage rocking a gray Havoc shotgun, but still makes the shot count. That's what matters. Doesn't matter what gun you have sometimes. It matters the player that's behind the weapon. Now, for this team, they're rocking in with 3 eliminations, which is really good to have at this point, especially because only about 25 players have gone down. A third of the lobby has gone away. And now it's time to start thinking about endgame. And when you think about endgame, you want to think about these loot caches.
Yeah, and it's, speaking of the combat cache, we also saw a new addition to this season, and it actually impacted the combat cache there for a little bit, but now is no longer a part of it. In the traditional competitive modes right now, anything that's in the compete tab, there are actually now mid-match objectives, something brand new to the season. I want to get your thoughts here as this game goes on. Combat caches were originally in, they're not in anymore, but Loot Island Capture Point is worth 15 in-game points in some tournaments. And then every vault you open is another 3 points. What do you think of mid-match objectives? Do you like it? Do you think they can be tuned? Do you want to see them in third-party events like this?
I mean, I obviously like having them in the meta, but I don't like the amount of points you get for them. I like standard formats like the format we have here at XP League, where you just get points for the eliminations that come with it. Because when you open a combat cache, when you open a vault, when you open, or even I should say contest, Loot Island, which is this giant island that spawns in on top of the map. You can even see it in the background there. Look at that thing. It's a giant island. You have to go up, you have to contest other teams for it. I think that contestation is extremely important, but usually you're going to gain stuff from it anyways. You're going to gain eliminations because every team wants to fight up for Loot Island.
Not only that, but you're also going to gain that mythic drum shotgun, which is the only one on the map. So it definitely has its own inadvertent value, but I do like, I will say, got to watch a competition with mid-match objectives in, and I do like the pacing of the game because it challenges players to go for the island when they're not necessarily comfortable or in a comfortable spot to go for the island, because there's so much value in those points. And also it challenges teams that are behind to go for that and then go for the win, because that could potentially be the only way they make it back into the game. So definitely we'll have to wait and see how it continues to evolve through these tournament formats, see if it really is as impactful as we've seen early on, and see how it changes the rate of play here for these games. But now we're switching over. Love the Lonely Labs area, of course. The snowy biome is my favorite personally. Brutal Bastion is my home on the map. And so seeing players play around it, of course, I'm a little biased. I love it. Love to see it. And I love to see the zones continue to pull north. And realistically, based on what we've seen so far from these zones, it continues to pull towards the water here. So I'm going to say it's going to continue to pull a little bit more north and then kind of angle out just north of Brutal Bastion. So it's probably where we're going to see the end game, which if you know anything about this map, you know how exciting it's about to be, because the elevation changes are going to cause some serious issue for these players trying to survive in the final moments.
Yeah, and look at these teams positioned up in Lonely Labs. I think these are two of the teams that have potential for success this game. Why? Because they've already made it to some of the best points on the map. If you can take a building. That means you can build up above the building, go down into the building, and consistently farm up materials from around you. You also have an elevated surface that you can play on, and look at the place that Baz is in. He has line of sight on 5-6 teams around the Lonely Labs area. If anybody enters the Lonely Labs island, Baz is able to pressure them off. They actually control both the buildings of main on Lonely Labs, which is an incredible position, but I did see on the top of the mountain, a little bit to the right of Baz, it's the tallest mountain in the game. Guess what teams posted up there? Ottawa Stealth. They were holding on to the high ground. They already have 5-6 eliminations, if not more, and you can tell that their game plan has sort of slowed down. You talk about mid-game objectives. Well, an important objective to have in any game is to control the high ground and be able to dictate your pace in the game. For that team, I know high ground's their goal, and if high ground's their goal, the win is definitely going to be theirs.
The win could be. All comes down to how they play the next few moments. And that's the thing, is you can obviously play to an end game. You can play to these first few moving zones, but that doesn't guarantee you points. I've seen players play until the 22-minute mark and get almost no points, and I've seen players get to the 23 mark and almost win the game. So that just shows you how impactful the final few minutes of these games are, because everybody plays for this moment. You see it up there in the top corner. Majority of the players still in this game, showing you that this moment and these next few zones are where it all counts, because that win, being 30-plus points by itself, is so huge to have.
And what we're going to see in this game is a shift in the lobby. When the zones begin moving, look at the zone in Lonely Labs right now. It's a half-half zone. Half the zone is inside of this current zone, but half the zone is inside of the storm circle. It forces players to move. Eventually, the zones are going to get to a point where none of the next zone is in the current storm circle. You have to rotate into the storm to find that zone. So it forces teams to move, and as team moves, they're like ping pong balls. Eventually, they're going to collide with each other, and it's going to be a very important collision to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as the game continues on. Static, big shots coming through there. It looks like Zan just trying to get away. Big shot comes in, and Zan's going to go down there. Static now finds himself punished for his decision. Not only is the Storm tagging him up, but another team right here in the Storm edge going to cause this rotation to be a tough one.
And this is a max pull rotate for these teams. A lot of the teams saw that half-half pulled, but because there's such a big mountain around, they weren't able to make the rotate in time. So now they have to find a way out of this storm. Only 90 med mist left. So Static and the rest of the team have to hit the pad. They have to race out of zone effectively. Otherwise, look at how much damage the stone is doing. If that green health bar on the bottom goes to 0, your game is over. So you got to make sure you're getting in as soon as possible, not taking too much white HP. Luckily for Mr. Doggo, has multiple heal options in his inventory.
Yeah, and you saw him try to heal up Statics in the air. Unfortunately, not going to work out, as now Doggo and Snickers left as a duo just to fight this one out. Fortunately, they do have the Chug Cannon and do have a decent inventory. So as a duo, I still have confidence in them to find a lot of success here in the next few moments, but it really boils down to what's next. As you see Doggo just gathering some intel, getting ready to rotate, and now's the time. You see players stacked on top of one another, being very cautious, though. You see him not want to take the fight until it's right, and there it is, a big shot to start it. Not necessarily as impactful as they wanted it to be, but enough damage for them to feel confident following behind and saying, you know what, they're probably not going to turn around and fight us.
And this is a strategy, like follow the leader. If you have a big rotating zone, you want people to go in front of you. You want them to be the focus, and then have you be allowed to sneak in behind them. Maybe fly a little bit under the radar. Nobody can see you moving into this position because you're shielded by the builds that they're placing. So Doggo, Snickers, have themselves in a good position, have started to make a little bit of this rotate, which means hopefully they can follow old builds, old teams' paths, and make it in to this next zone.
Yeah, we'll wait and see who actually ends up making it in here, as Snickers still fighting for it. See the Tracer pistol in hand. Great item to have in the inventory at this point in the game. Remember, when you tag somebody with that weapon, you actually not only tag them for damage, but you tag them with a marker, which allows you to know where they're at all times. So between that and the flare gun, these are things that are going to be crucial here in the next few games, as now Snickers rotating in, needs to get some material. Desperately low. Great stop there for them, but now the fight ensues. They need a refresh. They're going to need some level of engagement here to stay in this one. if they want to try to survive.
Yeah, at some points in time in the game, you're running out of materials. You never want to take a fight in these end games unless you're confident you can get the eliminations, but sometimes your back's against the wall. You're in a position where you're out of materials. You might not have enough ammo. You might not have enough HP like Mr. Doggo right now. And you just have to take that fight because you need the other player's loot as a refresh. You have to always be proactive in this game. We have a ton of teams being proactive right now in this rotate. Baz's team, Football's team, already making the rotate to the next zone, which is almost fully outside of the current Storm Circle. We're going to see these zones get even crazier as this game progresses.
Game continues on. Football, QB16, holding it down for the team. Could he do enough here to stay in this one? Big shots rain in. Needs to be careful. Of course, all pressure on them as he's just trying to throw down one of those slap juices. Listen, slap juices are another thing in this meta that are so vital. The extra mobility they provide is one of the few mobility items in the game. So having those in the end game is going to be crucial. I love to see what they're doing. Very reminiscent of the Chili Peppers back in the day, but now the pressure is on. Players rotating from left, right, and center all around Football's team, just trying to get punished as Football QB just wants to finish this one strong, and huge tags come out. Not enough to crack the shield, but enough to start the fight.
Definitely enough to start the fight, and you got to remember that there's other teams looking for the fight. Look at how small the Storm Circle is. You got to prioritize yourself sometimes. You got to make sure that you're not getting focused. In Football, a bit caught off guard. Now it's up to TTV and Crank to make this rotation as a duo, and look at how many players are left. We still have 10 teams, 24 players. And these two just trying to get the front side, trying to ensure themselves another life in the game. They're going to get dropped into the box. That's Jakey with a heads-up play. Almost takes out Crank, but they managed to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, that was a huge misstep from Jakey. Unfortunately, not able to convert that in the way that they thought. It was a great attempt. Dropping that team down into the box, going for the shot. Unfortunately missed it, but if they had landed it, that could have been a very different fight for them. But now the focus is on Kyle here, Wolfman here alongside. Can they do something big? They have the Slurp Juice in the inventory. Now just rotating towards the zone. Only a few more steps in and you're good to go, but players all around. Looks like high ground now getting contested. It's of course Vortex, one of the most seasoned players in this lobby, already starting to challenge for it. And Wolfman now just trying to get back with Kyle, potentially still going to be good in this game. See him though. He's going to take the Slurp Juice, probably the best play as he drops Kyle some of those materials. And that's the team cohesion we need to see in the final moments. You have to be aware of what your teammate needs so you can survive these next few moments.
You definitely have to be aware at all times. And for Snickers, aware that he is down to a solo. No more HP he can pop. Has the small shields, but those aren't going to grant him any HP at this point in time. Now getting beamed from high ground. A great job ducking down behind these already pre-established builds. Tries to steal some damage as well. Now can finally pop those shields. A player on the outside wall. That's actually going to be a full team. Looks to take the fight, and it's going to be Baz and Adrian who shut that down. Crank Up also operating this game as a solo. We have so many solos in this game, and they've been putting on a performance as Crank Up finds Baz on the backside of zone. That's going to be a materials refresh, and he's actually going to hop in on a full team. That's another player down, but unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive. He's going to fall.
That was insane. Almost able to pick up 2 eliminations there. Could have converted more, but unfortunately goes down. Now Mystic on the front side of zone, but here it is. It's going to be the story of Vortex and Co. Can they maintain the high ground? Can they continue to pressure down below? And can they win this game?
Mystic's on the low ground, but it looks like it's going to be Jaro, Vortex, and Zoro taking home the first game. Did you see those eliminations, Panda? Was that 14 eliminations?
What an incredible start to the XP League North American Finals. You love to see it here from Orlando, Florida. Just absolutely insane. And that was textbook Fortnite. They took high ground at the right time. They played it out to perfection, and the eliminations just flew in. And that's the thing, right? You don't necessarily have to play early or mid game for eliminations. You have to play the end game for eliminations, and they did just that. I'm curious how many of those actually came in those final moments. Probably a majority of them, if I'm being honest.
I wouldn't doubt if there was a majority of them. When you're on that high ground position, when you're taking it from another team and then using it to catapult you forward within the game, all you're going to see is the heads of players. And if you see the heads of players, it does double damage. You can click that head, you get 2 times damage. Assault rifle shots just hit harder. Shotgun shots hit harder. Any shots hit harder. And the positioning is so undefeatable.
Cool. You know, look, I mean, honestly, this game was a perfect example of the caliber of players that we have to see. And let's go ahead and take a look back at the game. So much stuff we have to highlight here because these players put on a spectacle here in this one. And so we'll have to dive into the highlights. We'll have to see a little bit of what these players actually had to go on. And of course, starting off with Noah. This is the fight we're going to have to watch closely because that is going to be that off-spawn engagement that kind of defines the tournament for both those teams.
Yeah, when you're contesting somebody off-spawn, you really have 2 decisions. You can make the decision to contest them and disengage, or you can make the decision to contest them and fully fight them each time. And if you fully fight them enough times and you win enough times, maybe you'll have them make the decision that, oh, it might just be better for us to switch at this point. It might be better for us not to keep taking these fights. But speaking of teams that took fights throughout all of the end game, Topaz, Clouds, and Roth, the Ottawa Stealth team, played so well throughout the mid game and the early game. However, in the end game, I think they got dropped down off of a high ground position, and 2 of them went down. When 2 of you guys go down, it's so hard to survive as a solo. So an unfortunate situation in the first game, but you know those eliminations are going to be a very substantial amount, and that's going to give them a ton of points.
Well, it's really important to know, too, like a lot of teams are great fighters, right? And with confidence of being a great fighter, you tend to take more early and mid-game fights. But a lot of times, it'll result the exact same way. You'll end up getting dropped, end up getting taken out, and unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for everyone. So you have to be mindful of that. Balance it, because it's so important to be calculated with your aggression. I always say this, because if you're not really calculated with when you're taking fights, when you're deciding to disengage, you can end up making mistakes and dropping out way too early. With the value of placement being so high in this one, it's going to be important to watch and play for that end game. But of course, again, congratulations are in order for Vortex, Zoro, and Jaro, who walk away with the Game 1 win of 3 on the day. Remember, there's 6 total games across the 2 days. 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow. So we'll have to watch how this is going to go. So we'll continue to break it all down for you here. But you know what? What one thing that surprised me, was absent here in game number 1. Not too many people used it. Was the Cybertron cannon.
Yeah, I only saw 1 Cybertron cannon throughout the game, and one of the things that might be hard is it's just hard to get an item that you can really you can't find it in chests. You can only find it on the ground, and it's really hard if you are dropping in a place with not many floor loot spawns. But at the same time, when you get it, it's like this glowing item. I mean, it feels like it wants you to take it.
It does. And another thing, of course, the Breacher Shotgun, another absent item there from the end game that we were predicting would be super impactful. And that just shows you how hit or miss these items can be in a lobby like this, because some players will play their entire play style around potentially getting it. Others will just play it as it is, play their drop, and just try to make it to the final moments. And so that's what it seems like a lot of these teams are deciding to do. They're just opting to survive, not necessarily focus so much around the items, just focus on what they know. And what they know is a lot of those great POIs that already exist prior to this new update. So definitely going to pay close attention to that. But remember, one of the augments that are going to be impactful and will actually potentially allow you to get that Breacher Shotgun is, of course, the exotic grab bag. That's one of the augments here live in the season, and provides you one of multiple options. But the Breacher Shotgun, of course, is the one that everyone is hoping for when it comes to being aggressive. So could you imagine, let's just say, Vortex and company, they're there in the final moments, they have a Breacher Shotgun, and they can end up opening up so many windows, doors, everything to allow them to get more eliminations. Do you think they could have went for 20 plus eliminations as a team there if they had that in the inventory?
Most definitely, and they could also mean they can take high ground early, because when you have the gun and you're using it to break builds, it's not really hard to shoot out the build. It's just you're shooting out the build and then the strategy that follows up. If you can use the Breacher Shotgun to take out 2 high ground builds, that's everything that connects high ground falling down within an instant. So you can instigate so many more fights.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You could definitely instigate more fights. You can obviously cause some disruption for high ground. There's so many things. It's very, very valuable item to have in the game. So watch closely, see if it ends up playing another impact in the next 2. If not in the first half of the games, we'll check back, of course, tomorrow for the 3 that are coming in there, because we have 2 days of Fortnite action for you all. And again, don't forget, even after the games today, we have more Fortnite action going on in the VIP area, so make sure to tune in for all that. And of course, all that wouldn't be possible with all the incredible people making this event possible. So shout out to everyone, of course, XP League, Full Sail, and so many more, making this competition a reality for these young people. And that's the thing. This is just a lot of different people, different age groups, all competing 8 to 18, coming out here in style and showing what they have at the top of the leaderboard. So we'll keep paying close attention to these teams. But of course, after game number 1, do you think Vortex did enough to take the top spot? Obviously, they had a lot of eliminations, but do you think they did enough to secure it in the first day after game 1?
I don't think they did enough to do it within the first day. I think that if any team is going to take it in one game, it has to be with like a 30 elimination game. But the reason I say that is because all these teams are so good. I could have seen 3 or 4 other teams having the same game if they were given the same situation there. Yeah. It's just about putting yourselves into that spot.
Of course, of course. And we have to recap what's going on. We actually have some Rocket League action taking place as well. So let's go ahead and take a look over to what's going on over there.
We're in full swing here for the Full Sail Fortress. We're playing some Rocket League here. Right now, it is the Gnomes and the Dragon getting off here as the Dragons have a 2-1 series lead coming into game number 4. And it's Maxi coming off with a hat trick here. My name is Brian Flores, a.k.a. Bryonic, and with me is...
Run of the Rabbit, a.k.a. the caster with the fluffiest hair in the market.
So... game number 3 coming into for game 4 here. Dragons versus the Gnomes here. Still 0-0 halfway into this game as a shot going on and a good save by Tribe Vlogs. And back the way come the Augusta Gnomes.
It's looking pretty tight right now. Obviously, we have, FC Bomb, Boy coming in really hard. And it just looks like Dragons are doing a really good job at this defense, holding off from, the Augusta Gnomes push. But as we can see, Revamp getting it really close to the ramp.
In front, and wow, what a goal there as Hignami getting the goal. 1-0 Gnomes. So Hignami with a good finish-up shot. And now 1-0 Gnomes here.
It's looking really good, obviously. Hignami is being a very strong player. But, Revamp is really the one to watch in this game. He's very, strong, very aggressive when it comes to pushing that the ball into the goal. It's honestly quite amazing.
Revamp giving it out in front of the shot. Good save by Boy Killa. And now into the corner, trying to give it across. Now Boy Killa gets demoed. Back the other way come the FC Dragons. They turn it over. And now the Gnomes within the corner of the FC Dragons zone, giving it in front, and that one with a good demo. Revamp had a chance to knock that one in, but chance null and void heading into the last 90 seconds of game number 4. Gnomes trying desperately to tie this series up.
I mean, it's all you can do is if you can get that demo on one of the hardest players in this game, like I said earlier, was kind of Revamp. You just got to really focus them and try and shut them down in order to really get these goals you need.
As Revamp started to cut you off, gets it out in front. That one gets it taken away and held back in. As Gnomes trying to pad their lead a little bit here, getting it out in front. And a shot going off the crossbar and a rebound into the corner off the backboard, cutting it out in front. And that one will be relayed. Now out to the far boards, trying to give it across. And now out in front, no man's land. No one wants it. And now FC not able to clear it. Trying to battle it back here. 40 seconds left to go as they give it back into the corner. Trying to get it out in front. And Chicken will get it out into Gnome territory. Back the other way, Travelogs. Travelogs out in front with a chance. Revamp with it on the goal mouth and will be denied by Maxi.
the defense is looking really strong from FC. They're trying to really keep that goal blocked off, and it's a really great job. It's honestly amazing to watch here.
As Augusta giving it back out in front, and a shot. Travelogues not able to go. Back the other way comes the FC Dragons. Boy Killer scores! 2 seconds! Goal to goal! And just like that, we are tied here, looming on overtime.
Yes, we are. We're this close, and basically, what I think, at least with Augusta, what they need to do is they really need to just win that 50-50 and really just try and make that Hail Mary shot into the goal in order to, make sure that overtime doesn't happen.
As a shot from the goal mouth, scores! Revamp! And the Gnomes win this game, and they tie this series.
Did I predict that or what?
Nostradamus here with the flow and the Riz as we have a 2-2 series tie here in game number 4.
The Gnomes are looking really hot in this series. I mean, what was it? Game 1, Revamp was on a hot streak. Almost, what was it? A hat trick? And how many did he get in that first game? I just want to talk about that one for a little bit.
Absolutely. As we have a 2-2 series tie here for the Gnomes and the Dragons. And as you said last game, it was Maxi coming off with a hat trick. And in this one, pivotal goals here for the Gnomes.
Yeah, exactly. It's extremely, it's extremely exciting to watch how the Gnomes are playing. They're really playing really aggressive. And not the term hyper-aggressive, I don't think is the right term, but they're playing the right amount of aggression to get that shot into the goal. And as we can see, like I predicted, Hail Mary shot from Revamp, just perfect angle.
Absolutely. So, again, coming to you from the Fortress, my name is Brian Flores, a.k.a. Bryonic, and this is Noel Bray, a.k.a. Runner by Rabbit, bringing you some Rocket League action here in the Fortress as the Gnomes and the Dragons ready for game number 5, trying to break this stalemate 2-2 tie here for game number 5 in this best of 7.
Yeah, and the best of 7 is just honestly a great format for Rocket League. It allows for a lot of showcasing of each player's skills, and as we can see, Revamp, he's trying his best, manages to get it over to Hignami.
And now Hignami giving it across, now out in front of the goal mouth, and not able to go as Maxi able to get this one across. Has it in front for Chicken. Good save out in front. And now the Gnomes trying to flurry back the other way. They hit it across the boards, now into the corner. Travelogues trying to clear. He has been essential this series as Boy Killer has it now into the side of the goal mouth, getting bumped off. And now Chicken trying to clear. He gets demoed by Revamp. Revamp now has it, guiding it out in front of the middle of the pitch. And they score! Hignami! And it's 1-0 Gnomes!
Hignami is just going crazy with those shots. That man is like a wizard. Precise aim every time.
And now 1-0 here for the Gnomes here in game number 5. And they get this party started. They are off and running as Travelogues trying to give it across. Now out to the corner. They'll play this one across now. Off the goal mouth, off the backboard, and a good save by the FC Dragons. Dragons coming back the other way. 3:53 left to go here in game number 5, just underway. If you're just joining us, welcome as Chicken brings it out in front into the cross. And now off for Boy Killer, and that one will kiss the iron and go back out as the Gnomes have a shot, and that will be rejected hard by Chicken back into the Gnomes territory. And a sharp angle shot. Good save by Revamp. Head on a swivel there.
Can I just say, the FC Dragons, they're playing a really awesome defense. I think Chicken is that very pivotal player for the FC Dragons when it comes to the defensive play style. He's really making sure that if they're going to get that shot off, he's not going to let it.
And speaking of Chicken, he has a shot and a good save by Revamp. Revamp gets it taken away by Boy Killer. Killer trying to get it out in front, and Travelogues able to nullify that chance. And now Chicken with a chance and a shot. And that one will be taken away by Hignami. Hignami out to Revamp, off the iron, onto the lower corner, and held in by Revamp. Boy Killer now into the corner. 2:50 left to go here in game number 5. Chicken trying to go it across. Has it into the Gnomes territory. Off the backboard, out in front. And that one will be cleared off by Revamp. Revamp now into the corner. Revamp guiding it out in front. And that one will be hit out to the side as Travelogs has it now back. And now it is FC Dragons into Gnomes territory. Off to Chicken. Off the backboard. And now it will be played off by Revamp. Revamp has a little bit of trouble with it as Maxi is on the case. That gets taken away by Chicken off the backboard. Out in front, and a shot from Boy Killa goes off the backboard. Rebound, scores! Chicken! And it's FC Dragons with the answer. 1-1 tie.
FC Dragons, once again, their aerials are amazing when it comes to that trade-off, bouncing off one another, just basically playing pinball with themselves, and it's working in their favor.
2 minutes left to go here as Boy Killa has a chance and a shot going off one of the defense, Hignami. Maxi holding it into the Gnomes territory, getting it out in front, and that one gets it taken away. Now into FC Dragons territory. Gnomes with a chance off both posts.
That was just crazy. Boy Killa is just playing that goalpost. Like, once again, like the pinball reference I made earlier, he's making sure those bumpers are just going off, keeping the ball up.
And a 1:30 left to go here as the Dragons getting it back into the Gnomes territory. Lob chance and a shot on the goal mouth. That gets taken away, Hignami. And Travelogs with a good save on Chicken, who has been unconscious this series. He has been scoring left and right. As that one gets taken out, Hignami. And a chance and a shot from distance, just missing the net. And a rebound will go on to the corner, getting it out in front. No one home. 1:04 left to go. 60 seconds remaining as that shot goes off the crossbar. And a rebound out in front. And a good shot, but a better save. And a rebound for Travelogs. Scores! And the Gnomes take the lead.
This was an amazing just minute of keeping this, like minute and a half of keeping this ball in the air. That play from Travelogs, that read, he read that basically better than I could at least. You know, trying to get that, make sure he notices where his team is being placed and notices where that shot might be.
And now it's up to the Dragons to see if they can force overtime as Maxi with a shot, and that gets rejected. And a rebound will find it out in front, getting it across, and that one will be saved off by Revamp. Now into the corner, Augusta trying to clear. That gets held in by Chicken. Chicken with a chance, and that one will get taken away as the Gnomes not able to clear. Dragons trying to hold this one in. Held up by the Dragons in their own zone. Hignami trying to get that out in front, and no one home as that one will be hit across and now into the Gnomes territory. They'll play this one across and now taken away by Revamp. Revamp into the air. No one home there for the Gnomes. They're kind of peeling back, playing more defensive as Revamp has it, holds it, still in the golden goal era as they try to turn it around. FC Dragons do, still in the air. 0-second rule as Boy Killa getting it out in front, and that one's rejected and killed, and the Gnomes take a 3-2 series lead.
That was an extremely exciting series between the Gnomes and the Dragons. And I gotta say, there was a lot of amazing plays that were just going on constantly. Like I said, for the Gnomes, Revamp was really that anchor, that grinding force, hitting those aggressive plays and basically making sure, hey, if we're gonna win, we're gonna win. I'm gonna solidify our win by just constantly making those shots.
And when it comes to the Gnomes, that's not to take away from their two goal strikers. They have absolutely taken this series and they have turned it on its head, putting it more to the offensive style. And like you said, in Revamp's case, was able to hold the ball out of the goal, getting this 3-2 series lead here for the Dragons and the Gnomes. So we're going to take a look at the bracket here right now for the Rocket League as you see the Macomb Heroes taking out the Acworth Wolves here in the first round, moving on to round number 2, and they look to face either the Irvine Dragons or the Hanover Horde. And on the bottom half of the bracket you see the Franklin Storm going to be taking on the Fairfax Fire, and the Augusta Gnomes taking on the FC Dragons. Currently, the Gnomes have a 3-2 series lead.
The 3-2 series lead is quite amazing for this team. Actually, I think it was a best-of-5 series, not a best-of-7. I couldn't remember exactly, but yes, it was a best-of-5 series. So I think the Gnomes do get to move on, unless I, misread.
So right now, we have a little bit of Fortnite action to get back to. Let's head out to the venue. Take it away, guys.
Hello, we're back here with incredible Fortnite action. Of course, the game is already a little bit underway, so we'll be diving in where the game has left off. But
like I said,
honestly, we will be focusing on what's going on next. It is almost time here, folks. Let's get into the game as we are here for some Fortnite. And look, we got to talk about it. Augusta Gnomes. They won a Fortnite game, and then they won a Rocket League game. So something's going on over there.
Hey, something about that organization
Something's in the water.
Yeah, it's just special. It's just something else. And another team that we know has been special throughout today. Already one elimination and a Cybertron cannon in inventory. That's going to be Foxy, JJ, A-Switch, and Noah. They're looking for a bit more action up at the racetrack area. And they're putting in this fight against A-Pitcher.
Big fight there. Remember Jay, Noah, and A-Switch had a bit of a tough spot off spawn last game. They did win their first engagement, but ended up losing the second, or maybe it was the third engagement. So definitely a good start for them, but now we switch over. It's Kool-Aid Jammer, Boomcats, and Trinks. I like that name. I like that name a lot. So Trinks now going to have an early start here with the Chug Cannon. This is not an item you can just find randomly across the map. You have to get in a special way, but not so special moment for them as, of course, one of our top teams, one of the more aggressive teams in Clouds, Roth and Topaz, almost take that fight by storm, but immediately opt to disengage. An interesting choice there for them, especially considering they were the ones to start that engagement.
And one of the things that is cool about this Ottawa South team of Clouds, Roth, and Topaz is during the regionals and qualifiers, they were very adamant about contesting Shady Stilts, even though it's a new POI on the map. So it's good to see them sticking to their guns here and staying in the POIs that they have experience with. You can see it's worked out pretty well for them so far. They're able to force the team of Boomcat, Trinkiz, and Kool-Aid Jammer away from Shady Stilts, and the moment they leave, they just go back down, keep looting up, because at the end of the day, it's a loot game. Last game, they didn't have the loot they needed to actually make it into the final moment. So this game, they're going to be sure that they have that.
Yeah, they'll have to be careful, though, because teams all around are just as aggressive. Looking at this, though, test account at Jay right out there. The distance gets sniped by JJ. Huge play there for them, and they can just completely disengage here for Noah and A-Switch. Now having the racetrack a little bit to themselves. It does look like they're going to be able to pop one of those hollow chests, which is always super huge. However, looks like it was initially looted. So they're only going to get the scraps of what is potentially left over for them. But remember, this is the standard BR here, folks. So you kind of have to work not only with anything you can find in the POI, but you have to work with those builds and making sure you're finding as many materials as you can as one to save them all. Looks to take them all as he takes Jay and gets the knock, and now the full elimination. The fight continues on, though, as one to save dives in, almost getting a shot there, but no, this doesn't connect, and then, of course, immediately cleans it up. As I say, he doesn't connect. He gets in, gets the cleanup, and now they walk away with several more eliminations. But we got to talk about it from JJ's perspective, right? We said it before, game one. They had great success in the early game fights, and then about the third fight in, they went down. It looks like this is the same story here in game number 2. For them, what do you think they have to change on their game plan to show up big in game 3?
Well, if they're having this trouble, this early trouble off spawn, I think it's just got to be you start the game, you win your off spawn fight, and then after that, you go passive. You stay on the dead side of zone and don't move yourself into places like the racetrack. Don't move yourself into places like Mega City where a lot of people group up. You got to stay in more low-key areas, the outskirts of POIs. Maybe it's taking car to dead side of zone, the side of zone that has the least number of people, so you can stay away from players. It's small plays like that that are going to propel your game forward.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Definitely a
a good insight here from War. Love to have it here from his unique perspective. And of course, we got to tune in with Acworth and his team. Now, this is a team that they did very, very well last year. Remember, they actually won it right there, top 3 with that team. However, you know, teams change, things change, and different variables hit the game. So we'll see how Acworth can step up on the day. Remember, brand new season, brand new chapter since the last XP League North American Final. So definitely a change of pace for sure, but we'll see what they can do here in the moment. But Crank Up, another hometown hero in the crowd. We saw a lot of excitement going on when Crank Up came up in game number 1. So we'll pay attention to them for sure and see if they're able to capitalize on anything. But War, my man, with this icy area now pulling potentially a second zone, do you think these teams should start opting to favor the north side?
I mean, I don't think they should start switching their drop spot just yet, but a second icy zone is going to be so hard for the southern teams. We talked about Foxy JJ. They tried to move up quicker, but that only got them in more engagements. It feels like the zones are dictating the pace of the games for some players, especially if you're dropping on the southern side of the map. It's so difficult to make that rotation no matter how you do it. So if you have the north side, yeah, you can sit still, you can get a little bit extra mats, you can guarantee your placement. But if you're on the south side, it's a lot harder task, and it's going to be a very hard task for Football, as he is now sliding around on ice and getting pressured out by Destroyer and company.
Good play on his part as he escapes here down out the back. But Football, remember, we saw him make it to the end game, but it unfortunately ends up going down. So looking to change the pace of this as he goes for some big shots. Not going to be able to connect there onto Destroyer, as Nerdy Puppy also there with his teammate. And of course, for Football, it's all about landing, right? Landing the shots, connected to big ones. And of course, going for the Hail Marys as he now takes the fight. It is Destroyer on the other side here, as we know, big build fight player, knows how to play it in these moments, and sure enough, is going to be able to pick up Football right there, and that's going to be a quick elimination here for Destroyer and the team.
And that high ground take by Destroyer, you could see how confident he was at building himself up and taking that space. Now Destroyer, Jimmy, and Nerdy have control of the high ground. They have control of the space around the ice, which makes it so hard for other teams to push in, but so easy for them to just push out. Maybe a bit hard to contain the loot. You can see Nerdy kind of slipping on the ice as they try to get those mats, but the materials are important. It's so crucial that you have as many materials as you can going into this endgame.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and that's been one of the struggles we saw from game number 1, and we're seeing it continue here in game number 2, is that these teams are not as prepared on the material side, and that's not necessarily all on them, but they definitely need to be a little bit more vigilant as they rotate around, because the way that this map works is you have to be very intentional with every little piece of material between you and the zone. And I mean, that literally breaks down to a fridge, right? A stove in the houses, in the buildings. Those little things for that additional metal you're gonna have to hit it off, because that's how scarce metal can be in some of the spots on the map. So being mindful of that, we'll watch how material plays a factor for a lot of these teams. With 10-17, of course, it's Axtron, Serial, and Baz all playing together here. It does look like they have a great start there for loadout, but unfortunately Baz is going to take a lot of damage. Forced to use the Slurp Juice early. Not necessarily what they want to do in a situation like this, but nevertheless, looking to continue this fight. Will we see something happen? But no, just an immediate disengage. It looks like that's going to be a lot of what happens at this point in the game. We already know. We'll be paying close attention to this, but the next few zones are going to be crucial to see who stays alive.
One of the things I like about their positioning right now is they're on the edge of the 5th zone.
Yeah.
The 5th zone will always pull as a half-half zone. It's constant that it does. So they're banking that Slappy Shores is going to be in the zone, getting there early and forcing every team off. They actually force Legendary Bananas team off. So North OC, Black, this team we're watching right now is doing a really good job at taking space and denying it. You can even see them pushing a bit outside of Slappy Shores. Their goal right now might not be eliminations. It might just be to take shots at the players around them, just like Esta. Get a few tags and maybe see if they can control the space to find other eliminations.
Yeah, I like that. I like that mentality of finding positioning and control the space around them. Could they do it though, as Vaz gets big tags there to get into this fight, but immediately actually opting to disengage, not forcing it too much without his teammate or teams there. So great play on his part, but now looking at the overall picture here, look at the players in the trees. This could be a problem if Baz doesn't realize they're there, as players now dropping down like acorns from a tree. You love to see it, but Ken, this fight continues. You see the pressure raining in from multiple angles. Baz just trying to convert something here. Even a shot on the opposing team will be huge for them. They know that that's all it'll take for them to start the fight, but no advantage is given, no advantage is taken, as both teams remain in a very healthy spot as this fight goes on.
Yeah, the Loud and Tsunami with a really heads-up play to start the fight out in the tree. We always talk about how important it is to start a fight on high ground, but you gotta be ready to get chopped down to low ground and be put in a position where you're head-to-head with a Cybertron cannon like the one in Serial's inventory, and you need to just hunker down and defend yourself, because that's really one of the only things you can do against this weapon.
Yeah, you definitely have to be careful, be prepared to build, especially when you hear the charge from this thing, because it does require a rather significant charge of animation. As you see there, big shot comes through. It's going to be very destructive for the builds, but for the players, they're going to be able to survive behind it. And realistically, when you're playing in a mode like this where you can continually rebuild your structures, you're going to feel a little bit safer up against the Cybertron cannon. We were watching Zero build not too long ago and the impact of the Cybertron cannon since the beginning of the season, and when you don't have cover that you can just throw down or throw down as much, it becomes very, very difficult to combat. And so for teams like Baz and Co., they have the advantage of being in the build mode, being in the standard VR, and being able to protect themselves as this onslaught continues on. Serial just trying to continue to break through these builds, try to connect any shots they can. Nothing really converting, though. So at some point, you have to ask yourself, number one, does it make sense to get your team involved? Start spraying the walls, maybe simultaneously try to push that rocket shot through? Or B, do you just kind of back up and go for something else?
Yeah, you see they've gotten the zone pull at that part of the zone, but a team that doesn't have a zone pull that could have major reparations on the rest of the game is Jaro, Zoro, and Doom Vortex. This Augusta Gnome team has the Chug Cannon in inventory, but they're making such a dangerous rotation. This 7th zone takes for so much damage. Yep. You can see they're popping slurp juices, but they still have to make it in zone. It's a question of, do they, you know, make the rotate, or do they just keep staying in zone? And at some point in time, the zones just get so heavy, so powerful that you just have to stay in, otherwise you're gonna get taken out.
We'll see if they can survive here. Just trying to combat the storm. Big shots come through, and they're looking to get their first elimination of the game. We talked about it before. They ended with 10+ eliminations in the last game, and now, though, they're just finding their first, and so they are definitely a slower start team, but with Vortex going down, it's just going to slow their progress here a little bit. And they're going to have to use more of those vital resources. I'm going to be honest with you. Between the three of them, I've seen more slurp juices in their inventory than I've seen in any team or any solo tournament leading up from the beginning of the season to now.
Yeah, they have so much, they have so many resources that they can work with. And that's just a testament to maybe how they're playing. Yeah. Maybe they realized, okay, we can take Storm, we can get a couple eliminations as long as we invest these slurp juices. And you saw them taking tags at teams in zone. We don't know if they picked up those eliminations, but you do know that if you get a tag on a player and they eliminate themselves to zone, the elimination credit goes to you. That could be another 2 points to you. But Serial looking to set up something big, but a snipe that comes in return from the opposing team. It's a very tough situation now because they have the zone favor. Little do they know, the team up there just had a knock go off, so the pressure might be off them for just the tiniest amount of time.
Yeah, they might be able to survive here with no pressure on them. You see it, there's a team rotating right on top of Serial and Co. So we're probably going to see them try to go for the fight there, but Legendary Banana out there. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to go down, but no, they're actually 1 HP, surviving here just a little bit longer with the team. You love to see it as they continue to hold on. Of course, as I say that, they go down as Crank Up picks up that one. So many fights ensuing.
Yeah, and look at the way that Serial, Adrian, and Baz are playing. They're taking the front side of zone. And that is so impactful, especially when the zone is going to go right next to Loot Island. Loot Island is this massive island that appears on the 4th or 5th zone. Nobody knows where it's gonna appear. It's not like other POIs where it always starts at a set point. It will appear randomly, and it looks like randomly this time it's gonna have major impact. A team could decide they want to rift up to Loot Island right now, tank a bit of zone, and then build off Loot Island. Either way, this game, if it pulls that way, will be dictated towards how these players play around a massive island that they have to push their way through.
Yeah, we'll see if it continues to play out for them. Will they have to rush through that, or will they just be able to pick up eliminations that come straight to them? That's Nick down below, taking a lot of damage there from Adern, Serial, and Baz. But this team continues to go for height. I like this play from them. They're immediately going to connect there on the edge. Love to see it. And Jero, our game 1 winner, still in this one, taking out Acworth, our last year's champions. So a bit of maybe a new crown leader taking out the old crown. I'm excited to see how that fight continues.
I'm excited, especially when you do see Legendary Bananas teammates of GG Snipes and Cart still staying alive on the low ground. Their white HP doesn't look the best, but you know that that team can most definitely pack a punch, especially when they're getting into this endgame situation. Speaking of the endgame, look at the zone. It's staying right next to Loot Island, which means that these players are going to have a tall task ahead of them. Meanwhile, Badge dropping down on low ground, taking a couple more eliminations as Dark Shadow, Diamond, and Shork are doing the exact same thing, trying to pressure the box of our game 1 winner of Zoro.
Here he goes. Could he potentially go down here? Game 1 was a win. Game 2 not looking to be the same, as now they drop. Oh, wait, one teammate still in this one in the top 10. So as a solo could clutch out, could make something happen. But it really comes down to the remaining players in the lobby. But no, as I say that, Jero goes down in 8th place. So a 1st place and an 8th place, not too bad at all, not too shabby. But the game continues on as Dark Shadow now looking to go box to box. Serial also here. Oh, and here it is. The Cybertron cannon is out and destruction ensues.
Look at that shot by Serial. An instant elimination on backside of zone. There's so many players building on backside of zone, but you gotta be careful when you're using this weapon. If a player builds in front of you, that does explosive damage. That can damage you. So now Serial, the last one alive for the team, maybe not gonna use this Cybertron cannon anymore. Wants to play a bit slower. Play for these placement points, because at the moment, 5 teams left, 6 players left. That means 1 duo, but that also means a lot of placement to be given out. And look, we see 4 right here. Where's this 5th player is my question.
Could be in Storm or could have gone down. It really, oh, it's actually in the sky. It is Roth, one of our top teams, with the more aggressive players from game number 1 here, showing up as a solo in the final moments. Does take the fight immediately to them, almost picking up 1, I should say. Doesn't necessarily convert, but does still survive. No builds remain. Just trying to connect here as the swarm starts to take a little bit of health. And no, that's going to be a solo going down. Now it's a 1v1v1 for the end.
And Roth is out of materials. Look at where this zone is going. It's going away from the mountain, so he doesn't have any more space to work with. Wants to hop in the box, wants to take the fight. Look at Nick on the high ground, though. Found the Cybertron cannon and is connected up to this mountainous terrain. There's a decent amount of mats to work with. Speed on low ground, trying to shoot it off. It's a 1v1 to close out the game. And with those shots with the Flapjack rifle, Nick has gained the health advantage.
With the health advantage, could he do something with it? Big shots come through. It's all up to Nick here. 22 HP in a dream. Can he finish this one strong? The shots come out. Misses after misses. Down to the wire. Nick picks it up here. 7 eliminations to finish this one out.
And I can just hear them in the background. You can feel the excitement in the room. They take home that Victory Royale. Everybody just lights up excited. That's Wellington Mustangs Red taking home the 2nd game Victory Royale.
And that's going to be a huge win for them. Not necessarily the first game they wanted, of course, showing up big in the 2nd game. They had what? 15 eliminations as a team. 15! You times that by 2, that's basically a win in points just in eliminations. So imagine 60+ points there in game number 2. That's going to be massive for them on the leaderboard, but it all comes down to consistency. You can have a big game, but you need multiple games to really stay up at the top.
And you asked me before this, you said, oh, is the person who won, the team that won the first game, are they going to stay on top? After that 2nd game and that performance, they saw the 14 eliminations. They're like, let me just get one more. Just one up them a bit. 15 eliminations. They're now our elimination leader in a single game over North American Finals lobby.
Yeah.
We'll see if any other team is going to take that same mentality and bring it to the Fortnite Battle Royale Island.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens with them. But again, game number 2, beautiful execution. Great game for us here, and that's only 2 out of the 3 down for the day. 1 game remains here for these players to compete on day number 1. Don't forget, 3 more games tomorrow for day number 2, so don't forget to tune in for that and all the other, of course, incredible action here at XP League's North American Finals competition. So honestly, game number 2 did not disappoint. The highlights from this game are going to be tremendous because when you look at how it played out from start to finish, we had our first game winners make it to the end game, make it to the top 10. We had other things going on in that game, just so much competition, but so much competition also going on simultaneously as we got some Rocket League action for you all at home. So let's dive over and see what's going on with Rocket League.
Sensational here as it is 5-1 here for the Dragons over the Fire. And getting the last goal was Rampage after a stellar game here for the FC Dragons. And what a way to kick off round number 2.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy in all honesty. It was, exciting. There was a lot of scores happening. FC Dragons were going nuts. Boy Killer with the hat trick this game. Honestly, it was, like I said, quite amazing to watch.
Yeah, and for the FC Dragons in the first game, it was Boy Killer getting 3 goals, 1 assist. FC Maxi, 1 goal, 1 assist. And Chicken, 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 save. For the Dragons, statement win here. But coming into game number 2, if you're the Fairfax Fire, how do you respond?
Well, I would respond by playing a little more defensively. Obviously, the Dragons are playing extremely aggressive and not really full force. They're basically not full force defense. They're playing full force aggressive. So you really want to, hold back, hold that, have somebody rotating around so that if you get it over them, you can push that aggression.
All right, so for game number 2, FC Dragons up 1-0. You can see the stat line for both the FC Dragons and the Fairfax Fire. As we head into game number 2, the Dragons and the Fire. Dragons up 1-0, and it was Boy Killer making his statement here. And here for game number 2, we are underway with the kickoff here as Chicken takes complete control here at the kickoff. Trying to aerial it off the backboard, and that is hit away by Elijah. Back the way, Maxi. Maxi giving it across for Boy, and it's stuffed at the line by Nutrition. Nutrition gets it held in by Chicken. Elijah trying to clear, held in by Boy, and he whips this one wide. Boy still on the press, trying to hit across Rampage. Chicken out for Boy, and that one will be cleared all the way back into the FC Dragon zone. Fairfax trying to get it out in front and get the game's opening goal as no one's home, as Chicken able to get it through middle of the pitch into Fairfax territory. Dragons not able to hold though. Rampage with a shot and a good save by Maxi, and a rebound will find its way out the goal mouth. Dying out in front, off the post, still it's going, and a good save. What a play! FC Dragons staying alive.
Even with that demo, there's no way that goal would have gone in. It was just stagnant there, and it took Chicken having to push that out to really open up that defense.
Excellent save there by Chicken. 3:43 left to go, and we are still scoreless here in game number 2. FC Dragons trying to take a chokehold series lead, and the Fairfax Fire trying to breathe a little bit as Maxi holds it in, going off the corner. Trying an aerial shot for Chicken, who scores! FC Dragons off and running, and it is 1-0.
Chicken has been performing some great aerials this part of the series, and it's just been amazing the dribble control he has on that ball. It's honestly quite impressive, and it's some amazing skill.
Absolutely, with a shot going off the rip and a good save as Fairfax trying to knock this thing up at 1. Boy getting it across into the corner of the Fairfax Fire zone. Fairfax trying to clear. Rampage with a distant shot going down low and a shot out in front. Scores! Elijah! And we are tied!
That 50-50 at the beginning of that shot, that was just an amazing 50-50 for Fairfax Fire, because what I saw is it kind of made the Dragons lose a little bit of confidence in that play for that defense.
Kind of a curveball there, angling it through the corner, and off the kickoff we have a 50-50 here going down low. Nutrition out in front, and Elijah a little bit too lag behind as a shot from distance going down out in front. Scores! Chicken with a distant shot, and it's 2-1.
Is Chicken a wizard or what? That ball just flew in perfectly. It looked like there was a slight curve to it. Man was rolling a slider on that one.
And that's the second time that he has had a shot from his own zone and able to lob that one in. A distant striker as Rampage plays this one back down. FC Dragons able to hold it in. Maxi back down low, getting it out in front, and that one will be held in by Chicken. Chicken taken away by Nutrition. Boy Killer trying to make it 3-1, and that one will be taken away by Rampage. Rampage deep into Dragons territory. Nutrition hitting it onto the corner. Aerial try for Boy Killer, missing it. Has a dribble out in front, and that one's held in. Fairfax able to put on a little bit of pressure as Boy Killer trying to alleviate. That one goes across, out through the corner, and that one will be taken away. Nutrition now into the corner of the FC Dragons zone. They'll play this one across. Elijah trying to get it out in front, and that one will be taken away. Boy Killer with the dribble. That gets taken away by Nutrition, held up by Chicken. Chicken through the corner, trying to go off the goal mouth, and that one will be taken away. Nutrition now into his own corner, taken away by Chicken. Chicken with a turnover, trying to pass it out in front through the corner, and that one will be saved off by Nutrition. Maxi using all of the boost that he had in the tank, trying to get that play off. Getting it out in front, Maxi with a chance, and that one will be taken away and steered to the wayside. 1:32 left to go here as a clearing attempt held up by Boy Killer, and they are posted up, not letting a quarter inch here for the FC Dragons.
Earlier we saw some really great aggression from Nutrition in this series, and it's just amazing what he's doing as he's performing these reads. We saw that save earlier, and that was just crazy.
As FC Dragons still holding it in to the Fairfax Fire zone, and a shot off the goal mouth, and a rebound will hell across to the backboard. I need to learn how to talk, man. They pay me how to talk, and now I'm losing my vocabulary. As a shot out in front by Maxi, who scores! 3-1, Dragons!
Hey, I think those shots might have been just so amazing you lost your train of thought, because that goal from Maxi was an alley-oop to another alley-oop to another alley-oop. It was like I was watching early NBA.
That's the Harlem Globetrotters out here as the FC Dragons holding it back into the Fairfax zone. Fairfax trying to get it back in front, and that one gets killed out in front. Rampage scores! Don't go away just yet. It is 3-2.
That was an amazing setup from Elijah and Nutrition, opening up that door for Rampage, and that was just a solid strike. It was a strike down the middle.
3-2, 43 on the clock. Like I said, buckle up. It's going to be a fast finish here as Chicken trying to get it out in front as Nutrition clears it all the way back down. Nutrition with a chance, and that one's cleared away. FC Maxi with a chance at an open net, and he'll ace it. 4-2 here for the FC Dragons.
That goal was wide open. And nobody was guarding it, and allowed Maxi to get that shot off. Maxi and Chicken have been really dominating forces at this point.
As FC Dragons with a 4-2 lead. They'll get it out in front. 4-2, 17 on the clock. 15 seconds, dying down, Rampage. 10 seconds. As Fairfax trying to have a one last gasp, 5 seconds on the clock, and that one will be cleared away. Ghost. They'll get it out in front, and the FC Dragons have taken a chokehold 2-0 lead.
the FC Dragons are looking extremely strong in this match. And if I was Fairfax Fire at this point, I would really say, hey, we need to improve our defense. We're letting these goals wide open. We're giving them that opening, and that's not something we want. That's something we really need to work on. And I saw some amazing defense improvement, and I saw some amazing aggression coming from Nutrition. But like I said, it's just the defense. They're letting them go through.
Yeah, and I think it's a vast improvement from the first game. For Fairfax, they came back, and again, it was a close game. That 4-2 game was very close. But at the end, as you said, wide open goal, you kind of had to. You kind of had to throw in the triple commit. And for the Dragons, beat goes on. They took advantage of it, and now they have a chance to sweep this series and get into the semis.
If it's a sweep, it's going to be quite amazing. But I feel, though, Fairfax has a great chance of coming back. Because as you said, there were some major improvements in Game 2 with the defense. And I feel there's going to be some amazing, improvements in Game 3.
So right now, Game 3 for the FC Dragons. But we have some more Fortnite action to get into live at the venue. Why don't you take it away, guys?
Thank you so much over there to the Rocket League peeps. We love Rocket League, of course. All in the Epic family. We appreciate you. No, great action over there for Rocket League and great game there to watch. But now it's time to break down the final game of Fortnite for the day here as we get ready. We're just moments away from loading up the battle bus, getting it ready to go. You hear the beep beep. You already know what that means. That means it's just about time. Game number 3 is here. Game number 3 is almost underway, and we have one final opportunity to see who's going to leave the day on top of the leaderboard. You know that's what it's all about here. Who's going to claim the top spot? Who's going to say that they're the best of the best? Well, let's dive in and get finding out here shortly as we get ready for this game. But War, my friend, you have been hyping up one of these teams. You said, you know what? This team is definitely one I'm going to watch. I'm going to pay close attention to. Tell us a little bit more about that team.
Yeah, that was going to be Triangle Raptors because they have this dual threat potential. They can get eliminations, they can play placement, and I am personally really excited to see how they're playing out each game. So each time we get to tune into them, it feels like they're doing good, but it feels like they go down in the most unfortunate ways. They get caught off in a bad position on rotate. You can't be doing that in a finals lobby because people will definitely take advantage of you. But a team that nobody has had the chance to take advantage of is Nick, Hamchoi, and Slovid. That's going to be our winner of last game, the Wellington Mustangs red team, and it looks like they're actually contesting Brutal Bastion against Kyle, Mytho, and Wolfman. A very, very formidable team. I remember this team from last XP League Finals, and they were so dominant as well. But when you're splitting a POI with another team, when you only get half the loot, you start to ask yourselves questions. Would we be better off switching up POIs? Would we be better off taking this fight? There's so many questions to be asked, and Wolfman has the question right now. Is it best to get out, or is it best to stay here and take this fight?
Yeah, that's going to be a question for them. Typically, Brutal Bastion is a space that you can separate and split amongst other teams, but looks like the other team is not for it because, remember, moments later, the NPC can spawn, which could open up the vault. Now, though, it's interestingly enough, this season is the first season where the vault exists, but you're not guaranteed to get the NPC to open up the vault for you. So for them, they could be fighting for a vault that ultimately they won't be able to open regardless.
Yeah, so it's a question of, do you want to fight for those vaults? Those vaults are the mid-game objectives we talked about last game. They can open up at certain POIs, certain locations within the map, but now you don't know which POIs they open up at. So the reason you play for these vaults, they have some of the best loot in the game. They have the legendary slurp juices. They have mythic weapons. They have such powerful guns backing them. But now that you don't know where they spawn, it's a question of, do you want to keep contesting the area, or is it better to just get out, not risk it? Because those vaults are appearing on second zone. We're still on the first zone. We're still in the early phases of this game. And at this point in time, players are just playing for those early placement points, making sure they have something on the board for game 3. Look at how slow this game is going, Panda. No teams have been eliminated off spawn. One player has gone down off spawn, but I think that's going to change very shortly.
Yeah, as you say it, immediately elimination comes through there. as Acworth picks that one up, and now his team and Wizard trying to get in there, and huge shot cleans this one up, and it does look like that's actually going to be the whole trio. So they actually got one of the players down before we tuned in, and of course we get to tune in with Wizard cleaning up the other one, and great finish there for them. Love to see what they're able to do here out of Kenjutsu Crossing. Lots of FNCS champions from here too. Remember, Queasy Venno landing over here at Kenjutsu Crossing. Something about this POI is clearly working, and this is just a start here for Burn, Wizard, and Acworth.
Yeah, 3 eliminations off the bat for this team. That's going to be 6 points on the board. A great start to the game, especially when you get eliminations on other players. You're getting materials, you're getting their loot, you're getting basically everything they had in the game. And I'm not going to lie, when I saw Wizard pick up that 3rd elimination, the builds he was placing down, the edits, the piece control as we call it, he kind of looked like a Wizard.
Yeah, speaking of which, we got some big Acworth fans in the house right behind us. So, of course, cheering them on, and you hear them in the crowd as well. This is going to be a top team to watch, as definitely an Orlando favorite right now amongst the crowd. So we'll keep a close eye on them and see how they continue to do throughout the remainder of this game. Because remember, this is the final game for today, but there's still 3 more games tomorrow here, War.
And there's something to talk about when you have a 2-day format like this. The only really other tournaments that have this 2-day format are FNCS tournaments, the top tier. So these players are definitely playing on an extremely high level. But when you're going into day 2, you have that period where you have to think, okay, what can we switch up from day 1? Is it the rotations we made? Is it the POI we drop at? Is it the loot we're carrying? So right now, these players are just trying to have the strongest finish with the strategies that they know so far. And if that strategy sticks, maybe they have the winning strategy for the last 3 games that will be taking place tomorrow in XP League, Orlando, Florida, Full Sail.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as XP League Sprite FN hanging out here with Biggest Bird and Socks, all landing in the Creaky compound. New area on the map here as we see them taking advantage. Lots of stuff to function with over in this area. And of course, not only do you have these new plants that provide different benefits to you, you also have these new like creative like vaults, but they're not like your typical vault. You actually have to solve puzzles in the space to open the vault or trade in weapons. So super cool additions here to the new season, and definitely probably a reason why Bird, Sock, and Sprite are all landing in this side.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to shout out, especially about Bird's loadout, look at the weapons, first of all. But another thing is the materials that he has. 500 metal. That's the advantage of dropping at Creepy Compound. In recent updates, metal is one of the scarcest resources. You can only find it at certain POIs, but Creepy Compound has an excess amount of metal. So the teams that drop there, if they're prioritizing metal, you can tell they are on top of their game.
You can, and speaking of top of the game, it's Baz right there up on the high ground, pressuring another team down below, and that's Miles, as well as his teammate there, Knock, just trying to survive. Could potentially face an early game elimination if they're not careful, and that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Is now Ottern, 9SM, just trying to push the fight. You see between him, Baz, and Serial, definitely one of the stronger teams in the lobby. Ultimately, we'll have to see how they place in the leaderboard later on, but for now, you can definitely safely say they're probably in the top 10, top 15.
Yeah, if not higher. I wouldn't put it past them being in top 8, top 5, just based off the way that they control space and manipulate this POI. I pointed it out last game. They have Slappy Shores as their main focal point. They gain some bunch of materials from this POI. The most amount of builds you can have is 150. Look at their inventories. It's all 120, 130. They have all the materials they need to win. And then they play for endgame, or they play for eliminations, as they might be doing here against those North OC Kraken Pepper.
Huge play there with the kinetic boomerang. I don't know if you saw that. Threw it behind the box, dove down, and let the boomerang come back to him. This is a play that is just newly getting realized here in this game. And I think one of the few players, of course, you already know Martaz back at home, as well as Reese Hub, capitalizing all this. Shout out to them, putting it on social media. Players already adapting to this new play. And that boomerang is definitely an underrated item here in the new season. While it doesn't seem super great now, maybe seems a little underwhelming, there are so many strategies to use with it. If you figure it out and find the niche way to use it, you could definitely capitalize, get a few eliminations from it.
You can definitely capitalize, but another new weapon on the receiving end that Baz is going to take is that Cybertron cannon. Look at the positioning that Crank Up has taken. He took Crank Up, his name, literally, and is cranking miles ahead, miles above Serial, Adrian, and Baz. So now their goal is to chop this team down, and they actually find that goal. You got to make sure that you're building out of hard materials. Otherwise, a team that's as smart as Serial is just going to instantly chop it down. Taking smart angles is so smart, especially when you're fighting at POIs like this. But I think Crank Up doesn't really care about the high ground anymore.
Wow.
He wants to get in the box, and look what weapon he has, Panda.
The Breacher shotgun, people. Big shot comes through, immediately terminating that brick, and that's the benefit of it. Between that and the flare gun here, this is going to be a tough fight for Serial and Co to win, as Crank Up just staying in this one is going to opt to take the slurp juice here and continue to fight on, and we'll see how he plays. He's playing for the back foot immediately with the wall replace. You love that big play there from Crank Up, but now the team forced together. Can he catch him off guard? He almost gets a shot, but no, misses, takes a lot of damage. Now, though, his teammate coming in, going to clean up Baz. That's going to be one down, but remember, 2 remain here as Crank Up just diving in, trying to get into the box with these remaining players. Can he fight it on? Big shot comes through, but no. A big shot with a big miss, as there it is. He finishes the fight, and that's going to be Serial and Co. all going back to the lobby a little early in Game 3.
Yeah, and that'll definitely cause them to drop down the leaderboard at least a few spots. But one of the things I love about how Crank Up played that fight is he was the noisemaker. He was the cheerleader. He made sure that everybody would focus on him. They made the focus be that heisted Breacher shotgun, pressuring the back wall. So 1 to 2 players were always holding that wall, trying to get the trade. Meanwhile, Esta and TTV just managed to get easy trades off on the teammates. Well, Crank Up was being the distraction. They just got the elimination. So a great team fight, not just from Crank Up, but from this entire team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This team played that very, very well, but the game continues on here as we switch on over. It's, of course, Roth, Topaz, and Clouds, one of the more aggressive teams, finding a lot of success there in game number 2. But now, here in game 3, looking to do the same. Only 1 elimination on the board for them as of right now, and we're 3 zones in, so a bit of a change of pace there for them, but another Breacher shotgun as well as another big start to the fight. Clouds taking it in. It's going to be a lot of damage put onto the other team here as him and his team just dive into the box, and that's going to be some quick elim for them. That is a total of 3. 1 full trio out at the hands of Topaz, Clouds, and Roth.
And they took that fight so well as a team. They sent 3 players in from different angles, taking different space, using the Breacher shotgun to quite literally breach through the walls and instantly push that team. Even if other teams were around and wanted to third party, which is to hop in the fight after a fight has already ended or while a fight's happening, they couldn't have, just because of how fast they took that fight and eliminated the other 2 players.
Yeah, definitely a good fight to take. Continues on. Topaz opting to use those cloak gauntlets that we were talking about before. It's going to be one of the first times we get to really see it in play. Same thing with Jimmy. I feel like this game has been, okay, we got the nerves out. We know how to play the standard game. Let's start blending in the gauntlets. Let's start blending in the Cybertron cannon. Let's get the Breacher shotgun in here, because this seems to be the first time we're really seeing a lot of those items at play.
Yeah, and you're talking about times we're seeing teams. I mean, you get to see the team that I was hyping up. Triangle Raptors, 2nd place at last North American Finals. Definitely looking to replicate that success with a couple early eliminations. That's their double threat gameplay. That's their ability to always adapt. And they're sitting in a very good spot with a very versatile loadout right now.
That they are, as an Assassin, Shay, and Clue still in here doing some big things. You see Sprite going down in the elimination feed. That's going to be a huge loss for them as Roth, Clouds, and Topaz just continue hunting. This team is interestingly aggressive, but aggressive in the right ways. typically, when you're taking fights in zone 4, 5, 6, it tends to not always work out in your favor, right? You're drawing a lot of extra attention to you. Players can start focusing you. But for them, they seem to be doing it in the right ways, the calculated ways, because not only are they walking away with extra eliminations, they're also walking away with some big refreshes, which is a huge part of taking these mid-game fights.
And Roth has, right now, I'd say, an ideal loadout for aggression, but the aggression's actually going to get shut down by the Assassin taking a quick knock onto Clouds. Now, look, this team has to reset. Hopefully they have heals, and yes, they do. They have the Chug Cannon. That's why Roth is stacking no healing items at the moment. He has a couple utility items to play with the team, such as that flare gun you can use to identify players, and that Cybertron Cannon you can use to create space. But I don't think Clue, Assassin, and Shay want to stay quiet this game. I think they want to take the fight.
Yeah, and that's why you see them immediately trying to get into the box. They're pressuring from the wall. Big shot comes through, almost converts all the shield off, but no, Roth is going to be able to escape here, as now the Assassin is on the hunt. Nice little dodge there. Left, right, just holding off, as Assassin now going to go for some replaces here. Players now playing on the back foot, just trying to create some separation. They don't want to be involved here. Two teams, both of such a high caliber, fight for it all as Roth, now weak. Shay on the wall, breaks forward. Can he finish this one off as this fight just continues on?
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of making it so if one of these players tries to escape, they can easily just jump in, take the fight, go into the box. Shay got the angles, and Shay definitely has the angles to take that one elimination. That's going to get 3 for just himself. But as one of these players is escaping, it looks like the other two teammates have quietly snuck off into the distance. So I think Shay, Clue, and Assassin are going to have to settle for just one for now. A small refresh and a small victory in a long-term game.
And sometimes you have to make that sacrifice, right? You have to say, you know what? Like, you're just going to have to go down here, and we're just going to have to escape away. We're just going to have to slip through so we can get some more points there on the board, and that's exactly what they did. Great play on their part, but we continue on as the Assassin is still on the hunt, looking for another fight there as he takes a big shot onto Crank Up to get this one started here. And no, immediately answers back, and the Assassin is down. Clue left here with his duo, does get some major shots, but it's going to be tough for them to come back from this one, as Oogie does have tons of slurp juices.
Tons of slurp juices. You know what that means? They can take the fight in the zone for as long as they want. If it's a 1-tick zone, a 2-tick zone, even an 8-tick zone, that's 8 damage per second. You can negate all of that with just a slurp juice, but I don't think they're worried about that right now. They're just worried about getting into a better position in the zone. You can't really take fights when you're so split up, and it looks like Esta's gonna get split up and taken out of the lobby. I think they realize that if they tried to go res Esta right now, it might be game over for them because how far away that knock came to fruition.
Listen, we've talked about a lot of impactful items on the day, and of course the Breacher Shotgun takes out builds, big shots onto players. You see that right there in Crank Up's inventory. But what's more impactful than all of them is the slurp juice and the win factor that comes with the slurp juice. You see 5 of them in the inventory here for Crank Up. And number one, how'd you get that many? I need to land where you're landing. That's number one. Number two, the impact of these is vast, right? So you can play heal off in the end game. You can end up taking one to take mid-game and late-game fights, causing you to constantly heal up while the fight ensues, always putting you at a better position than your opponent as the fight goes on. But really boils down to how they continue to play this one out. Is now we switch over to Wizard, Awkwards, and Burn. This trio just outside of Mega City, gonna have to rotate a pretty decent distance. This could be a tough rotation for them. You see them opting to go to the slow side, the dead side. Smart play on their part, using the pads, which is the only existing mobility here in this area, just to continue moving. So smart on them. However, it looks like because they're rotating so late, they're probably going to run into some issues with some other teams.
Yeah, but the reason they're taking this rotation is every team from Mega City is going to get funneled to the north of Simi Springs. They're going in a boat. They have a chug cannon. They can tank a bit of zone, negate it with a chug cannon, and go to the south of Simi Springs. Look at this area around Simi Springs right now. These are all the north teams that were rotating in. So their decision to jump pad, go to the south side, it may cost them a bit on HP, but it's definitely not going to cost them their life because they won't get pressured as heavily as if they were on the north side.
They definitely won't, but going straight through is Static. Static gonna land potentially on top of a team. I don't know if he realizes they're there, opting to go left. Smart play on his part, but now he's just forced further and further away from the circle. This is not good looks for him, as now this team is on the aggressive. They're gonna push forward here and press this fight. You see the Breacher coming out, you see the Cybertron coming out, everything just breaking around them as they take the fight on, but no, Doggo ends up going down. Static goes down as well. Sneaker's left as a solo. Can he clutch up here? That's gonna be a huge loss as Legendary Banana and co end up cleaning 2 up.
Yeah, and that's the disadvantage. If you're gonna take a rotate away from the current safe zone, sure, you might be able to get away from some teams, but there's no teams that can third party in. There's no teams that can sort of negate the aggression that's happening. Right now, only one team can seed Legendary Banana, Cart, and GG Snipes, who currently at the moment have 8 eliminations. I think that's the most we've seen up until Zone 7 at this point.
Yeah.
They have no reason not to fight these teams because they have natural cover, because there can be no teams looking back at them.
Yeah, I definitely think they have a lot of things going for them right now, and of course, it really depends on how they finish this one out, because we've seen teams time and time again, it looks like they have everything they need to win and ultimately fall short. So we're rooting for them, as we're rooting for so many teams in this lobby to just have one final big game on the day. You see sneaking up. Will he end up catching him off guard? And sure enough, he does, almost getting some big shots, but no, not going to be able to connect what they wanted to start that fight. Legendary Banana, though, now dropping to the low ground. Going to have to play this one safely. You see him just opting to box up here on the low ground. Definitely not what they were anticipating when this fight started. However, with the lack of advantage and the lack of shots connecting early on, they're going to have to play this one smart. But the Cybertron cannon comes out, and chaos is almost ready to ensue.
Chaos is almost ready to ensue, but every time you pop out that Cybertron cannon, charge it up, a noise is heard throughout the lobby. Everybody is aware, especially when it's that close to you. You have to always be aware of the teams around you. And right now for Kyle, it's gonna be a tricky situation. He's very close to this next safe zone, but look at how many teams are crowded around this north side of Steamy Springs. We finally got a south zone. That's gonna benefit a lot of the teams that drop down here. But once you've made it to this point, you got halfway. Now it's all about how you perform. It's not about how you started, it's about how you finish. And Legendary Banana, I'm sure he wants to finish with some more eliminations.
I can only imagine how strong he wants to finish here. He wants the comeback. He hasn't had the first 2 games that the lobby was anticipating from him, so he's looking to pick up that pace here in this one, as Snipesy with 6 eliminations on the board so far, leading for the team. But this team is not slowing down, as 11 eliminations on, 27 players still in this one, so much potential. Could we see the repeat 15-plus elimination game that we saw in game number 2, or will it slow down here for this team?
I think they heard us, Panda. I think they heard us talking. Oh, yeah, we think 15 eliminations is a lot. We think 14 eliminations is a lot. Nah, we're going to get that by 8th zone, and we're going to get more than that in this end game. I think that's what they're saying. They're taking this rotation so smart, too, off until the side of Steamy Springs that no other team is on. They aren't contesting the high ground just yet, but they are able to put down some big pressure, especially on to Acworth and Burn. They do so much damage to that high ground position, and now it's completely disrupted. They could maybe go up for high ground from this position, especially because they just pulled zone.
Yeah, this is going to be smart on their part. Building up here, getting ahead of the zone now, forcing all the players to come to them. This is exactly what you want to see. The pressure is going to be relentless here as Cart presses on, almost eliminating Mytho there. That's going to be a close one as his teammate now getting back into the fold, but no, another player actually gets in there, gets the knock. Nick, though, big potential there, very weak, needs to do something. Remember, Nick as a solo is no force to be reckoned with, as they find success here in the end game. But now, of course, the high ground completely goes to Cart, Snipsy, and of course, Legendary Banana as they try to finish this one with a win.
And they are very used to having the target on their back throughout all of XP League. Now, they're on high ground. They're picking up eliminations. The target is on them. They are the titans of this lobby right now. Can anybody shut them down is the question. As you see, Biggest Bird, Kyle, pick up some eliminations in the feed, but it's also Legendary Banana getting some more. They've racked up 15 to this point, and they are not looking to stop anytime soon, Panda.
Look at that material count here, folks. They have builds and more more galore to stay up on the high ground and finish this one strong. You see, though, Cart going to focus his player down below, almost getting caught out is Snickers, but inevitably, the fight continues on now, playing for the high ground. You see the relentless pressure from above. Players just trying and opting to stay alive and drop low. Honestly, your best bet at this point. With Card, Snipsy, and Legendary Banana on high ground, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it.
But it looks like there is a full team lurking down there in the low ground. I think that's going to be Speed the company. They're trying to see if they can sneak in to a cheeky second place position. It looks like they've been able to find it, but at the cost of speed. So now it's Doom and Teat playing this low ground position. They've played passive throughout this entire game. Now's the time to get aggressive. Now's the time to play for some amazing condition. 2 players go down. It's just on the back of Doom. Legendary Banana charges up Cybertron Rifle. Can he find the elimination? Yes, he does.
Wow.
That's going to be, what, 23 eliminations to close out the third game, the final game of today. Panda, they're doing it.
What just happened? We're like, oh yeah, 14 eliminations is a lot, 15 eliminations is a lot. No, 23. Like, let's just break that and shatter it. Of course, a phenomenal final game there for Legendary Banana, and that was the expectation going into the day. High elimination games for this team, and of course, they delivered in the final moments. You'll love to see it, War.
You love to see it. Their expectations that we had completely shattered. They went above and beyond.
Oh, yeah.
The way they played that last game told me that they have the potential to potentially win another one tomorrow, if not multiple. They are such a cohesive team. They're such an aggressive team, and they're such a smart team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, we've seen what the first half of this competition looks like, right? This is not over yet. We have 3 more games to go tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. And of course, for everybody here in the venue, we got lots of VIP stuff going on after this with Fortnite, so you do not want to miss that either. So make sure to go check out all that stuff from like 1:45 to 3. It's all going down, but that's going to be it for us today here. Lots more action going on. Of course, Overwatch is next, and we got more titles throughout the day, so you do not want to miss any of that. Stay tuned, but that's going to be it for us. Signing off, Warren Panda. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
All right, we are back. How's everyone feeling today? It's been a great first half of Saturday. I'm so excited to continue this day. This has been so much fun. Everyone still hyped up? Oh, yeah? All right, well, just so you guys know, if you want to do a tour here of Full Sail University, we are so honored to be hosting this event. If you want to do a tour of the campus, we will have tours at 2 o'clock and at 4 o'clock today. But really, the most exciting part, not only are we gaming, there's so much more excitement happening the rest of the day and tomorrow. But right now, to bring the excitement to the stage, let's bring up here from Full Sail University, Sari Keitlin, and of course, co-founder of XP League, Eva. Come on up, guys. Let's give a big round of applause. Eva Melamed. What's up, friends?
Hello.
Hello. I love your jersey. Looking good. Full Sail Armada, of course. Full Sail University's esports team. Sari, what's going on today?
What isn't going on today? The action has been pretty insane since this morning. I can't believe we have another day and a half of this. It's awesome. So excited to have you guys all here. Glad you're back with us again to celebrate your accomplishment of making it to North American Finals, and can't wait to see how all these brackets pan out. Something that we love so much and a really great part of our partnership with XP League is their continued investment in students and their future in careers in esports. For those that don't know, most of the event that you see here is put on completely by students. Everything from front of house, the observers that are working upstairs, all tech positions, all TOs are active students here at Full Sail. And we're proud to come together and support XP League with this event. And in turn, XP League does a lot to support Full Sail students and their continuation on their journey.
Yes, an event like this is extremely expensive, and without the help of so many volunteers from Full Sail and so many dedicated staff from Full Sail, we would not be able to bring this type of an event to youth esports. And so we are extremely honored and privileged to have this partnership.
And as are we. We love our connection with XP League. We've got a ton of grads that they've hired that are now working for XP League. Shout out to Fluffy and Takasu specifically, Herv Masters here. So it's a really great continuation of what really the industry looks for and the professional industry standards that XP League represents, and preparing our students for those opportunities. And as part of the partnership and relationship with XP League, they have 2 students that we'd like to recognize with something a little bit further here. The first student that we'd like to recognize and call up is a member of our League of Legends team. And for anyone out there that's familiar with League of Legends, you'll understand the value of this. But this team member does so much to bring a community feel and bring the League of Legends community together, bring her team's community together, and just help make that connection out of game, which really helps continue their gameplay within game. She's part of our film program here at Full Sail. Today she's been working observer for all of the matches that you've seen come through. More a TV fan than a film fan, but she's ready to go conquer the next big series. And for Jandy and all of your incredible work, both with the League of Legends team and in producing the event today, XP League has for you a $7,500 scholarship for your tuition. So there you are. Jenny, come on over, Jenna.
Congratulations. For all your work.
And we're really proud that XP League chose to support both incredible play within the game, but also incredible leadership and camaraderie outside of the game. And we appreciate everything that you've done for your league team, for this event, and just who you are as a person. But I'm coming to the next League of Legends Thanksgiving dinner, so I just want to make sure you know that. I'm inviting myself. So let's hear it for Jandy, you guys.
Congratulations.
All right, you want to smile for a picture? Thank you. You get this. You want to stay? Should she stay on stage?
Absolutely.
Yeah, stay on stage. Go to the side.
Take in the moment.
All right, our next scholarship recipient, thank you so much to XP League for recognizing these students and really just helping them continue their education. This person is just one of those best all-around kind of folks. He's in our computer science program currently. He actually flew down here to work this event. That's how invested he is at making sure he has the experience and being able to continue understanding and leaning into his future. He has mentioned multiple times that he's extremely passionate about youth esports and making sure that kids are really getting that experience that they need at an early age. A former pro player himself, now a member of our Valorant team, and an incredible leader within that organization, both spiritually and within gameplay. Gummy, come on up.
This has been...
All right, big congratulations to Jandy and Gummy, and a huge thank you to XP League for this amazing generosity with these scholarships.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thanks
you.
to everybody who's working this event. Couldn't do it without you.
All right.
How exciting. It's really all about giving back to the youth and esports and also our alumni. And speaking of alumni, I want to introduce two wonderful people who are out there roaming today. We have Mia Mouse and Al Pacino. I'm sure you guys are familiar with them. Both Full Sail graduates. Al Pacino on his second bachelor's. These are the guys out here. They're out there right now. If you see them, they will. You guys can stay over there. Yeah, just be pretty. I mean, we're always together, honey. Always together. But yeah, if you guys see them, they're out there with a camera and a microphone. They might interview you. Tell them how your experience is going here. Give these guys a big wave. Mia, Al Pacino. There you go. Ask them about casting. Ask them about streaming. These guys are pros, so if you want to learn about that, make sure to hit them up. All right, thanks, you guys. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I vote Mia to have the best hair in esports, right? All right, but you know what? We have more exciting stuff. Jay Melamed, where are you? Come back up here, sir. I think you guys need a cheer, or he's not going to come back up here. Let's give it up for Jay, everybody.
So a couple of quick announcements. Those of you who are interested in Fortnite, Panda's actually in the VIP room doing analyst Q&A. So if you want to know about your gameplay, about overall strategies, things like that, go talk to Panda. He's happy to answer questions and talk. At 4 o'clock, Ghost Tenacity, who is a Rocket League pro, will be over there. See if you can score a goal on Ghost Tenacity. Don't forget about that. And we're going to do a quick raffle.
Why not?
You've got it. I'm going to bring up Alex B. from Esports Closet and Jake Lucky.
What's up?
And they're going to pull some raffle tickets for the green ticket raffle. So check your green tickets.
Everyone got your tickets ready? The winner is 853-934. I'll pull another one right now if you raise your hand.
Could they be in the other space?
We'll just pull that off to the side, and they won, and we'll find out, we'll post it up.
Alex got the second one.
Yeah, okay, I got this. Lucky number is 853976. Please, someone in here go, woo!
Yeah!
Yes!
All right.
What do they win? Yeah, someone get his ticket. We have to prove that he's a winner.
Is that right? Does that line up?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. What did he win? A backpack? Is that a backpack?
A backpack.
A backpack. Who doesn't want a free backpack? I mean, I want a free
Jake,
backpack.
grab a ticket.
Last one, right?
Last one.
853-948.
853-948.
948, 853-948.
All your winners are in the fortress, dude.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, let's give them
We'll
a
be
big
doing
round of
more of
applause.
those. And let's get some gameplay.
Let's get some gameplay. I think we are now going to play one of my favorite games. Let's give it up for some Overwatch. Here we go. Woo! Our casters are right here. What's going on, guys?
Welcome, everybody. I am so excited to be here. My name is Aaron, Fire of KLD, and I'm joined here by Jesse.
How we doing, man?
I'm doing great, doing great.
All right, and we will be, I think we were just getting into the lobby of the game. We weren't entirely sure right away which one we were doing. It sounds like it'll be the Franklin Phoenix versus the Triangle Wolves upper bracket semifinal here.
Yeah, this is a huge game. I know both of these teams are super excited, super stoked. They've been fighting hard all day today. And like you said, we've made it to the semifinals, and this is just going to be an awesome game. And do you have any predictions so far, just from what we might see from what we've seen so far?
A lot of rush. I think we're going to see a lot of rush today. Maybe the first map, though, of this series might change that. Circuit Royale it is slated to be, where it is one of the only maps where I think rush will not be played this weekend. Definitely more of a long-range game, but we'll be looking at the bracket really quick here. We didn't get to talk about a whole lot earlier, but here you go. Franklin Dragons, NOC Kraken, Franklin Phoenix, and Triangle Wolves all in the upper semifinal.
Yeah, and they're moving on, and just, you know, they had their first games earlier today. I got to see a little bit of that. Those were some really, really cool games. So much fun to watch. And then we've got down in the lower bracket, Regina Hydra and Franklin Nomads, Macomb Knights, and Franklin Shogun. Now, you yourself are a Franklin coach, so how excited are you to see some of these games?
It was funny because I was talking with some of the other Franklin coaches earlier, and we're like, somehow no Franklin teams play each other in the second round of games. I'm not sure how that happened. But I think especially the game we have here, Franklin Phoenix versus Triangle Wolves. Triangle's a very hot team right now. They had a very good upset win to begin the day over the Franklin Shogun in the 3 versus 6. They're a team that, they're very streaky. If they're in a good state of mind, they can really upset some really good teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. These kids are, each and every one of them are so talented. And, you know, you see it in the gameplay. You see how hard these kids work all year to get to this point, and that's why we're here in the North American Finals here in the live venue. Let's give it up, everybody, for these teams.
Let's hear it.
Woo! Let's go. This is just super excited. We're going to be getting into the game here shortly, and as you were talking about Rush earlier, now, I think you're right, and I think that's definitely what we're going to be seeing here. I wonder, though, do you think any of these teams might be cooking up something a little bit different?
I think there is a chance, for sure, especially on this map. You can get a little creative with it.
Absolutely.
I think we'll see Zenyatta probably for the only time in this game. Maybe with some BAP, some Sigma as well. And even though Snipers just got nerfed, maybe some Widowmaker or Hanzo. We'll have to kind of wait and see.
This is a really good sniper map.
It's a really good sniper map.
Especially after that first push around the corner, you can really get some good sight lines there. Actually, right from where we're looking right now, that is an excellent sight line to try and stop those attackers. So I'm curious to see what we're gonna get. I have seen. You know, I've been a caster for all of the North American Finals so far, and I'm so happy to be doing so. And I recognize a lot of these names, and I'm very excited to see how these kids have progressed in the last year, and just how hard they have worked to get here. And so here we go, getting started. Kids are starting to lock in, and it's pretty close to what we'd expect, but a little bit of different. There's that Zenyatta that you talked about.
Yeah, so it's the difference of maybe the more map-specific meta here that the Phoenix are bringing out compared to Triangle. They're just going to run the rush that's been so potent in the professional scene over the last few weeks, especially with the Ramatra and the Kiriko. So the question will be here, especially with Triangle on the offense first. Can they make up that space to get in the face of Franklin, or will Franklin be able to get those picks early enough to keep him away?
Yeah, that's going to be key here. I mean, if Plurk can kind of get himself into the face of Franklin, like, it's just going to be crazy. I mean, Reaper, obviously that close quarter shotgun man that he is, I mean, he really wants to close that gap, and hopefully his tank is going to be able to help him close that gap.
So this is going to be the tricky part right here. They're going to be able to get this car around the corner, and now it is an absolute firing range from the Phoenix. Immortality Field is already forced out, and now will be the question of, can you play natural cover enough to try and find that pick?
Rock coming out, not finding anything, but the poke is real here. They're trying to get under the bridge. Plurk goes down, and we're charging up on the Zenyatta. Let's see if he finds someone. Oh, man, what a pick. You hear that headshot sound. That was beautiful.
Yeah, nice little shot there from Poke Mini-Me on the Zen. And this is going to be a very slow type of game. It's going to be, all right, Triangle moving up. Franklin trying to just keep away, trying to play on this high ground that is so hard to push in. but I think the big thing will be Plurp now on the Sojourn instead of the Reaper.
Yep.
I like that call, especially the Soldier as well, because you can at least try and match that initial long range.
Once they get inside, it could maybe be a different story, but I definitely agree that swap is huge. We got the Hanzo going from Dario Magic. Seen this man do some crazy things. Let's see what he can do here. A couple shots not finding purchase, but he is looking for it. He does. There it is. Right as we swap off, he gets someone. Oh, man, that's always how it goes. But this is awesome. These teams are doing so good right now. They're really holding each other at bay. They really need to get that cart around the corner here. We got 2 minutes, 27 seconds left in the time bank. And, you know, it's anyone's game right now. There's been very few picks, honestly, so far.
Yeah, it's just been, all right, we're going to poke and try and figure out, all right, who's going to be able to get that initial opening. It's been Franklin both times so far. And even more changes now. Instead of committing to the long range, they'll commit to the dive here. Chastity Lovely on the Winston, going to try and dive in with Plurp, with red-haired dude trying to support from the back line.
Oh, the stun rock. That was absolutely massive. That's going to keep the dive away. Dario Magic picking up one with the ult, Quad getting another. Now Dirge, Misty getting the pick here. This is exactly what they wanted to see. Clean up that fight quite nicely. Absolutely beautiful. And Quad gets the exit on red hair dude.
My worry here now for Triangle is Franklin had 4 ultimates. They only had to use 1 that fight. If they wanted to space it out, use 2 ultimates this fight, 2 ultimates the next fight if they win it. It's a pretty tough spot for Triangle to be just because of how late those swaps came in.
Yeah, those swaps coming in, and, like you said, a little bit late. I think that I was going to ask you if you thought that might make the difference, but you answered it before I could ask the question. Oh, my. Oh, no. It is just a back and forth here, but it looks like they're going to close that out. Team kill. Woo!
Team kill, and yeah, there you go. 2 ultimates. Fight done. I feel bad for Chastity Lovely. Try and dive in, and then just with the window down, deleted. Like they don't even get to land in time. So now Triangle, 1 and maybe 2 more fights to try and get this cart around this corner, and that's where you can at least start getting away from this high ground advantage that the Phoenix are taking full advantage of.
Phoenix have just an absolutely beautiful placement here. They're exactly where they want to be. That cart isn't quite underneath them. It's just a little bit in front of them, a little bit extra cover. Oh, the Zen's got a pop. Transcendence here, and but he's not going to be
able, one.
Yeah, he couldn't find his way to Dario Magic. They were a little bit spread out there on the high ground, but it looks like Quad on the Sojourn going to try and pump out some damage, but going to get beat down. Oh my goodness, just in time the immortality comes down. Chastity Lovely still picks that up. Noti Dirge getting 2. That's going to be absolutely massive, and that is going to clean that fight out again. Yeah. 10 seconds left. They have just a little bit of time left here. Let's see if there's any swaps for the speed. 5. Oh, here they come running in.
It's going to have to be Plurp, I think. That or Chastity. But
they make it.
No.
No, they didn't. Oh, he didn't make it.
Pokey Mini-Me kicked him away.
Oh, man.
So a very tough push here for Triangle. It'll just be by that archway. What, about 56? Yeah, 56.79 meters. They are, I think, the best call here now for Triangle. You hold the doors. You guarantee 1 more fight later on. Because you got to try and at least get 2 fights here as a potential.
Yep, you got to close hold here. I mean, it's not where you want to. It's not a position you want to be in, but it's where they're at right now, unfortunately. Yeah. But I think they definitely can do it. They have that potential. I mean, those fights were 1-2 picks away from going the other way. I mean, these teams, though it seems like that wasn't that close of a game, it is exceedingly close.
And I think one thing here, especially for Triangle, a lot of veteran players here. A lot of been around since the beginning of the league. But I think the edge that Phoenix have right now, Dario Magic is a reigning champion, and you have Misty and Quad both 3rd place last year. And so it's a lot of veteran leadership on that team especially that have realized, okay, we know how lanes go like this at this point. They've gone deep in these tournaments before, and now I think they're getting into that groove of like, all right, we just got to play our game. You can't force anything. And I do admit, Triangle sticking to their game plan, I think is the best call. Because it's what you have the practice on. You can't get too experimental in a game like this. And even at this point, hey, on the defense, you can force this rush a little bit easier.
For sure, and I think that's what they're probably going to opt for here. And we're going to see how this Sombra, the sneaky Sombra going in. This is a really, really good choice here.
A ball comp, okay.
This is interesting, and I think that it's going to lend itself really well to what they're going to want to accomplish.
Yeah, I don't even see them run this during scrims a lot of the time, let alone in actual matches, but they're able to get 1 early.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted to see here. And Ball just trying to keep himself alive right now, keep himself safe, but just trying to annoy that back line and get those picks where he can. That's exactly what he wants to do. And that's big. That's a big pick. We got 2 coming in. This is exactly what we want to see. The hack coming down on Cassidy Lovely, but he's gonna, he doesn't quite find Quad. Quad flips that around on him.
Yeah, just a little help with some friends, and now the worry is, do you get back in time? It seems like
I don't think so.
Super Dyna will get around. Yeah, no, they're just going to converge on the position.
Yep,
They just got to make sure this cart, continues moving.
Literally, one person's going to sit on cart, everybody else is going to go up and push them away, and that's going to end round 1. Absolutely, that was awesome. I mean, that's one fight. That was flawless.
Yeah, and that is how you want to be able to do it, especially on a map like Circuit. It is so defensive-sided, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so much natural high ground that you can use, and you saw it there from the Phoenix on their defense. And Nodajurg, you arguably having one of his best heroes, things are going to happen.
Absolutely. Look at this play of the game. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. He's on fire there, as were a lot of his teammates.
Yeah.
What a great way to start this series.
Yeah, wonderful way to start it for them. Triangle now will try and figure out where do they want to go, because it is just 2 maps for push. Coliseo not in the map pool, so either New Queen Street or Esperanza for a second map, which is such a momentum-based game mode. If they can get an early fight or 2, they could be able to force a map 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and and we always love to see the map 3s here.
Oh, yeah.
We love the good fights. It's just so much
drama.
fun. The drama, of course, we gotta milk that drama a little bit, and that's what we're here to do. This is just so much fun. The crowd behind me is absolutely electric, and everyone's loving this. This is so much fun.
Yeah, and now, I'm curious to see what they want to run. I would personally suggest New Queen Street.
Yeah.
It lends itself to that rush style a little bit more. If Coliseo was in the map pool, I think it's a different story. But Esperanza is very dive heavy. You see a lot of Winston comps on Esperanza, even some JQ here and there for a different style of rush. So I'm curious what Triangle would like to do. But yeah, that's we've had like 3 or 4 hour break here. I think everybody just trying to get back in the groove of things. But we have a replay here.
Yeah, let's take a look at
this. Last game, just a few little clips from that last game, and even though it was short, some sweet moments in it for sure.
Absolutely. Here comes Bogey Mini-Me with that headshot. Absolutely clean. The dive coming in Chastity Lovely, where he gets rocked out of the air. Absolutely tragic. He has to walk his way up the stairs. That was a wonderful, wonderful rock there coming in from there.
And from the feet, even there, like, jumps in with full health, right?
Yeah.
And by the time they even get to the ledge, 200 health. They have to use cleanse, and at that point, it is a rough start for Triangle. But even at that ball comp, that's a little experimental.
Yeah.
We thought we'd see some experimental things here. That's definitely more on the creative end, as ball's been a little niche, I would say, as of late.
Sure. Yeah, a little bit, and you definitely don't see it as much. But I think that's playing those very different picks that you don't normally see in other play is absolutely key, because you can really change things up on your opponent. There's stuff that they're used to seeing in our regular season play. Then you get to NAFs, you switch it up, you do things a little bit different, and you find those openings that you create for yourself.
And I like that Triangle are trying to change something up here. It'll be, I believe, Plurp subbing out. Here we go. Blaze will be subbing in, which I do like. Red-haired dude. Well, to see if it's red-haired dude or Plurp. We'll have to wait and see. We have a slight tech error. That's why we're stalling here a little bit, guys. But yeah, I'm curious to see if the swap, there's a little bit of a new breath of fresh air in the team.
Yeah.
Blaze has been able to watch map 1. Maybe they got some notes they could share with the rest of the team.
Absolutely.
And take it from there.
Yeah, those swaps, and sometimes those are exactly what you need. We saw in some of the early games that you guys didn't get to see. Unfortunately, there were some swaps that came in and swapping to a more Reinhardt heavy person was absolutely amazing, and they were able to really try to clear things out and change things up. And that's exactly what those swaps are all about. Give one of your players a breath of fresh air. And with Overwatch 2 now, we're down to 5 players, a little bit different than what we've seen at past North American finals. But we're in Overwatch 2 here, so there's only 1 tank on each team. And so having that second tank to refresh, swap things out is always very, very nice because those tank players, they just do different things, and that's why they're here to swap out with one another.
And especially in the meta right now, tank counterplay is a massive
my
part.
goodness.
It's like there's 1 or 2 tanks, like Wrecking Ball and Sigma is like so situational, and Zarya is kind of in an okay spot. Everybody else is like, all right, this counterplays this, and you can go with the entire circle.
It's 4D chess over here with the tanks just trying to counterplay one another. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there's that almost like wheel of rock, paper, scissors, like, Ryan beats. So it's just going through it. It's just exactly that crazy counterplay that you see, and that's why they make those swaps.
Yeah, and just a quick update for everybody. We do have a Valorant game going on. I believe they'll be jumping on right after we get done. Colorblind and Explosive, as soon as we're done here, they'll be jumping over here to get you, I believe it is Madison versus Acworth upper semifinals. Right now, tied at 2 on Pearl. Curious to see how that game goes. Honestly, that is a game I was very excited about. Sure. Obviously, that's kind of on the side monitors for us. We'll wait and see. Kind of, and even some Gecko, I believe, is being played right now, which is Come here, Explosive. You want to celebrate? Get over here. Explosive is having a great time with the Gecko gameplay. But like you said, and it's weird because as a Franklin coach, it's like I've seen a lot of these teams, especially Triangle. Like we played them last weekend, so we'll have to see, how the things change.
Yeah, and all this play and counterplay that we see in Overwatch and Valorant, I mean, these kids do that, and they know how to do that because of how hard that they work, and that is really what it's all about. And we're gonna take a quick break here with a commercial, so we will see you guys here very shortly.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions. Consider silverware optional and can find fun anywhere. When kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is introducing the Dare to Dream Project. With the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer, it'll be the biggest medical advancement for little patients in history. To help transform treatment and care for kids and support all the work we do, donate now at lls.org.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Welcome back, everybody. Who's excited? I'm excited. Jesse's excited. This is going to be an awesome game. We're getting ready here. We're going back into New Queen Street. We're we are ready and waiting and just so excited. We got the swap on Blaze, Blaze coming in that we talked about earlier, and it doesn't look like any swaps in for Phoenix. It's going to be the same that we saw earlier, and this is going to be such a great game. What are you excited to see?
I'm excited to see if Franklin try and match the rush that Triangle obviously pretty comfortable on, or if they want to change it up again. Because the Phoenix are known to be a little more versatile. They like to let's change it up. Get a little creative with what they want to run. But especially now Triangle having Physics subbed out, Blaze subbed in, who has been a great DPS for them in the past. I wonder if the momentum and makes them think just a little bit differently here as we head into the streets of Canada.
Yeah, this is going to be, just a wild game. Push, a little bit of a controversial game mode that, it came in.
We even had some disagreements about this
we
earlier.
disagreed about it a little bit, but swapping out from, instead of a 2 CP, this is the game mode that replaced it. But I do like New Queen Street. I do enjoy this map. That bridge up there that you see in front of that statue is an absolute crazy place to hang out. If you're in there, the firefight that happens in there is sometimes just wild. So we'll see a lot of fighting on the streets here. And,
never mind.
And it looks like
Blaze will go to tank.
Oh.
And so Chastity will go back over to support.
Okay.
Okay. This is something they've done before in regular season games. I wasn't sure if they were going to bring it out here. But I don't mind the idea. If you don't want to play the Ramatra, you want to go back to a Ryan that maybe have some more practice in, put Blaze in, and Phoenix, funny enough, maybe thought the rain was coming out, and they have gone with the Ramatra Rush themselves.
Yeah, the Ramatra Rush, I mean, that is what we were talking about earlier, and this is, this is kind of the comp to be right now. It's going to be a pretty interesting fight here. Looks like they're going to take the wide angle. Looks like both teams took wide, and they're just going to try to poke each other down a little bit before really fighting on point here. Quad getting up an early pick here. That's absolutely massive. Chastity having used that res already. That's a 30-second cooldown. Not going to have that Blaze against a wall, against the entire team, and he falls to Dario Magic.
Able to get one, though. No Lucio in play now for Franklin throughout the rest of this fight.
Though losing that tank is absolutely huge. They're going to opt to back up, it looks like here, because they don't have that tank to keep them safe. Plurp falling to Dario. Chastity Love falling to Dario. Quad taken out red. Noni Dirt taken out Super Dino. Oh my goodness.
They had no supports the second half of that.
No.
Misty dies to Plurp, who was able to get into the back line early, but the DPS and tank able to clean it up and start to get this spot going. Triangle now will be able to start playing around this high ground over here by the cyber station, which is a pretty nice spot to be, especially made up for red hair dude as it gets a nade right to the face early.
Yeah, this is, they do want to take that high ground, but that wall gets thrown up in front of his face, and they're just not going to be able to, that wall has gone down now, so now they're going to want to opt to try and take that. They're playing the back and forth really, really well here, going from door to window. Ramach's sending in the ult here, picking up Chastity Love. That's going to be exactly what he wants to see, and runs down Plurp. Oh my goodness, 10-player kill streak from Nodi.
Nodi Jurg having a ball so far in Canada, and the Annihilation just cleans it up, especially if you can keep the Ramatra alive and you speed him around with the Lucio speed boost. Everybody just dies because it is constant damage and it doesn't end until they get away. It is such a hard ultimate to get away from it. Dar already fighting another pick early in the fight.
That is a really good early pick there. That is what they want to see. Turning that 5v5 into a 4v5, but Pogi Mini-Me going to change it around, picking up Chastity Lovely, and Ramatra trying to beam in the hammer. That's a big shatter! He gets frozen, though. The counter freeze from Quad, oh my goodness, completely negated the follow-up from the shatter.
That and the sound barrier lands from Poki Mini-Me, so they get that extra health, but as you said, that Blizzard, they can't do anything. They're all stuck in place because they try to take advantage of the shatter, and now a very hard position to be in here for the Wolves. Already 95 meters and counting for the Franklin Phoenix.
Franklin Phoenix have put on a beautiful performance in the streets of Canada. They are only meters away from getting this victory and moving on into the next round.
It'll just be Chastity Lovely. They just gotta try and play save 115 meters now, and Dario Magic looking for a Deadeye.
He's got it. I want to see him use it. He's moving back a little bit, but he's getting pushed by Plurp. And it comes in, the Death Blossom from Plurp picks up two. No,
will it be enough?
I don't know that it's going to be enough.
The Annihilation's going on at the same time. Quad's able to pick up one. It is just the Mercy Soldier duo trying to live on this
Trying
point.
to survive. Chastity goes down, and there it goes. Those last few meters, Reinhardt coming in, trying to swing for his life. He picks up Nodi, and he's still alive. And I think they're going to be able to push him off here.
Yeah, it's just Quad and Pokemon left, and then it's like, it's not worth it. It's not worth trying to put ultimates into that. You have got a 120-meter lead of progress that cannot be erased in a game mode where now Triangle got to win 5 fights within the span, and that's just to get it on their side to get that much.
Here comes the freeze. It's going to pick up a few. This is going to be exactly what they need here to close this out.
Yeah, now they can keep going. They've had forward spawn this entire time. The bot did not cross the halfway mark in the map, so Phoenix, a little bit of a closer spawn. Plurp gets caught out, thought they had a little bit more time. And Dario Magic on the Tracer now, trying to finish this map off.
Cupertino was on the brink.
Oh, no!
Dario! Oh, that was so dirty. He didn't even see it. It landed on the ground behind him. Oh, my goodness.
And it's just Misty holding the door, just trying to be, hey, get that card in.
And then the push comes in, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Franklin Phoenix moving on.
Moving on to the upper finals. Top 3 guaranteed for the Phoenix. And I think from this point on, from the Phoenix, I'm curious how everything goes. Because that is really when you get into serious time. It'll be another team who's 2-0, either NOC Kraken or the Franklin Dragons. They're playing up on stage behind us right now. But what a showing from the Franklin Phoenix. Honestly, Triangle Wolves, you saw some hints there of what they're able to do. Now we got to see what they can do in the lower brackets, which will be, I admit, it's going to be a tough spot because the lower bracket, momentum will not be on their side. Someone who will win in the lower round 1 will be having that winning momentum. But anything's possible. We've seen some crazy runs before.
We have seen so many crazy things here in North American Finals, and I am just so excited for every minute of it, whether it be Overwatch, Valorant, Rocket League, Fortnite, or Apex. It's all such a great time. Everyone's so excited. We've got wonderful casters that are just doing a great job, and they are just bringing this stuff to life.
And so now we'll be stepping aside. We're going to get you over to that Madison versus Acworth game. 6-4 right now in favor of Acworth on Pearl. That is a game you do not want to miss the ending of. We'll be right back. I believe we're going to do a hot swap here, so I believe Explosive. Quinn, you want to get up here?
Here we go, everybody jumping into the madness. It is all going down on this site. Goes to the 2K to kick us off. Welcome back in, everybody. This is the Valorant side of the NAFs. I'm your host, Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined as well here today with my good partner, Explosive. Man, it has been a great start to the day on Valorant side of things. Great start to the day in terms of just everything. But now we're jumping into the Valorant action once again, and we've got a matchup for the century here.
I mean, let's start with the basics. 1 seed Victor last year versus the 3rd seed, who ended up taking 3rd. So bronze, we'll take that. Yeah. And it's already 6-5. We're going into the final round of the half, and they're so tense.
Oh, and it's been a back and forth. We've been watching this in the green room. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That scoreline is as close as it indicates. These two teams are so unbelievably close. And again, it's the Madison Marbles taking on Acworth Valkyrie, two very, very good teams within the grand scheme of this. You've got a great one coming your way, everybody. So sit tight. Let's get this thing kicked off, ready to go. Explosive. It's going to be an explosive one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got that right. It's going to be explosive.
They're going to take me off this caster desk.
Yeah, same. Well, we deal with it. as we're already hopping in. This is the last round for the swap, as all members of both teams are still alive. Plant goes down. Yeah, there's the Gecko. Gecko, I love Gecko. Gecko's my boy. As we also have the Harbor coming out as well, putting up that water wall, make sure no one can pass through as this bomb is ticking away.
Oh, it sure is here, but Brock's first line of defense here as well as Straticus, and the Pollux is in the point. You gotta watch out for this, man. Trades go galore, though. AOKOA able to pick one off. Now just back and forth in the feed we go. A 1v2 situation now for Soul, who can turn online, but with only little HP to work with here. And Straticus using, he's gonna have to make a play here, and now pros do not fake. Brooks will close it out with the kill. And there you have it, entering the swap, the Acworth Valkyrie up right now.
Yeah, they're up for now, but I mean, it's too close to call. Looking at the scoreboards here, oh my lord, look at the kill spreads. They're all so close, but Ivy and PolyX, they're just right next to each other. The only two players in this lobby with double-digit kills going into the second half.
Oh, that they are, and you gotta watch out for Pollux. Pollux can absolutely dominate. I remember just last year watching this. During the qualifiers, he was put on Killjoy. This man went insane. Playing on the Astra now, just has that role of locking things down for his team, and you gotta get, again, watch out for him. And again, living up to the hype in that feed, currently up 7-5, but again, this game has been back and forth as it comes.
Yeah, back and forth as it comes as we start this brand new half. Pistol round to start us off here, as looks like for the attack on Madison, they are going to be pushing this very, very quick, as they will actually lose the first member. Ghost 10 falls to Brooks. Brooks picks the opening kill of this new half with that Ghost. Beautiful headshot right there, as it looks like it's going to be a slow B take right here. Oh, shot fired.
No.
Woo. Waspies will fall to AKOA, and oh my gosh, it's just a bloodbath on the site.
Soul is turning online with 1 with 2. Pollux will go ahead and mirror that, and now it comes down to Gavin. What can he do in a spot like this? Spike down, has the sheriff in hand, trying to prove that he is the one that runs this town of Winter Park, Florida. 1v3 situation, though, it's not going to be an easy to prove, but the first kill comes through as Pollux sent to the defeat screen. Now just a 1v2. Straticus, go ahead and jiggle peek that. Very lucky that he got out of that situation with his life. Ivy right around the corner as well. This could be a dire spot that he finds himself in. Has to land the shots, but Ivy with the frenzy will just have the gunny to go. And there you have it, Acworth coming out of that pistol round with the round win.
I think the biggest thing to talk about there is actually the alarm bot placement. That alarm bot was placed in the perfect spot by Ivy to track out that attack, and it followed him all the way back into the cubby, so they knew exactly the position he would be at, and just easy shot to land right after that.
The way that some of these kids are just able to read and predict situations and utilize their utility, this is what XP League is fantastic for. It just goes to show that, like, these kids are absolutely cracked. It's always so much fun to watch. It's an absolute treat to cast over as well. Now Acworth, though, getting aggressive here. They, of course, have a little bit of utility to work with coming out of that pistol round and getting that round win. But looks like the Madison Marbles are getting aggressive, too. They went ahead and bought up a little bit as well, trying to mirror that little bit of utility. But AOKOA setting the shots in through the tidal wave will connect on Gavin. Gets that opening frag, and now the opening is here for Acworth to go ahead and push the site.
Yeah, the push is coming through. The flash is coming through.
You can't do that.
That's illegal. Beautiful shots right there as they're pushing onto the site. Spike is planted down. Poly gets another one. And last member remaining. It will all be in the hands of Swifty. Swifty, last member remaining. But he has to remember, Spike time is not on his side.
And the Spike time's not on his side. Neither is the personnel. A 1v5 situation. You have to not only ace, but you have to ace in time to get that defuse. Time is ticking away. And this is a very tough thing when you have so much utility coming your way. It's Scoob and the gang rolling in. Pollux with the kill to close the round. Flawless the way of Acworth. And we talked about how back and forth this was. Entering the swap, Acworth has just been dominating.
Extreme buff, man. Extreme buff, apparently. They can move to the live stream, and man, they are killing it. We're going to take a tactical timeout here as we're going to try to get some things together for Madison. And oh boy, you got a lot to talk about. You were going into the half 7-5. You were just in biting range, and then you lose 2 straight.
Yeah, no, that's not the start that you wanted. And of course, we talk about momentum. That is a huge thing when it comes to Valorant, with so many rounds, with so many lives and everything that you factor into the mix here. you gotta keep momentum going your way. And the way things started off for the Acworth Valkyrie heading into the half, they won that last round. And then they won the pistol round. And they've just been steamrolling from that point forward.
And it just keeps going and going and going. And I mean, we've said it all day, all throughout the tournament. It's all about the snowball. Can you start the snowball early? And I mean, look at the snowball as its replay comes up on stream. It's just back and forth, gunfights, 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 gunfights. And it just feels like anyone can take it, but it's always whoever has that snowball slowly trickling through will continue to move forward and build it up going into the next round, and that's exactly what's happening right here.
And from what we've seen thus far as well, Acworth, they're just very calculated with their chows that they're taking, and in the end, it's working out for them. Even if you see that checkerboarded kill feed, they're ultimately coming out on top with that 1 or 2 extra kills that just completely changes the title of the round. And I mean, Acworth is looking really, really strong here in this attacker side, but Madison, they have the opportunity to turn it on. They started off hot on the attacker side themselves. Acworth were able to respond. Can we see that mirrored on this side? Soul going to be getting a little bit aggressive here to kick things off. Is not going to be rewarded, and now Straticus trying to do exactly the same. Just a little bit of chip damage to go down the range, but not going to be able to capitalize fully with that kill. Still remains 5v5, a minute 12 to work with here for Acworth.
Yeah, minute 12 on the clock. There's so much time and so much action to be held. One gunfight will take it as Straticus actually ends up finding the first kill, and that's going to open up the site for the plant from Ivy.
Oh, and Ivy's going to get that plant down expeditiously here. Acworth, personnel advantage going their way, but it's still going to be a mixy mosh pit as we get in here. Gavin goes flying in, gets the kill, but immediately traded out by Brooks. Such a heads-up play out of him. Now back and forth once again in the kill feed. Back and forth we go. Currently all knotted up 2 apiece. Brooks with 1. Swifty last player standing, a classic in hand, but he'll put it to work. Ivy goes down, now comes down to just Brooks, and he will close the 3K for the man himself. Brooks showing up when it matters most. Now double-digit points on the board.
I mean, what else can you say? It was literally 1 kill for Madison, 1 kill for Acworth, 1 kill for Madison, 1 kill for Acworth, back and forth and back and forth. If one gunfight goes differently, any of these last 4 rounds could have ended differently. That's what's crazy.
I think these teams really like Pinstripe. They love painting that kill feed Pinstripe. They've been doing it nonstop here, but again, we talked about it with Acworth. They are just getting that extra little kill. It came down to the 1v2 for Swifty. He got that first kill, but when you're lit up like that, that's going to be very tough, especially when you have the gun disadvantage here. Now, Acworth trying to take control of the middle grounds of this map here. AOKOA taking the point offense here. What can you find around this door? There is a player awaiting him. It's going to be Gavin, who's going to get that first kill. Takes Brooks out of the equation here. Can Pollux get the trade? He does.
The big thing about that is he hit that through Prowler. He hit that shot through Prowler. How do you do this, man? How? Beautiful kill right there. Coming back, and they're responding in kind. Acworth pushing onto the site. B site, it looks to be their target here.
Now, but Soul is still alive, and when Soul is still alive on Madison, you have a chance here. Gets swarmed out by Straticus, and now once again, same thing, different font, comes down to Swifty. Vandal in hand this time, definitely better than the classic, but AOKOA has his number, has the headshot to go. And it has been all Acworth out of the swap.
I mean, wow. Wow, wow, wow. They have a game plan for the attack, and you can see them executing it to near perfection
you could
right
not
here.
ask for more.
No, you can't. You have not dropped a single round so far. Now you're up 11-5. You have a 6-round cushion, not to mention you're 2 away from victory. It's right on your doorstep, and they're ready to push forward for this next round.
Yeah, you can make it into the winner's semis here, so there's a lot riding on this. Winner's semis takes you to winner's finals, which takes you to the champs. And you want to make it there if you so can. The side of the Madison Marbles, they have to find their groove. That's not the way to do it, though, as Pollux continues the aggression, completely dominating this middle angle here. Takes Soul out of the equation. When your fragger is out of the equation, it's an uphill battle for the Madison Marbles to have to climb here, and a little bit staggered as well. Trying to provide that support over towards the A side as Acworth has decided that they're going to take vengeance on the site as Straticus. First kill to open things up, takes the Gecko out. Now just looking for more kills, playing team deathmatch.
TDM indeed. It's just absolutely everything's going Acworth side. Their gunplay is absolutely on point today, and they have this site locked down. As the flash comes out, Gavin will not be able to find it. They will get traded by Ghost, but Ivy's going to take him down. Last member standing, and he will not be able to get it done in the 1v4. Brooks takes up the last kill, making them to match point.
Match point on line. 3 ultimates to work with to Madison's 3, but again, same thing, different font here. All different ultimates. Let's see how they could potentially utilize that on both sides of the equation here. I'm looking for the Madison Marbles. I'm looking for that Jet ult to be popped, and I'm looking for some kunais to start getting slung across the deck here. Then on the side of Acworth, on the attacker side, they have that Viper's Pit. That is so huge, especially with match point. You can take full control of a site, and if that Viper stays alive, it is good as gone for the Madison Marbles. They have to prioritize finding that Viper and cutting them out of the equation.
The other thing you got to take in mind, Reyna has Empress. Empress is available to be popped, which can be an absolute round changer if she goes ahead. Fade ulti gets popped, or Sky ulti gets popped instantly. The little Cabbage Patch Kids running through the site. We'll find out one, and man, oh man, Spike is down. 5v5, technical 5v4 here. Madison has to make a move. They've only got about 40 seconds left on the clock.
They have 4 ultimates to work with now, going to go ahead and dedicate the Harbor ultimate into the play here. What will that gain them? Astro ultimate dedicated as well, so now the ults are starting to be slung across the table here. Madison trying to find an opening here. 5v5, it's a mixy mosh pit on the site. It's going to be very, very difficult for the Acworth Valkyrie, who have given up this site to get back on. Ghost is absolutely frying, but the trades galore. 2v2 now. One player remaining here. It comes down to Gavin and Straticus. Who has the gunny to go? It's Gavin who keeps the hopes of the Madison Marbles alive with the defuse pending. No! The Acworth Valkyrie win on time, and they advance. What a way to do it! My gosh!
0.58. 0.58 seconds is all that remained between victory of that round and it all being over and sending yourselves to the loser's bracket. 0.58. To the exact wire.
Can we just talk about the way that Straticus played that? He forced Gavin to reach out that. Gavin got the kill to go, but he forced him to reach out. It perfectly timed that out. And ultimately, again, 0.5 seconds separated that from continuing on.
Half a second, that's all that is needed there. And as soon as you see it, like that challenge you were just talking about happened right before half hit. If it was any later, halfway gets hit, the challenge happens, and if it goes the same way it did as we saw at the end, that's a defuse. But 100%. The timing is too perfect, and you got to give it to him for that.
Just the way that Acworth entered the half, again, back and forth. We talked about it. We've pretty much beat that horse to death. But that being said, Acworth didn't drop around in that half.
No. It was Pollux. It was Ivy. It was their show. They just took over. They were saying, hey, team, this is our backpack. We're just going to throw you guys in there, and off we go.
It's like those see-through backpacks that you get for your cat. You just had the rest of the team in there, Pollux and Ivy dominating. I mean, 19 and 11 on the side of Pollux, 16 and 10 on the side of Ivy. And again, those are the players that have so much control of the map. You had the Killjoy and you had the Astra. The Astra play was so huge there because you had the entire site completely cut in half, made it so difficult to reapproach back onto the site. And the way that they were playing so far back as well, very, very well played out, very well thought out. And again, just coming from me, I'm the W key Jet. You get into a Val lobby with me, I'm W keying straight into B and dying immediately. These kids are brilliant the way that they play these games.
Yeah, and they're showing old to the old meta. This is a comp from, 2 years ago. No duelist.
Hey,
Sky is your duelist.
You know what they say about teaching the old dog new tricks. Sometimes you don't really need to. Sometimes the old dog's tricks ultimately hold up, and we saw it there. Now the Madison Marbles, who won it all last year, in that lower bracket, the Acworth Valkyrie, who I do believe faced off and got knocked out by the Madison Marbles, eventually make their way through to the next round in that upper bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the bracket is shaping up. Speaking of which, and again, the bracket, it's starting to look very pretty. I'm no bracketologist, but this one, it's looking real nice.
I mean, so big things to note. Triangle took down Cupertino. So they move on to the semifinals. So that is going to be the winners finals to move on to the grand finals, which of course, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So very hype. But man, oh man, look at the lower bracket. The lower bracket's going to be one of the more interesting ones. We have Franklin Wolverines versus Alexandria Samurai going right now, as well as the Ninjas versus the Lone Tree Eagles. I mean, I was watching after our cast earlier this morning, the Western Ninjas versus Marvel's game. Oh my Lord, 11-3. It was
close.
A beautiful game.
Oh, it was a close game. You had to be in the venue to watch it. It was so contentious. I'm looking straight at that Triangle Minotaur and Acworth Valkyrie matchup, man. That is a matchup as old as time. Goes back to last year. I do believe these two teams played each other on land, and of course, the Triangle Minotaur were able to come through, if my memory, of course, does serve me correctly. But again, it's the 1 seed taking on Acworth, who last year finished number 3. So there's a lot to look forward to there. That upper bracket is shaping up. You see the lower bracket as well coming up. Explosive. It's looking fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely looking like a blast. You know, a gigantic rematch from next year coming up later today. So definitely stay tuned for that, as we're going to head into a quick commercial break, as we're going to come to you with Apex Legends after a short commercial break.
Apex Legends! Woo!
All right, here we go.
Okay. Oh, good? Okay. We're here in the merch store in the front, and I'm here with Karina. Nice to meet you. What is the merch that sold the most today?
Our most popular item are our tumblers today. This color specifically, the light blue, that sold out in like the first hour. So this was super popular. It's our last one, our display, and it's also my personal favorite. It's everybody else's favorite and mine too.
Do you have one of those like tumblers at home? Because I know I have a pink one at home.
I don't have an XP League one. I do have a tie-dye one though.
Yeah, no, it's the best because I drink like enough water and it's amazing. But let's show some of these shirts like on the side. We have my model, Alpha Chino, modeling the eSport. But Alpha, why don't you tell us about some of these other shirts?
All right, so one of the first shirts that they have here is actually the GGWP shirt, which is good game. Oh, what is it? It's good, well played. There you go. Good game, well played. I'm used to having, good luck, have fun, but I was like, what is the WP? So one of the amazing shirts here, I would cop this, which I kind of do already. And then you already have the anti-esports club. If you guys know about the anti-social club, same thing. But this one's way better, esports version. Then we have the
tie-dye one, which I really like because it goes with everything. It says the black on it. And what else do we have? Oh, we have a mouse pads here, which are also really cool. I think everyone's using these mouse pads to play outside today. Yeah. So if you want to be a gamer like everyone outside, then I think you all need this mouse pad, right? Yep. And a keyboard.
An awesome keyboard that also the players are using in the venue that are competing. They're using this amazing keyboard. So make sure to pick up one of these keyboards as well.
So if you want to be cracked like everyone playing today, definitely recommend this keyboard. Definitely come check out the merch store.
What's going on, everybody? It's Alpacino here. We're here in the live Full Sail venue. As you can see in the background, we have XP League going on right now. It just started with Valorant, and we're here with two people. What are your names?
Stefan. Zoe.
All right, and what we're going to do is ask them some questions about Fortnite, because apparently that is their favorite game. So we're going to have a little bit of trivia. It's going to be some very quick questions, and if you get, you get one right, you get a water bottle. If you get, more right, then you get a better prize. All right, you guys ready? Yeah. All right, first question. What is the character that is shaped like a banana?
Peely.
Peely is correct. All right. How many players are in the Battle Royale for Fortnite?
100.
100? Okay. And let's see. I need a good one. A good one. You know what? Actually, it'll just be a regular question. What is your favorite weapon in Fortnite?
Either the TAC pump or the MK7 assault rifle.
My favorite right here is my favorite answer. All right, so what I have in my bag is this little guy. So you guys go ahead and win. You guys win this little MSI bird right here. Congratulations. Getting all the answers right, all the questions right. And hopefully you guys enjoy XP League. Have a great time, all right?
You too.
Thank you so much. All right, and it's Al Pacino. I'll see you guys later. Back to you.
Hello and welcome to the Full Sail Live venue. I'm Mia Aramita and I'm with
Hayes.
And today we're doing some Valorant trivia to win a prize. If you get 1 out of 3 right, you get a prize. But if you get 2 out of 3 right, you get an even better prize. So here we go. Who is the oldest agent in Valorant?
Sage.
No, you wanted to guess one more time? It's a guy agent.
Is it, I don't know.
Starts with a B.
Breach?
It's Brimstone. Yes. What are the characters called in Valorant?
Agents?
Yes. Let's do, what role is Sage?
It's not, I can't think of the name of it. I know what it is. It's the one that's like, Brimstone is like the same thing, right?
No, so Brimstone is a controller, and then Sage is a sentinel. We'll do one more bonus question for fun. What map takes place on a beach?
No, not Haven. I can't think of the name of it. It's called, I know what it is, but I can't think of the name of it.
Oh, good. It's called Breeze. All right. We got you a water bottle anyway. We hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you so much for playing. I appreciate it. For Full Sail Live, I'm Mia Aramita, a.k.a. Mia Mouse.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we are at North American Finals. Coming up next, we've got Apex Legends. 12 teams dropping down on some amazing Apex Legends action. Today, we got 3 rounds coming up, and joining me on the casting desk is none other than Captain Aldris.
Hello, what's up? How are you, man? Thank you so much for having me. XP League, thank you for bringing me. I much appreciated. This is awesome. Thank you so much for letting me be here and cast with you. I mean, you are the man.
I'm so happy to be here at North American Finals with you in person. We've actually done some guest casts before on the XP League broadcast before every Saturday at youtube.com/@XPLeagueHQ. Make sure to subscribe. Join us every Saturday for those Battle Royale actions, and maybe catch on Captain Aldris as a guest caster. But here we are in person, finally. Captain Aldris, I can't say enough good stuff about you. You're absolutely amazing. And I can't say enough good stuff about our coaches, our players, our league commissioners. I just want to give a thank you to the players of XP League for coming to Orlando, Florida, coming to Full Sail University, taking the sportsmanship values to heart, and thank you to the coaches for teaching those amazing sportsmanship values all season long. Those are things that are going to stick with these kids for the rest of their lives. Thank you to the families of XP League for trusting XP League with your children and choosing XP League as an outlet for your child to grow with gaming. Thank you so much to the league commissioners and owners across XP League for bringing esports to your local community. Without our amazing, amazing team all across North America, none of this would be possible. And I'm so happy to be here with all of you. So thank you so much. And just like we do in our typical normal broadcast, I want to hear everyone say good luck, have fun, wherever you are. If you're in the live venue, if you're in the Fortress, let me hear you. Good luck, have fun, everybody. So what do we got going down in Apex Legends?
Well, in Apex Legends, what we have is a 2-day setup. We have 3 matches each day. And what we're doing is going by point totals. There's 2 ways you get points. You either get points from kills through the team or placing first through third. That's usually where you get a chunk of your points. And it should be interesting. We have a lot of different teams that have been playing across this last 2 seasons. They've been switching players, or at least some of them have. And we have a couple new teams here with us today. We also have a couple that could do really well. Like we really don't know. Every week has been a little bit different, as you know. Some of the favorites, like Madison Marvels, have popped up and really taken control throughout the season. But in the last season that we actually had, or last game of the season we had, they won one and then got wiped by Franklin right after that. So coming in, 12th, it really is kind of a cool process that they have to go through, and it could be anybody's game at any given time, especially with the new teams and all these new players.
Absolutely. Madison Marvel's a strong team to keep your eyes on. And Franklin Kraken coming in as a dark horse. They came in 2nd place during our regional qualifying tournament for North American Finals. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for the Franklin Kraken, Madison Marvels, and any other teams. Many of these other teams here, you were even mentioning earlier, the Triangle Shogun also have an interesting dynamic going on with a new 3rd player who could be something of a question mark for that team. But here we are, dropping down on Storm Point, 12 teams, 36 players, dropping down. It's going to be super, super exciting. But now, they've been on Storm Point before. We've seen how these drops go. Things get hectic right off the bat. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be crazy. Let's see how it goes. Now, fun fact, Captain Aldris here is actually not just an amazing caster, but a parent here in XP League. So as a parent, what has been your experience as a parent in for Apex Legends in XP League?
Well, it's kind of neat that I get to play with my son, even though he just crushes me without much of a problem in anything we do. But luckily, we play team games. But it's great to see his growth. Great to see the teamwork that he's learning, not only from coaches, but just from the other kids that are actually on the team. And great to see what it looks like to not only win, but how to take a loss. Like, these are all life skills that kids are learning right here through esports, and it really is helping to bring them into something that they've never really done before. Up to this point, it was just playing games. Now it's actually playing games for a reason. And as you can see it here, there's already teamwork. They already know what to get. The coaches have prepped them for months. They know how to mostly play as a team, and this is where it really comes down to it, is these 3 matches today and 3 matches tomorrow.
Absolutely. Being here live in person, it's so different from playing at home or even playing in center at XP League. And here we go. Actually, we've got some action. Franklin Pythons seem to have pinged down another team. There we go. Rotating around. Shots fired. A couple has taken a couple shots down and is moving in with her alternator while the rest of the team rotates to get some extra angles there.
Interesting gameplay, too. The meta that they're using right now, at least for Franklin Pythons, is one that a lot of people use. Really good. You have somebody that can actually see everything around them with a seer, and then you can obviously jump through with some of the other characters, and you have a lot of breakdown destruction as well. And as you can see right from Dr. Pepper right there, really chewing through people.
Indeed, Franklin Pythons come out on top in their first engagement. Well done, well done.
Taking out Shogun early.
And now Franklin Kraken moving across the north side as they have looted up, looking very healthy, looking good as they are making their way to their next rotation. Getting excited here, taking a look at the map here. Things are looking pretty calm for now, but we've got a couple of teams, especially around that next zone, that are looking to be on a potential collision course. So keep your eyes peeled. A lot of teams have to make a very far rotation in order to make it to that next zone. So there's going to be a lot of travel, and a lot of travel means a lot of potential exposure and a lot of risk that you have to take in order to get to that zone.
Yep, you have two things coming in where everybody's rushing in, trying to get into that zone. At the same time, they're going to run to each other on the way in, and then you're going to have cherry pickers on the outside of that zone waiting for other teams to potentially come in, setting up defensive positions and potentially picking them off, knowing that the storm is going to be taking damage off them as well. So those 4 or 5 teams that are outside the circle that are really having to push in strong, we don't know what's going to happen. We'll have to see.
And just looking at this map, I mean, look at the way that these valleys are so tight, creating natural bottlenecks and choke points for these teams to barrel down. So if you're one of those teams that gets to zone early, you have a massive advantage in being able to be that gatekeeper against every single other team. You get to be the controller of the zone.
Yep, and that first drop is really crucial as well. As you can see from Shogun and Franklin, Franklin was able to take them most likely because they got better drops right out of the gate. A blue or a purple shield right out of the gate, or something that gives you a lot of damage very quickly, could turn the tide for that very one-on-one first drop. And then you might not see anybody till the end. So it's going to be interesting with gameplay as well. Are you going to have people hanging back, waiting for that third party? You get Madison Marvels are well known for pushing consistently, even hunting down other teams. So we kind of have to see how they're going to play this time. Right now with one of the Gnome teams, and what they're doing, they have 1 purple, 2 blues going into a situation or a space that is usually highly run. And throwing out that drone, trying to see who else is around. Right now, they're alone by themselves. So what are they going to do? It's hard to say.
One of the things I love about Apex Legends, and especially the way we do our scoring system here, is that it's not all about run and gun eliminations. I think Brookfield Dragons in our regionals event took home a 3rd place finish, or I think a top 5 finish, and barely without any eliminations, just because they were playing smart and playing for their life and getting those placements. So you can see that there's a difference between the strategies of some of our more mechanically inclined teams, where they're rushing, they're going for those elims, they're trying to rack up the points, and then other teams playing Storm side, they have that storm to their back, so that way they don't have to worry about every single angle. They know, okay, I only need to worry about teams possibly coming from the left, the right, or in front. I don't have to worry about any teams coming around from behind me because I have that storm behind me, and that storm is almost like a wall that keeps you safe.
A wall of death at some points too. I mean, you get caught in that, you are in deep, deep trouble. Obviously, the damage in each round, that wall gets more and more destructive, and you can easily make sure that people are caught outside of it. So you have to be careful. Those teams playing on that fringe could get caught. At the same time, you could get swapped around really quick as well. So you have to be cognizant of what is going around around you at all times.
Here we have the Marvels too, popping that seer ability to get some see-through on the walls. They don't catch anybody, but it seems like they seem to have picked up something. They've popping their recon abilities to make sure is our Is our area clear? Is our area safe? So really tense moment here. They've been pinging it. Maybe they heard something, some footsteps, some gunshots. So right there, making sure to keep their eyes on some angles. There we go. They've spotted them. And now they're watching to see where are the other angles we need to watch out for. How do we set up our defensive position to be safe in this? How are we going to set this up? And looking at this composition, what are the strengths of their composition that is going to allow them to hold this position?
Well, holding is actually kind of tough. The lifeline, the biggest piece about having lifeline in this group is the fact that she can create consistent drops. Yes, the healing ability is actually why you have her, but those drops can actually get you ahead in the game much quicker. Right now, they can't use it at all. They're stuck inside, so her drops are completely useless. However, knowing that you have a member that can actually push at any given time with their ult, like Ashe right now, and then having a seer drop that ult in so they actually make sure they can see everything around them. Oh, they just got scanned from Bloodhound somewhere, or excuse me, from the machine. They're kind of stuck in what their group mechanic would actually probably be, but not in a bad position. That space right there, they're up against the wall. They could have somebody come around to them. They're actually getting a little bit probably stir crazy, going to look for somebody else, finding out where they are, and we'll see actually what they do from here.
If we take a look at the map there, that mid zone has a ton of traffic. We can see at least 4 different teams all kind of rotating through this really, really tight canyon passes. So there's a lot of teams that are going to be rushing in, just like we said earlier, because of the way that the storm point is set up with all these mountains and valleys and narrow passageways. Teams are going to be forced into choke points where they're going to be really uncomfortable having to pass and rotate right through each other. And getting in these extended fights where you're using up resources, the next thing you know, even if you make it to zone, now you're in zone and you're in shambles.
Yep, and that's a rough zone too. So as we can see, how everybody's kind of positioning themselves, a lot of people are pushing through. Being that the zone is actually in the bottom right-hand corner, you're really wondering who you're kind of rushing into and who is waiting for you. That's going to be one of the biggest pieces of this, because as you said, you have to funnel them through. Right now, the way all the teams are, they have to be funneled through these mountain holds, and they're going to run into each other, and there's another third, fourth party waiting. And it's going to be really crazy here in just another couple minutes.
And right there in the kill feed, we just saw that Lobos Retro, the Triangle Minotaur, just got wiped out. So down they go at 11, I believe that was 11th place. And we saw Not Clutch MJ going down there to Dr. Igneous for the Gnomes. So well done to the Gnomes there, taking the advantage and taking out some of the Marvels player there. Here we are with the remaining member, Neon Ridge, doing their best to survive, to hold on to that life, because as long as you're alive, Neon, the dream of your team is alive. But that sonar detected right there. Bloodhound, by far, at least in my opinion, the best character at just chasing down players all across the map. We've seen the Madison Marvels do it to enemy teams, all split long, doing it to so many teams, chasing them all across the map. And once you've got the Bloodhound on your trail, there is no escape. So Neon Ridge is going to have to be really clever here. Oftentimes, the only way I see that teams escape is by leading them into another team.
Yep, that's the only way. You kind of have to pinch them by using another team completely. Right now, you've got one team on top, one team on the bottom, having position very difficult to get out of an Apex.
Absolutely, we can see here they're right on top with this high ground position, so powerful. And the reason high ground is so powerful is because when you're out in the open, you're on the low ground. If you need to get cover, if you need to hide from all the damage, there's nowhere you can go. You got to run to inside a building. You got to get under a rooftop. But when you're on the high ground, in order to get cover, you just got to walk backwards.
Yep.
And then you can just peek over and over and over.
100%. And long distance shots with that wingman, very difficult to control, but a lot of damage coming off. Knocks him. Wow. Dr. Pepper really pushed from a long space with that wingman pistol, making him pay for it and pushing even harder. Trying to wipe him out right here. One less person to have to deal with.
And well done, Franklin Pythons picking up on a limb here. They've been scanned by a survey beacon. We can see that this is a very popular position. There's a lot of teams in this area, so they're in a healthy position. They didn't take a lot of damage in that fight, so they're able to keep fighting if they want to be able to, if they want to keep pushing here.
And there is a team. They just scanned them, so they know they're there, but it looks like they're actually jumping back up top, trying to grab some of that space up top while the others below just kind of re-swizzle themselves, find out what's going on now that they're down a member.
And I called the Franklin Kraken a dark horse at the beginning of this match, but also look out for these Wellington Mustangs. I've seen the Wellington Mustangs put incredibly good fights up against the Madison Marvels, up against the Franklin Kraken, and even take them on and win one-on-one in those tense team fights. So they have the skills to do it, absolutely. So watch out for these Mustangs, especially Bendy. Bendy has been absolutely incredible on that Loba all summer split long, and even in the spring split.
And a real nasty setup, too, with Loba and Bloodhound. The Bloodhound scans, the Loba can push by herself, basically, and then you can control and go up onto buildings with Horizon. So really not necessarily a push squad, but definitely one of the metas for what people like. Plus, Loba can drop that store anywhere, not only pulling from just the general drops that are around, but also from the chests when people are dropped down. So really good, especially late game, if you need to get out of there and really quick.
Here we are jumping to the Franklin Samurai, who have been pinned underneath a building, doing their best, bobbing and weaving between the support structures. And look at that, I love that movement from Wolfman. But going down eventually, but really great effort from Wolfman there. I really loved that movement. Good stuff from the Franklin Samurai going out there. But now we are sticking with the Augusta Gnomes here, putting in some work here, taking some shots with that Sentinel. Super strong here, pinning them up against the rocks, and that is a difficult position if you're that enemy team pinned by that sniper, because this is a really open area, hard to really get away without taking too much damage.
Yep, and that Sentinel, if it hits and they've charged it up with one of the shields, that thing takes off a ton of damage, breaking shields almost immediately, even with especially with a blue, even with a purple sometimes, if you get a headshot, it could be really nasty. Even though they only have a 3x instead of a 4 or an 8, it could still do massive amounts of damage if you can hit them just right.
And I gotta say, I love the positioning from our Gnome darts right now. They've been able to take such great peaks and deal such great damage to the enemy team over this engagement. You can take a look at their shields, and they are looking quite healthy, and they're trading really well there. And I think a lot of that has to do thanks to Rampart and that Sentinel that she's carrying.
Yep, 100%. And it looks like they're trying to push out, but the Gnomes are in a great defensive position. I was just wondering if they were going to hit their shield battery right there, and they did. Up at three of them having purple, 3 of them loaded, and oh, there it goes. Coming around for the flank.
And it looks like the enemy team is popping their ultimates there in order to keep the Gnome darts off of them for just a moment, popping a heal there just to keep themselves up and healthy and get back in there. Tiger Fox also taking some cover there, but unable to hold them off, and now it's up to Welsh for the Gnome darts. What was such an advantageous position for them is now a matter of life or death. But you gotta imagine, if you're the Gnome darts, the enemy team has gotta be low on resources, and so do you take that risk? Do you chase that team? And it's gotta be a difficult choice. But now they are going to go ahead and rotate around to a different position, get to safety. And look at that, they're already in the next zone. What a great position for the Franklin Pythons, knowing that they're going to be set up for success in that late game.
Yep, Franklin Python's really doing a good job. They know they knocked 2. There's 1 out there. They probably can't go up against 3 of them. They're coming back from a defensive position, knowing that they're in the zone already. Now they can just kind of sit, wait, check around, see who's there. One Pearson's not going to be too big of a problem. They're going for the win on this. They're hoping somebody pushes in on them. They're in a building. Everybody coming across is actually crossing the beach, an open space where they can just haul off and crack them all the way, hopefully cracking them all the way through. And if they're the Franklin Krakens, it makes even more sense. Then it's Franklin against Franklin, which could be fun.
Absolutely. Only 5 squads remaining, soon to be 4, as these teams get closer and closer together. Now, if you're on this beach, where are you going to try and set up? Oh, here we go. We've got some pins. We've got some actions. Dr. Pepper has been an absolute menace with that wingman all game, and they're showing why here yet again, as they are getting pushed on by an enemy team, holding those positions, rotating back. keeping themselves in the power position no matter what, as Dr. Pepper finds and takes down Sith Lord.
And it seems like they're working really well as a team. It looks like some of them are going back and forth, but they're really staying in a pretty tight space, going back and forth, making sure that they're not going to get flanked in either direction, knowing that the other 3 teams out there are ridiculously good, and they don't want to get caught, but they do know that there's one person probably ratting on the left-hand side. Where are the other 2 teams going to come from?
So Franklin Pythons holding strong, making sure that they are staying those power positions, but they see that dropship, and the dropship is basically, hey, everybody on the map, come here. This person's not going to have any equipment. Come see if you can take them down. And so a couple shots coming out from the Franklin Pythons here to see if they can at least get some marks on that player dropping down from the respawn beacon. But a great effort to actually get a respawn this late in the game is very difficult. So well done to that team.
Yep, 100%. But whenever you see one of those drop ships, it's dinner time for usually a full team. And they got it off, and it doesn't look like Franklin Pythons push, knowing that there's another team at their back.
That's very smart, good awareness. That is the trait of the top teams, is always timing and awareness as they go in. Speaking of timing, here we go. It's time for that player to go down. Well done to Mystery, taking down Saberific. Here comes
3v2.
3v2 situation. The Peacekeeper, so deadly in that R99, just absolutely shredding them.
Wow, well done. Just going right through and taking them both down. Seer ult still up. They have not used it yet, which is really fantastic. I probably would have not being as good of a player, used it right there. They didn't even need it. They just bulldozed right through with that R99 and made quick work of them.
Absolutely. The R99, the Peacekeeper, the Nemesis, those are all guns that we're going to see popping up over and over in these upcoming matches. So strong, especially at these end games where you're really up close.
So right now, it looks like Franklin Pythons are wondering just where these other 2 teams are, and they might be pushing one of them right now, which is probably the drop-in. I don't know if they got to drop 1 or 2. But it could be interesting in what they're going to push up against, knowing that they're really in a solid position, especially with not only armor, but guns as well.
So still up and kicking on the map right now. We've got the Franklin Pythons, we've got the Wellington Mustangs, and we've got an Augusta Gnomes team. So 3 teams pushing for contention, all from different locations here. And here we go. Franklin Pythons take the power position, absolutely drilling them down as they go from above and below, covering the building. 2v1 situation there. Lumiski goes down, and they are just racking up the eliminations, but now they are low, and will have to take a breather here. And can they hold off long enough to maintain their lead?
Oh, missed shot in the corner. That Horizon ult being a problem. 3 missed shots in a row. Yikes. Oh, and getting sniped right through.
And look at that. Everyone knows that was the opportunity, that was the chance, and so everyone is taking it. This is their chance. 2 squads remaining. Bendy, the sole survivor, going for it. And well done, Bendy, taking it home for the Wellington Mustangs.
Well, and you called it, Wellington Mustangs, knowing what was going to happen, what could be. The Wellington Mustangs coming out and showing that they have what it takes to win, beating both or taking out Franklin right near the end, who was definitely geared up and ready to roll.
So Franklin Pythons, Franklin showing up big. Franklin always shows up big. Shout out to that deep coaching bench over there. So well done, well done. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have some replays here for you guys from that match. Let's go ahead and take a look. So right here, take a look. Right here, Franklin Pythons going in. Marvels showing up big, as they always do. Gavin here shooting through that caustic smoke, shooting through that Bangalore smokes. Beautifully done, beautifully done. And look at that, from that high ground position, and even with an R99, they're still able to spray him down.
Yep. Excellent pushing, making sure that whoever pushed actually paid, taking down that Bangalore, so it was a 3v2. They had to come get their teammate and try to drop him back in, which they didn't. And then gameplay here, like we said, using some of that post to really help, but going up against a Bloodhound with his ult, very difficult to get around.
So now, I believe we are rotating maps each game. So what's going to happen is we're going to have some really interesting new techniques, new strategies, even new comps. I've seen teams change their compositions entirely on these games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in these next 2 games. Are teams going to flip it up? Are they going to use what they've been practicing over time? Or do you have new players coming in? They're really just trying to find out what they're going to use right now and basically going with their best characters, saying, hey, team comp isn't a big deal, but we're going to use who's best and just try to gel where we can. Sometimes that default actually does work, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this next round.
We'll keep it right here to find out what's going to happen in that next round between these amazing teams. But before we do, let's cut back to a quick word from our sponsors.
Planning for college? At Class 101, we help our students develop college lists, stay on top of deadlines, maximize scholarship opportunities, write those essays, and so much more. With our 10 services, we'll help your student get into the right college at a price your family can afford. It's simple. We work around your schedule, one-on-one, and every student will have a list of items to complete with deadlines before their next meeting. We work with students as soon as 8th grade and offer a comprehensive roadmap to make the path to higher education simple and more enjoyable for families. But remember, it's not just about getting your student into college. It's about helping them find their future.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
Let's see what they do. I think it'll be, and that's odd for them. Usually they're in the top 3 top.
Welcome back. Here we are coming up with a round 2 in just a little bit. So exciting results from round 1. Moving into round 2, we had some really interesting upsets, some interesting results from that match. We're going to take a look at that here. Why don't you break down what were some of the surprises that came at us in round one?
Well, some of the surprises specifically were Triangle Shogun, who usually show up in that top 5, really getting the drop on them. Now, again, that could have been a bad drop, right? That happens in Apex. You drop, somebody picks up blue shields and an automatic rifle, and all of a sudden you're kind of down. But Triangle Shogun coming in last, I would expect to see them really geared up for this next game, so watch out for them. But if you check it out, look at Franklin Pythons and the Gnome Mowers really getting a ton of the kills. But the Mustangs and the Gnome Darts are actually who came in and won that round. I mean, they're getting a lot of those points to go on to this next round because they kind of total up, because you actually get more points for coming in first, second, and third than you do for general kills and as from a one-on-one. But then even Franklin Kraken coming in 6th with 6 kills. This is almost unheard of, knowing that Marvel's also down where they're not usually normally. So this is a crazy, crazy amount of Apex Legends. In Apex Legends world, this is what happens, and this is why we love this game.
You love to see it. Interesting to note that the top 3 teams were all running a Horizon. I wonder if that was a map specific or if we're going to be seeing that continue on into map 2, round 2 of the series. 2 more rounds to go coming up in this match. I wonder what map we're switching to. I don't have the knowledge here, but we'll get it to you in just a bit. So,
Storm Point next. Nice.
Storm Point. Going to be exciting. Going to love to see it.
And you know that Horizon, and a lot of the teams that we were looking at were playing inside, right? Where Horizon really can't help all that much. But the way that they were playing her was defensively. They were throwing up her special so that people coming in the door would get popped up, or they were using the ult to bring them all into that section. Then you throw in all sorts of other grenades and all sorts of fun stuff like that. It's just enough to throw people off in a very tight space, causing massive amounts of damage if your teammates are there with you, which we actually saw. So I think we're probably going to see more of that. We're going to see more Horizon popping up. Maybe we're not going to see some of the others that were kind of in there, knowing that they're going to drop bombs and things of that nature. It's going to be interesting to see if there is a different team mechanic. And I haven't seen any Pathfinder yet. Odd for Apex Legends.
That's true. You got to love Pathy with those fun zip setups going across the map, getting their team to those critical power positions all over, and getting recon on those next zones. So I know we've talked about some of the Madison Marvels and how they've dominated in seasons past and how they're performed in round 1. But what's really key to take away is peak performance does not always translate to tournament performance. What I always tell players when I coach, when I'm talking to coaches, when I'm talking to players, is that when you are practicing, you're not trying to raise your peak potential, your peak performance. What you're trying to raise is your floor performance. Because on game day, whether it's at XP League locations or whether it's here at Full Sail University, and what the key is to raise your performance floor, because on game day, you're not going to be in your comfort zone at home where you have your chair, your ideal desk, the temperature is exactly right, whatever it is. So you got to make sure that your 7 out of 10 is better than every other team's 7 out of 10. So a lot of game performance comes down to your mental fortitude on game day. So working on not just mechanics, but your social, emotional learning and skills is so key to performing, not just in-game, but out of game.
Yep, well said. And we have to remember that these are kids. I mean, how many kids between the ages of 10 and 15 years old have been to a major esports league or anything of that nature, where there is pressure being put on them? There's lots of people watching them. It's potentially the first or second time they've ever been in this type of stressful situation, and that's another great thing about what esports brings. These kids are getting real-time experience of being under pressure. How do you actually play together? How does communication look? You'd be amazed at how much communication drops completely sometimes as people start to go into a zone and they default back to, I have to play for myself. So it's going to be interesting for this next, and not only going through today, but going to tomorrow, because kids can change that much, getting their nerves out. They've gone through the first couple rounds, but then you get into, well, if we're in 10th place or 11th place, how do we get to first place? All of these are going to start popping up over the next couple days, which is going to bring for you, the viewer, lots of excitement, and for us as well. We're going to, I mean, I'm psyched just to be here.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've seen it across our other games where teams that we go, oh, this is a top team, this is a top player. They're going to go ahead and run away with it. And then round one, the nerves are coming in. Round two, they start to warm up. And then what we start to see is as these sets develop, as they start to get in the zone and warm up, these players start to really come into their own. And these are these critical moments where the pressure's on and they're with their team and it's, hey, are we going to click? That really instantly, there's a big jump in just character growth for these players, for these kids that are going to, these are moments they're going to remember forever that, hey, in this moment, I clutched up and I made my team feel good when it counted so that we could keep our heads in the match.
100%. And a World's Edge, we are flipping into another space, going into World's Edge instead of Storm Point. And this has a completely different feel of what's going on. And there's still a lot of the crevices where you're going, but there's a lot of more open space. So I expect that we're going to see some gibbies in there, making sure that they're going to drop some pain. You're going to see a whole bunch of maybe a Valk to be able to jump around quite a bit more, but now that they can actually get an item that allows them to drop and kind of jump up whenever they need to, depending on what they're playing a defensive strategy, you might find a Caustic in the mix, which could be really cool. We don't see Caustic much anymore in this type of play. And then, you know, what kind of tanks are going to be there? How are they setting up for this next round? And where are they going to position themselves immediately? Where are they going to try to drop into? That's going to be very interesting with this.
You know, I was doing some research for some trivia games for NAF, and I noticed in regionals, by far the most popular character to run across all of the rounds, across all the heats, was Wraith in Pathfinder. And I did see some Pathfinders popping up on that character selection, as well as some Wraiths. So interesting to see what kind of characters, you know, players tend to gravitate to.
And Troy actually bringing in a Caustic. I love that. Caustic with some kind of scanning, which is going to be interesting. Definitely a different team mechanic, but as I said before, they might be defaulting to who they think their main player is, who is their main, because they feel more comfortable in that. So you might see that in this round a little bit more until they get all the gears spinning.
And you notice that Loba popping up again. You're going to see Loba pop up a lot, especially in the most recent season of Apex Legends. The supports, in general, have gotten a buff where as long as you have one support on your team, you're going to be able to craft your teammates' banners. So if you can't get to your teammates' box in time, or if you can't find, if the situation's too dangerous, having that Loba on your team allows you, the rest of your team, to still be able to get them at a respawn beacon.
Yep.
So.
And new this season as well. That's a new update this season, as well as some of the other little intricacies around the machine types that are there that you can use. So yes, 100% agree with you.
And so here we go. Already, right off the drop, the mowers have detected 3 hostiles in the area. And so there they go. They've got that Mozambique on them. They've got some guns, and it looks like their plan is not to engage, and their plan is to actually play for that life and make some kind of rotation so that way they don't have to fight right off the drop. And I actually really like that call. I think it's important to know when to take fights and when not to take fights. And that's usually, like I said in round 1, that's what differentiates the very best teams from good teams, is having that decision-making capability to say, we don't have all the information, so let's back out for a bit and take a fight once we have all the information.
Yep, most definitely. And with this, obviously, as we're looking at the mowers, they're still running with gray, even though they have the equipment needed to actually push if they need to. And now Kraken actually kind of pushing through this town, which is very dangerous. People could pop up at any given point in time, but you're going to start to see a lot of the blue and purple shields popping up around this space as well, so it could be interesting as to what's going on. Taking a couple pot shots with a Sentinel right there as somebody jumps up, and whether or not they're going to push them, I don't know, but it looks like a full team trying to either get away from Big Mod or potentially jumping right into the fold against Kraken.
And this is what I love so much about World's Edge, is these weather balloon redeploys, allows teams to get around the map so quickly and rotate so fast, but it's also very dangerous. If you have a player on your team who has practiced that vertical tracking, it can be an absolute death sentence for teams trying to rotate out.
Yeah, and for this season, those balloons have really taken Valk out of the play, which was meta last season. There was always a Valk in the mix, you know, setting up defense, being able to push, get out of there. With the balloons, it kind of changed the dynamic of making her not as needed in every single group, and you haven't seen her at all in any of the groups, except for this one right here with Kraken during this tournament. So it should be interesting to see how those other metas kind of start popping out.
And here we are with the Franklin Kraken. I just want to give a shout out to Manoa. Thank you for always being active in our streams, in our chat, in our community, being an active member, and also a cracked player, not just in Apex, but across multiple games, multiple titles. And it's interesting to see how these players who play multiple games in XP League transfer those skills, transfer those talents that they've honed in other games into new games.
Yep, 100%. And a lot of these kids that are playing right now can almost pick up any game. Even if they've never played it before, they can jump in, play with their teammates, and be like, oh yeah, I got this. Just like it's nothing. I try to do that, and it's just not going to happen. It's going to be a bad day of gaming for me.
Yeah, it's a little hard to adapt once you get to boomer age, which apparently is now 22 if you're a gamer. But these players are absolutely cracked and are learning games so quickly, adapting and just growing so quickly. Once they join, once they find a team, find a rhythm, they're able to grow so much. There's so many stories across XP League of players really coming into their own, learning to communicate, because it's so different when you're in your room playing alone with maybe with your friends on Discord versus when you're in right next to each other and calming cleanly and efficiently and moving quickly and executing on plans that you've made before. And when it comes together, it's just so satisfying.
100%. Here we have some final damage. Here we go.
Franklin Kraken moving in on a team stuck inside a building, and it is fish in a barrel for the Franklin Kraken, but they've got to be careful, a little bit careful of this caustic smoke, because even if it's, you know, just a little bit of damage, it's a little bit of damage over time, over and over.
Yeah, that caustic inside is nasty, and if you rush in, you have to have a really good gun and have a lot of energy in order to kind of pick them off, because that guy can hurt you really quick, really fast without even really knowing it.
But down go the Troy Eagles to the Franklin Kraken. Well done, Franklin Kraken. Moving forward now, getting ready to rotate out of there. They don't want to stick in the storm for too long as they make their next rotation. And you know, it's almost like they have a mobile weather balloon with that Valkyrie.
Yeah, Valkyrie back in that, not needing the weather balloon. And Valkyrie by herself, obviously a force to be reckoned with, especially with the missiles that she can launch, causing some damage. I still love Valkyrie on every team.
And here we go. We've got some teams taking some poke here from long range. Welsh on that Sentinel. We saw them on the Sentinel last round, so it looks like they're really liking that Sentinel there in that long range poke as they try to angle for positions, rotate in, and with these zip lines kind of keeping them at a distance, it's kind of difficult to move in, because if they jump on a zip line too hastily, they're gonna get domed with a Sentinel shot.
100%. I love being able to take a Sentinel near the end, although they are getting bombed anyway, even from that big mod. I love taking pot shots, hitting 45 here and there, trying to get your blue shields to purple, or if you're rocking a gray still, trying to get into that blue space, because as you give more damage, your shields do go up. And that's a big deal, especially if you're taking off little bits. Oh my gosh, getting popped in the head from Big Mod. That was at least 200 meters.
Beautiful shot, beautiful shot. As Gnome darts now getting flushed out of their positions, getting forced out into the open. This is going to be a big opportunity for the team holding that bridge, for them to push in and take advantage of the chaos.
What a fantastic move by the team that was getting pushed. That is just awesome. Using that ult in the exact same part. I mean, a lot of people use it as they're in the middle. They were trying to cause confusion. They wanted to push them out of that space, knowing that they had maybe not a complete advantage, but definitely one that was going to be problematic, and flushed them into another spot where they didn't have to worry about them anymore, getting rid of that positioning.
Moving over here we are with the Hanover Horde for the Horde as they're, taking that shot just a little too early. Looks like they were some spies in the distance waiting for an opportunity to ambush, and the ambush has gone off. Hanover Horde down a player going into this team fight. Can they escape? Can they play for their life? Or will they turn this around on them? Foxy JJ popping some smokes here. Foxy JJ is a legendarily deadly player, especially in Battle Royales. They used to hold the record for the most eliminations in any Fortnite game in XP League, but here they are now getting run down. As
They
now
did not know they were there, jumped the wall, and just made them hurt for that. That Bangalore had nothing to do.
But soccer here for the Hanover Horde, able to get their buddy picked up, and so an opportunity for them to stay alive and get out of there and hopefully keep their team alive, keep their team in the running. There's only 8 squads left. Every single position change, every point up is such a big difference in points. Hanover Horde performed well last round as well, so if they can at least maintain that, they're going to be able to keep their relative position on the leaderboard here.
And they must have just gotten caught off guard. You know, using that crafter, not usually something you do if you know people around. So it could have just been almost like its own little third party, knowing they're trying to craft and another team just come up behind them and just blasted them. And for the other team, hey, fantastic job.
Well executed. I mean, that takes a lot of patience and communication. I've seen so many ambushes or hey, we're going to rotate and go engage all at once to take them down. Go wrong just because maybe their execution or their communication wasn't quite right. So big shout outs to that team for having that team play, having that communication, having that execution down pat so that they can take down and take advantage of that surprise.
Yep. Now soccer, just to stay into it, dropping his shield, popping the drone just to see who's coming, and then just running like crazy, knowing that third place is only a couple steps away, and most likely going to try to hide and try to get points for their team. That way they can just stay in it. But we'll see what happens.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is now a survival horror game for soccer, playing for the Hanover Horde, as they will do their best to run around and collect info. I mean, it's a great hero, a great agent to use to stay alive, using that drone and going to be able to get so much info, keep themselves safe for a long, long time, because that drone can stay out for such a long time.
Mm-hmm. And unlike previous seasons, you can really just pop it, leave it, and go. And that's great. And then you can just jump in whenever you want. So you can continually scan, just trying to see who's around you if you are trying to stay alive. And that is just an awesome job by soccer playing Cryptic.
So here we are, more teams coming in as the Franklin Kraken hold this angle. Beautifully done, taking down Mr. Muffin there. And now they push in on this opportunity. Now that that player is down, they know that they have the advantage.
Oh, that Prowler. Popping through and going right after them.
No fear, going straight through the portal. And it looks like they're actually going to end up trading down there, but that charge rifle, the only hit scan weapon in the game, going to be able to do a lot of damage for them, do a lot of work. But now they're out in the open, and they know we're going to have to reposition, rethink this attack, rethink this push. We just went down one. Is this the right time?
Yeah, Bangalore Seer is usually a great combo along with Valk. That was the one of the old metas from last season. I like to see that they're staying with it again. And the Bangalore actually has their ult ready, so if they are getting pushed, she can toss that over, cause some disruption, and hope that the other team can't jump over it, which is looks to be like the Mustangs right now.
Mustangs, our champions from last round, moving in, getting a lot of value from these positions from their team play here as they push in and gain more and more ground. And I love the way that they're doing this. Trading spaces, letting their teammates push up so that they can reload, so they can refresh on those boxes. It's so important to have that down pat, to have that coordination ready to go, so that you always have a fresh person going up front.
Yep, 100%. Really, really well done from a team-based mechanic. I couldn't have said it, played it, or done it any better myself.
Bendy already up to a red shield. Absolutely killing it in terms of performance, dealing tons and tons of damage. The only way you get a red shield is by doing lots of damage, so Mustangs absolutely performing here today on World's Edge. Down to 4 squads already. I feel like I blinked and half our squads got wiped.
And typical Apex Legends, that happens. That's one of the most fun things about it. They can go quick, but now they have to go uphill, which is going to be very difficult, regardless of that red shield not having position. So they have to push, and hopefully everything will work out the way they're supposed to.
And we can see, just like we spoke about earlier, those zip lines deadly. Absolutely going down there. Tragedy strikes for the Wellington Mustangs, but Lumiski able to keep the dream alive for them. Hopefully, they will be able to hide and get a good position and just get a few more placement points. But even so, getting a top 4 placement already on top of the eliminations they've gotten is a fantastic performance that Wellington should absolutely be proud of.
100%. And really now you have a Wraith that can easily get away from almost every situation, trying to just kind of camp out the rest until one more squad is there. And then kind of the pressure is off. I mean, you want to try to get higher, but it's tough with one player for sure. So that 3rd place is really where you want to try to be.
And this is such a brutal end zone. Franklin Pythons have such a power position going into the end game here. You couldn't ask for a better zone if you were the Franklin Pythons.
100%. This is, that is just a space that you pray you can actually get to. They don't have a truly defensive team or meta right now. But with that type of position, it really doesn't matter. It's going to be really hard for anybody to get up, around, or into them without taking a ton of damage coming up that line.
So we see three squads remaining, which means one of our 4 squads have gone out. I wonder if it's now down to just our solos. We know that that Wraith is hiding somewhere out there. There was another solo for the Hanover Horde who is hiding out there. So let's see if it becomes a game of hide and seek for the Franklin Pythons.
The flame draws me this way.
I wonder if the Pythons are going to get bored and say, you know what, let's go find them. But you never know really who's out there. That's the problem. They have one team here. It looks like it's at least 2 players, so we'll see what's going on.
And that poor team down there pinned against that rock, nowhere to go, and with those snipers absolutely sticking them there. And that's one of the keys to Apex Legends, is that you always got to have some way to escape a position. And look at that. Is that a respawn beacon I see?
It is a respawn beacon. I mean, oh my gosh, dinner is on. How are they going to do it? And it looks like they brought 2 back.
Huge play for that team, getting 2 back when there's only 3 squads left, and doing it without taking a ton of damage either. And it looks like the Franklin Pythons really want to hold on to this and don't want to give it up by chasing too bad, which I think is a good call to make.
I think it's a great decision. They know that there's a team that's loaded up below them. They have position. The other team that just dropped, 2 of them have gray. So it's going to be really difficult for them to take anything off of them. And you're about to see it here. If you can hit one of the shots, they're actually going to see what kind of shields they actually have.
So Franklin Pythons here, they took round 1. They're gearing up here for a round 2 as well. Can they go for the double? But it looks like while they had their backs turned, the other team was able to push up from the other side. So now they're going to have to contest with this and worry about a 3rd party.
Yep, Crypto Alt was there. I thought I saw a Horizon Alt also. So that team did end up pushing. They saw, hey, dropship came in. They probably went and got it. They did. They pushed up there, but I don't know where they went from there. We'll have to see. This is amazing. This is a great way to potentially end a game, especially with that Storm coming in that's going to push them out.
Storm pushing that team on the other side, squeezing them as the Gnome Darts have managed to push their way onto the mountain here, as they are doing their best to keep themselves healthy and maybe make this a battle of attrition and maybe hope for a more favorable Storm.
I see they pinpointed that Kraber that's sitting over there. I wonder if they'll go for it. It looks like not probably a good decision not to go anywhere over there. Unnecessary from what they have, knowing that they actually have a position that somebody might have to come down into, which they are right now.
Absolutely. If I'm the Gnome Darts, I'm actually quite happy with the way Zone is pushing right now. And look at this. Gnome Darts get a breath of fresh air, a little bit of luck there on their side, wind in their sails, as now they are not going to have to be forced to go up into that Bloodhound trial, the top of Bloodhound trials there.
Yep, and now they're at the bottom. I think there's another team up potentially on top as well. The one that dropped in, we don't know what they're doing, but Gnome Dart's doing a great job. Looks like they're going to try to peek here.
We see that Lumiski went down for the Hanover Horde, so Lumiski goes down. Bendy takes down a couple, and Squirbles goes down as well. Think players going down, as now the Franklin Pythons, who were in such a great spot before, are now have their backs up against the wall as that engagement ended up coming and turning against them. It just goes to show how quickly a power position can flip against you.
Mm-hmm. Now Gnome Dart's having great position, knowing that they actually are in the circle. That zone's going to push in and take off potentially a ton of damage. The problem is they have one under and one on top. What is going to happen with this, and where is that third party going to come from?
Absolutely, and it's all about timing, because even if you have a quote-unquote bad position or a power position, if you're in a bad position and that other team pushes in and you push in at just the right time from a different angle, suddenly everything turns around.
Yep, and that's what's happening right here. Are they going to jump down first? Are they going to come out first? That's going to be a mismatch and a mashup of three teams right here, and it looks like it's about to happen right here.
Gnome Darts at full strength here, doing their best to push in and take out the enemies on the rocks, but great movement is in their favor. Mr. Tiger Fox, low HP.
Oh!
As the Wellington Mustangs bring it in for the double. Well done to the Wellington Mustangs, taking home another victory here. Another first place finish. And Gnomes showing up big today. Well done, Augusta Gnomes. Wellington Mustangs here.
Amazing. Really well done by the Mustangs. Again, showing just a strong gameplay mechanic in general. Strong team play. Obviously, we can't hear what they're saying, but we can only imagine that that discussion is ridiculously crazy. Kind of going off, I'm pushing, I'm pulling, I see him. And that really did have a flip. Franklin had the advantage until that zone flipped. And they saw where the new circle was, and all of a sudden it changed everything. Another great part of what makes Apex Legends so good.
And I just love the way, so what you can really tell is just the teams that execute well together, the teams that mesh well together. I've always said to teams that even if you have a slightly lower mechanical skill, even if you're not a higher rank, if you're a slightly lower rank, because you can communicate well, because you can execute as a team well, instantly that catapults you, that rockets you to a higher level of play. And we're definitely seeing that play out with the teams here today who are able to execute in this environment and work together well.
100%. We're about to see these replays come up. We'll show you exactly what we were talking about. You know, right here, Python's out of the mix, just unloading on people.
Marvel's pushing through, pushing around. Teams going absolutely crazy on today's Apex Legends maps. Wellington Mustangs have got to be so happy with their performance. They've been slowly getting used to Apex. I remember when they first joined into the Apex Legends season splits, and now they are just absolutely crushing it here at North American Finals, showing up big, having a great time. And it's so Augusta Gnomes as well. Such amazing growth from these players. I can't tell you how fulfilling it is to see these players week after week just growing and growing.
And, you know, if we look at the leaderboard when it actually pops up, we're actually going to see that the Mustangs are, again, really showing what they're bringing to the table for an event. And during the season, didn't show up quite like this. So it's great to see what exactly is happening. We still have one more round today. Anything can happen. You know, now you get that psychological piece where Mustangs might be thinking, hey, you know, we're going to take this whole thing, we're riding high, and all of a sudden another team comes in and whoosh, all of a sudden they're out first, depending on what's going on. And this is actually what it looks like right now. It's craziness.
Here we see Wellington Mustangs with 13 eliminations in first place. The Gnome Darts showing up big again with another second place finish in one elimination there. But take a look there, Madison Marvels, 9 eliminations in that 5th place spot. Any teams going into round 3, here's what I have to say to you guys. You guys just take the pressure off, relax, get in there, get in the zone, have fun. Don't worry so much about the placement, about the eliminations. Just get in there and have fun. Do your best and leave it at that.
Yep. And as you can see, the Samurai coming out using that Pathfinder with Loba and a Bloodhound. Odd, but again, you get one bad drop in Apex, another team drops next to you and pulls, whether it's a gun or it could potentially be armor ahead of time, or even a lucky grenade, and things change immediately. So Mustang's excellent job, and this match summary shows exactly how that plays. 1, 2, and 3, how are they doing? But again, Franklin Kraken taking down 9. The other team should be thanking them, saying thank you, because we got to the top 3 because you and Marvels literally took out 18 people that were in our way. We appreciate it. Thank you. So if you're there, you might want to say hello. Thank you very much for helping us out.
And you can see how these different strategies play out. You don't have to be the most mechanically inclined to get a top place finish. And you just have to stick around for round 3 to see how things are going to end up for today's Apex Legends matches. Just one more round to solidify their leaderboard placements for today. So keep it right here and stick around for these words from our sponsors.
Branding.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, about to conclude Apex Legends. One more round to go. Everybody in the building here at the Fortress, over there at the live venue, cheer them on. Let your players know they have your support, that they have your love. Let the players know that they are here with you. That's absolutely what it's all about, getting that support, getting that fan experience, letting them know that you love and support them so they can play at their best. That's why we're with the Positive Coaching Alliance. That's why we do what we do. That's why we teach the values we teach, so that these players know that no matter what, they are a mastery winner and not just scoreboard winners.
That's right. And they have to remember that this is only the third match. They have 3 more matches. Anything can literally happen today and the rest of tomorrow. So while the Mustangs might be up right now, that does not mean that it is wide open for anybody to still take points, to lead, to win. It could all happen. It could all change. And that's what these kids really have to remember is do the best you can round by round, not think about the overall structure of what's going on. Look at this game at round 3 next. Don't even worry about round 4 coming up. Do the best you can, and the parents and the fans, get behind them. Let's hear some hype for all of them going into this next round, because this is the last one for this day. They need to know about it. Let them feel that love, and let them really take this next one. And we want to see an amazing next round to be able to cast.
Absolutely, and I couldn't ask for a better map to do it on. Next map we're going to be going to on Olympus. Such an amazing map with the huge ring teleporter with the vehicles all sprawled around the map. You get some really interesting plays, some interesting interactions. Hopefully new players fall off the map, so be careful, guys.
It does happen. And honestly, even during gameplay, I mean, you kind of like to see somebody fall off. I mean, it makes it interesting for us, and everybody's like, oh, no, and, you know, it's a thing. But because it's a thing, it's always fun to see if maybe somebody falls off. You know, maybe the pitch on the jump really didn't go all that well. It happens to the best of us. It's happened to me multiple times. But, you know, we hope it doesn't happen. But if it does, it's good for TV.
It's a good highlight. It's a good.
It really is.
It's good for TV. So here we are looking at the character selections. Any changes in comps here coming through? It looks like things are going to stay mostly the same across the maps here. And here we are back with our champions, Wellington Mustangs, showing up so big here in rounds 1 and 2. Can they get the 3-peat, 3 first place finishes? And here we are on Olympus, the floating city in the sky.
And this is actually one of my favorite builds right here, with your Loba, your Wraith, and your Seer. Ridiculous push group, but can also get out if necessary really quick. I really like this meta, especially for this map, knowing how quick it is. It's going to be interesting to see where people jump, where they try to set up, and obviously where that first ring is. That's going to actually really change the game quickly, depending on where it is.
Yeah, on the other maps, we saw some other mobility options, specifically on World's Edge. We had those weather balloons, but on Olympus, there's only a couple of vehicles that you can really utilize, and they have that teleporter that kind of takes you around, but mobility is a little bit more restricted on this map, at least from what I've seen in the gameplay in our season splits.
That's right, and Swifty already grabbing purple. That's a dangerous, dangerous person for other teams to have a purple this quick into the game, especially running an R301 and potentially keeping that car. I don't think he does much for the long-range type things. Use that R301 to ping people. Dangerous if anybody comes up against him right now. And the other two using gray, but in this area, with some of the high loot, they could easily grab other purples or blues and really take it this round just out of the gate.
So while we're waiting for some action to begin, I wanted to ask you about your experience as a parent in XP League. You know, what are some of the effects that you've seen of XP League on your son as they've, you know, when they first started out, and you know how it's kind of changed since then?
Well, you know, we've been in part of the league for almost a year now, and it's been wonderful. But I think the changes that I've seen is changing from an individual player of just playing with random people online to feeling like he has a group he can play with, and also turning into, instead of just falling in line to do something, turning into a leader. And that's not only from the other people on his team, which are fantastic, but also the coach. You know, the coaches here also push them to come out of their shells. And I have seen a really big change in confidence level, as well as the ability to communicate. And, you know, he's always been a good arguer for me. But, you know, now he's able to do it within the game, but in a method that is actually viable and usable within a team mechanic. And when he may succeed or fail, he has other people to succeed or fail with. And especially those situations that, you know, he might get a highlight reel type thing. He has people to share it with that are going to cheer him on. And I think the parents are just as great. The parents that are part of this team are wonderful, and they all cheer him on as well as we cheer their kids on. That is the best thing about XP League, and there's even more coming in the future.
So we're talking about how that zone is going to have such a big impact. We see that zone pulling to the north side of Olympus. Now, what are some of the interesting POIs on Olympus, on that north side of Olympus, that are going to affect the rest of the match going forward?
Well, you have Rift there, and you're going to see some teams kind of playing within that, but you also have the ability to use the portal in. And that can really cause some chaos if teams are actually running from, the south or southeast positioning, trying to run to grab, to kind of jump in. That's one thing. But what's going to happen is in the next ring, you don't know where it's going to be inside of that. So it could be that right now, the Rift is where you want to be. It could switch down to the south, and now you're in a completely different space and you have to take the portal in, otherwise you're toast. So that's really, everybody might say, well, this is a great place to be. This ring is rough for everybody because that next ring is going to be even harder, and that's the deciding factor.
Well, here we are with the Hanover Horde, who are in active combat right now. They went up briefly. It looks like they got a player knocked. They've been stuck inside this building, getting absolutely pelted with grenades. And there it is. There's that down player as they take down Squirbles once and for all. And so now Hanover Horde up in this team fight, spotting them out, being careful of what looks to be some kind of wingman or potentially a sentinel there on that rooftop.
And was that a quick third party, or was that two full teams? I didn't actually see. There was so much gunfire, I couldn't tell if it was 2 teams or 3 teams actually going back and forth.
And here we are with our Marvels 2 team rotating around, checking out the sites, playing tourists, getting all the stamps on their tourism post book there as they are rotating around, getting to a better spot as the Hanover Horde push in, and looks like they're chasing down the remnants of the team that they were fighting earlier.
Yep, he's picking up as we go. Pushing with 2 blue and a gray at this point in time, actually not a bad solution. At the very worst is you're probably going to change your gray shield into a blue, but they're getting picked off from up top. Somebody either with either a longbow or a sentinel.
It looks like they've spotted them out, landing some good shots with that Nemesis, but with that reload coming at just the worst time, and it always does, right?
Always.
But Foxy JJ and Squirbles here to pick it up.
Somebody taking pot shots up there.
Oh my goodness, the rotate on that off angle, leaving Foxy JJ with no option but to leave the team behind.
And he's getting hunted down.
That passive kicking in for Bangalore, actually able to move faster when you get shot.
And right now you just have to hope they don't come around the corner that just happened. So them getting taken out. Marvels 2 also getting swiped right there.
And I believe that was Dr. Pepper we've been seeing there. There they are. Franklin Pythons popping up again, our 2 top teams. That team that just took at the Hanover Horde, that was the Wellington Mustangs. We saw Bendy pop up in the leaderboard there.
Oh, there you go. And now Minotaur, haven't seen as much from them during these couple matches. Great to see them back on the screen, and really solid. 2 purples and a blue going forward. Great team mechanic, and Marvels 1 getting hit right here.
The Madison Marvels, such a strong team as they are now fighting in the smokes. They've gotten a couple people down. They've taken down Acworth for the Alexandria Samurai. They find Wolfman, and down they go, eliminating the Alexandria Samurai at 10th place. Great shots from Swifty and the rest of the team, able to take them out. And look at that loadout. Oh my goodness, they are so well kitted out. Just a nightmare to run into this team this early in the game.
Right now it's either 2 purples and a gold, or it's 3 purples. And that is going to be really tough because, again, like you said, very early in the game. And there's just a lot of destruction this early, which is fantastic.
Gnome darts here. We saw an ultimate get popped here, so it looks like there must be some kind of active team fight, at least going on either here or across the way.
That is long distance.
Here we see the Sentinel coming through for Welsh, the resident sniper for the Gnome darts. They have a strategy, and they're sticking to it well. You know, I've never thought of Rampart as a good sniper legend, but Welsh has proven me wrong here, able to put up those defensive barriers to basically win out those trades when they snipe.
100%. I love the fact you could build a wall and then just snipe through it. They know where you're coming from, But anytime they peek out, even if they want to take a shot, you don't have to worry about getting hit. Really well done. Great job playing that character specifically. I love it, and that's usually what I play. Charge rifle, P2020 with a hammer point is my go-to, although I know it's not popular for a P2020 with a hammer point. Most people would be like, why? Watch me play and rip people apart. I would love to see somebody do that this season.
And the thing I love about that playstyle, that strategy, is that anyone can do that. Yep. Anyone can, they have a really nice balanced composition. As the Franklin Minotaur, Retro on the rooftops, great position here. Able to shoot them out, chasing down that respawn beacon. Like you said, it's hunting season, it's dinner time, and it's time to eat. Do you hear the dinner bell ringing?
Looks like they're trying to get away. Somebody with a gold shield, but you know if there's one gold, there's one gray, because they just drop back in and don't have much of anything, leaving everything here. But it looks like they're just going to set up, reboot, see what's going on, take the bot, hopefully it'll pop something good for them, and go from there.
Someone's out there. They're far.
Yeah, it looks like Minotaur are happy to stick around here and actually steal the Loba market here.
Take the market when you can.
Very nice. Great play for the Minotaur, scaring off the other team. And if I'm the other team and my teammate just respawned, absolutely, that was the right play to make. Get out of there, keep your teammate alive, keep your chances better and better for the end game. And here we are with the Franklin Pythons. A couple here, actually our kill leader currently in the lobby. So Franklin Pythons, last round they racked up 9 eliminations. So let's see, are they going to be going for that kill leader position yet again?
Franklin Pythons have been dominant in death and destruction in this tournament so far, this finals. And I think they've just gotten unlucky as to who they've come up against. They've third partied and fourth partied. But right now, causing some damage against the other team.
And boom, instantly we see Yeti Phoenix actually taking down 3 there in the kill feed. So well done, Yeti Phoenix there.
Yeti Phoenix coming in strong in that and really popping a bunch of people.
As Dr. Pepper actually takes out the Triangle Shogun here. Well done, Franklin Pythons on that engagement, taking them out. And we see that aggressive playstyle is working out for them. I mean, it's high risk, high reward, and we see that in the amount of eliminations they get, but also in their placements. They get a lot of elims, but they don't really get that top 3 placement.
And I think right here they're saying, no, we're going to, but with the Gnome darts really coming in, it is going to be problematic. Again, causing a lot of damage, and then you have somebody like the Gnome darts coming in for that third party, knowing that they're already hurt, and now you kind of have a 3-on-3 that have 2 highly destructive teams. This is what you want to see for gameplay.
Welsh tried to go around to get that flank onto them, but looks like the Franklin Pythons were aware and planned around it, and now it's like a reverse Uno card right onto them as the Wellington Mustangs come from the other side to pinch them between. And it's a tough, tough spot if you're the Gnome darts there.
And you know, with this much gameplay and this much destruction and sound, there's another team getting ready to pop in here. We don't know who they are or if they are, but I would imagine with everything kind of shrinking, there's another team just around the corner. It's going to be interesting to see what the Mustangs do now with the Gnome darts over there.
And Mustangs, they take a high ground position here with visibility all over the entire map. That scan reveals the entire trio inside that building. And now Mustangs just get ready for the assault.
And doing work with that wingman, such a difficult pistol to use from that type of range. But we've seen players today use it like they're pros. Absolutely amazing usage of that wingman from that space.
But also, because they're on this high ground position here with that doesn't have a ton of cover, they have to play very carefully here and be very aware of the teams around them. Because as we said, where there's one team, there's a ton. And so they got to be careful on their timing for any teams that may be looking to take advantage of them focusing down at one of the other teams.
100%, and you have the next circle. So right now the other team is in the circle. They know that. They have to push only so far, and then where's it going to go from there? They don't know where the other teams are right now. So it looks like they're rotating over, trying to get better position and make sure that they're still in that space from whence they came. And they're in a safe space, or at least a safer space. There's nothing safe in the Rift.
Absolutely. Looks like they've spotted out another player running across the way. Nothing scarier than an open area in a battle royale, but they successfully do it. as the Troy Eagles have set themselves up nicely here with their selves ready to go here. Interesting to see what they're running here. Oh no, their Loba gets spotted out. Could this spell the beginning of a troubling engagement for them?
Yeah, definitely different. Bringing in a Mirage, we hadn't seen that yet. But hey, again, when things aren't working, let's go. And now Troy was 11th or 12th last round. Now they're 5th right now. So obviously something is working.
Absolutely. Playing for their lives, playing those positions as the Franklin Pythons push in. They know they have the man advantage, and all they have to do is move quickly, because the longer they take to take out the enemy team, the more likely that a third party comes in.
And perfect space for that Seer ult. Excellently played. You know exactly where everybody is as they're pushing you, as you are trying to get those batteries back up.
Here we go, Franklin Pythons taking so many different angles. I love seeing the team play here. I love seeing the strategy where they come around from different angles, using the abilities, using height, using walls to get any angle you need to really pressure and just pin that enemy down. Well done, taking out the Troy Eagles.
And Franklin Python showing just how ridiculous they are when it comes to damage output, but this time staying within that top 3-4 and really starting to take a place. I think they probably had a little powwow after their last round. They're like, oh no, we're getting it this time. We're not going to keep killing for everybody else. We're taking it ourselves. So you can see they're not pushing as much. They're pushing, they're taking the kills, and they're reeling it back, making sure that they're actually taking all the boxes, getting stuff out of them, and getting ready for the next run.
Absolutely. Teams that are still in it, we still have our Franklin Pythons, we still have our Triangle Minotaur. I think I still see the Wellington Mustangs there. And there's a 4th team off, still in the rift, still in the map. So well done to any teams that have made it this far, and well done to the Troy Eagles on their top 5 finish here in round 3.
I wonder if those other teams are just letting them fight it out. They're not even trying to third party. At this point, being the 4th squad, they're just trying to be the 3rd squad. Once it hits 3, they're going to start to converge, and then that's when we're going to see fireworks.
Here we can see the Mustangs. They've been holding this spot for a while, but it's working out for them. There's no need for them to really rotate out of there. And I mean, just look at the resources that they have. So much to work with that they can really hold power position for as long as they really want.
Yep, great setup. They have a Loba, which means they can keep shopping if they need to. You know, they can scan, so they know where people are coming from a certain angle, so they don't have to worry about it. They actually have up top, in the middle, and down on this building, so they can kind of get anywhere. Especially if Bloodhound uses his ult, you can kind of just keep going up and down the different spaces. Really in a good spot, but not in an easy one, because the other team also having their own building, so it could just be pot shots until that next circle comes through.
Yeah, in a war of attrition, the Loba definitely has the advantage here, just able to, like you said, just keep their team healthy. I mean, just look at all that, just ammo for days just there.
Yep. And a gold shield just for giggles, in case somebody wants one. It's a full gold shield. They can swap out easily if they don't want to use more of their shields. Excellent gameplay. Good job planning for the future, and let's see if the zone actually holds out for them.
And here we see teams rotating for that next zone. You can't stay in this spot forever, as that storm is going to push them off of that position and get these teams to force them together, and we're going to have a lot of chaos just unfold. It's a lot of quietness, a lot of poking here in these in-between phases, but as soon as that storm starts to close in, everything pops off, and all your plans go out the window.
That's right. That's when it comes down to play to play. You know, spray and pray sometimes can get a little crazy depending if you're all grouped up or not. It's going to be interesting to see what happens right here. There's so many death boxes all over in this one spot.
And down we see, we went from 4 squads to 3 squads, and it looks like they found the solo player who was hiding out in one of the corners there. But well done to that solo player. If you're a solo and you make it to top 4, that's fantastic for your team. That's a big, big W.
Yep.
So here we go, Franklin Pythons popping some abilities to at least cover their tracks as they move into that next zone. And this is a really crazy last zone, so open. Teams have really nowhere to hide. It's going to be a just absolute straight firefight, almost looking like a Civil War era battlefield. They're just going to stand out in the open and shoot each other and see what happens.
It should be interesting, especially with Minotaurs, Mustangs, and the Franklin Pythons all coming in this last 3. You've got 2 really well-known power teams that have been for the last 2 matches pumping out damage and wins. And then Minotaur, not to be undersold, can come in and take this whole thing away from both of them in a second.
And there we go. They find a team out on the rooftop across the storm as they managed to crack them for at least 70 damage on that shield. Lobo's going down to Bendy, so it looks like Wellington Mustangs is making their move onto the Triangle Minotaurs. Wellington Mustangs have the advantage here, and we can see that they're being forced around to the open as that storm is closing in. Franklin Pythons on the backs of that early rotate, taking the top of that hill, now have the advantage as everyone has to run up the hill into them.
Yep, and there is nothing but a wall and a wall behind them. Oh boy, that is going to be a tough one. I can't wait to see how this rolls out.
And here we go. Franklin looking absolutely healthy as they are king of the hill. If you're Wellington Mustangs, if you're the Triangle Minotaur, you know, it's a devil's choice. You either, you know, you've got the team right next to you that you have to fight, but you know that you're going to have to take another fight right away, right after. And here it comes. Triangle Pythons knew it was coming, as Bendy is doing their best, but in the end, Franklin Pythons will take game 3.
Minotaurs went down, Mustangs were hurt, and Franklin came in and just said, this is our time, and unloaded on them when they were short on their shields. Excellent teamwork, excellent discussion, and excellent push exactly when you were supposed to do it. That is teamwork, and that is textbook how you win in this game.
My theory is that Apex Legends is more chess than FPS. So much of how teams perform, if whether or not teams can make it all the way to the end, has to do with anticipation and timing and repositioning and positioning. Positioning is repositioning, and we saw that play out with the Wellington Mustangs having that power position for so long, from basically mid-game all the way to end-game. They had the power position, were holding it with that Loba feeding them the entire time. But they were late to rotate, and that being late to rotate like that gave the Franklin Pythons the opportunity to take the power position away from them and take that win in the end. But well done, Wellington Mustangs.
100% well done. I think we have some replays to go through from this last round. Let's cue those up if we can and see exactly what we had going on. Now, somebody's pinned right here. This is where we thought, I didn't know how many teams were actually going in. And ended up there were 2, and then this was a smatter. You got somebody pinging from up top, just picking people off.
And this goes to show the danger of being too aggressive, too hungry for the elims. I mean, we talked about always making sure you have info when you go in. And here we go, Marvel's pushing in, looking so good with that Mastiff.
Swifty just knocking that Mastiff down. And this is actually where they're going up against Shogun. And this is actually where Yeti Phoenix drops 3 people right in a row. Pop, 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 and then unfortunately gets third-partied and knocked right there. And that right there, Apex Legends. It couldn't be said any better, but amazing play. And then pushing around these buildings was insane this round. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that door action, those hinges are, I mean, they're not going anywhere. That is really well put together gameplay. That door is not heading. You got to kick it down in order to get it there.
And Franklin Python showing why they are so strong because of their timing. And it looks like, you know, they were getting in the rhythm of it. You know, having that aggressive playstyle is so hard, but they got the rhythm of it here in round 3. They finally got it down. And Wellington Mustangs were so on point today. 2 first-place finishes and a second-place finish here in round 3. Wellington Mustangs are gotta be happy.
Absolutely ridiculous. And even Minotaurs near the end, they got stuck. They knew what was going to happen. You had to go for them, and Franklin just hit it at the right time. And that was amazing. All around, really well done. No potato shots this time. We saw it in the first and second round, a lot of shots being missed. In this one, lots of headshots, lots of craziness, and really well done. They were warmed up, so honestly, I can't wait for tomorrow and see what's actually going to happen. I think they're all psyched. Even the teams that think they're in last place or something like that, doesn't matter. So if we actually have that up on the screen, we will go through how everything looks as of this moment. There it is, Franklin, 16
eliminations. That is the record for today, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Franklin Python, that's what happens when you play that high risk, high reward. Sometimes you get that high reward, and high reward indeed for the Franklin Pythons here in Game 3, where it all came together, 16 eliminations. But Wellington Mustangs showing up big like they did all day, with a second place finish with 7 eliminations, but not to be discounted. Take a look at Triangle Shogun there with 2 eliminations in 7th, and the Madison Marvels with 4 eliminations in 8th place.
Yep. And Gnome Darts, who came in, did really well last round, coming in 6th this round. A little bit different, but still great gameplay. If you look at their gameplay, it was wonderful. They were taking shots, they were hitting people. Same thing with Trial Shogun, went from 12th to 10th to 7th. Who knows what they're going to do tomorrow now that they have that new player kind of in the mix that just got drafted in.
Gnome Darts and Franklin Kraken have been really consistent. You know, they're not always getting those top 3 finishes. I think Gnome Darts maybe got 1 top 3 finish, but they've been really consistent in their play style. And so I think I called it out earlier, where because of their composition, because of the way they play, they have really good balance between mobility, keeping themselves defensive, and having some recon info. That's a really consistent play style. Where you're going to be able to keep your team in the fight, in the game, for a really long time. You may not always get those crazy first place 16 elimination games, but just racking up points, staying consistent, can get you a top place finish, just like we saw in regionals with the Brookfield Dragons.
Yep, 100%. And I think, as you know, you do see a lot of people. There's obviously a couple clear today kind of people that are really gearing up and are going to be ready for tomorrow. But don't discount all those other teams. You know, you saw Troy go from a 12th to a 5th within 1 round, and they cannot be shown as if nothing's going to happen. They're going to come. They're all going to bring it. Marvel 2's there as well. And tomorrow, completely different. I think you're going to see, obviously Franklin and Mustang's going to be doing a lot of the same stuff, but they better be ready for new comps coming at them and just what's going to entail it, because people are going to be gunning for them. They're going to be taking those 2 teams down the whole time.
Absolutely. Incredible performances today from all our teams here for Apex Legends. I just want to thank all our players for taking those sportsmanship values to heart, for playing your absolute best and keeping a positive attitude the whole time. Thank you to the coaches for supporting these players, teaching them sportsmanship values. Thank you to the families for being here, supporting your players. Thank you to league commissioners and owners for making this all happen, making this possible. Coming up next, we have Overwatch 2 coming up, so get excited for Overwatch 2. My personal favorite, over 1,000 hours, gotta love it. But before we do, here's some words from our sponsors. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this happen.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. It got that FDA approval in 2017, and I wouldn't have had that option had the Leukemia Lymphoma Society not moved that forward. We are about 9 months and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
What's going on, everybody? It's Alphachino here, and we're here in the back of the live venue. We're here around the booth for the Gift of Life booth, and we're here with...
I'm Tracy.
And tell us a little bit about Gift of Life.
Sure. Gift of Life is an international marrow and stem cell registry. We cure blood cancer, sickle cell, and 96 other blood disorders, primarily through stem cell donation.
Oh, wow. That is amazing. And for, like, what is the process of, wanting to donate? Like, what would you have to do?
So you would first want to join the registry by completing an online health questionnaire, followed by swabbing of your cheeks. You then go in a database. You have a 1 in 1,350 chance of ever being called as someone's life-saving donor.
All right. And we actually have somebody special here that just registered. We have Colorblind here, aka Quinn, who is actually already signed up, and he's about to do the process of doing the swabbing. Is there anything special like that he has to do while doing the swab?
Nope, he's just going to take a swab and rub the inside of his cheeks for 10 seconds on each side.
All right, here we go. Quinn, you ready?
So
Grab one with
each,
your left hand
okay.
and one with your right hand.
Okay.
And now you're going to swab the insides of your cheeks for 10 seconds in a circular motion.
Make sure you get it all in there. Every section, every side, both sides. All righty.
There's a lot of coordination. I had to do one at a time. I put them both in. I'm like, oh wait, this is difficult. Here we go.
Do your favorite cheek? Get in there. Get in there. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. You're amazing.
Love you, Alpha.
Love you too, man.
Thank you so much.
And that's how the process is. It's just like that's all you have to do?
That's all you have to do to join the registry. Then hopefully one day he'll get the call that he could give someone a second chance at life.
All right, and there you go. Make sure if you're here, make sure you stop by in the back of Gift of Life and go ahead and donate, register, and all of that. Okay? Thank you guys so much for being here. It's Alphachino, and I'll see you guys later, all right?
Welcome back, everybody. We are here live at the Fortress for some Overwatch action. Who's excited? Woo!
It is a great day for games, and
Absolutely.
we are not done quite yet. Upper finals now for Overwatch between the Franklin Phoenix and the NOC Kraken, and two teams who know each other pretty well.
Yeah, these teams have played each other all season long, and we are going to be here for every second of the action. I am Aaron, Fire of KLD, and I'm joined by
Jesse Twin Salty, and I'm very excited for this game, as we'll be upper final. Winner clinches top 2 minimum and a spot in tomorrow's grand final. But first, let's go look at this bracket. Let's see where we stand going into this game. So the teams that have sadly bowed out at this point, Regina Hydra and the Macomb Knights, and then currently elimination round 2 games currently going on between the Franklin Nomads and Triangle Wolves, and then Dragons and Shogun actually going on right behind us right now. But the game we're focused on for right now, NOC Kraken, who upset the #1 seed in the Franklin Dragons 2-1, and arguably the closest game we've seen today against the Franklin Phoenix, who so far have been in an absolute groove.
Yeah, they have really been killing it this this kind of morning, afternoon, all day. It's been just some awesome action. I have had the privilege of watching a lot of these games, and it has been an absolute blast. I mean, I'm so happy to be here, and I know all these teams are as well. Obviously, like, these kids fought so hard to get here, and now this is going to be, this is the culmination of what their whole year's been about.
Yeah, everything going to this moment as we get ready. We're starting to go in the lobby now. This will be Circuit Royale to start, which I admit, a little shocked. I was talking to you earlier about it. It's Phoenix's best map. I'm thinking NOC is going to ban. They don't. They ban Junkertown, fearing that kind of poke, so we do end up going over to Monaco.
I mean, Junkertown is pretty scary. I think, honestly, between the sight lines that are available at the start of both these maps, I think this is kind of the lesser of two evils in that regard. So this is Circuit Royale, and as we saw, a beautiful hold earlier of very front of the circuit hold, and let's see what we get here. We've got some pretty standard. So actually, I would say pretty standard, but then I saw Wrecking Ball.
Yeah. Okay. So I think right now the top names are swapped on accident. So it's Phoenix defending, Kraken getting ready to attack. I wonder if this ball comp from NOC is going to stick, or if it's just them memeing around in spawn. Because it could be. But Phoenix, there's no real shock in what they're running, right? It's like what we saw them run earlier. It's what got them that close hold win. There's no real shock that they're going to be pulling that out.
Yeah, I think that, both of these teams, they have the things that work, that they have been working on, but a lot of times these teams will switch it up kind of in the last minute, in the 11th hour, to try and kind of play that 4D chess with their opponents so they don't know what they're doing. And that's kind of what you're seeing here, but we see the Junker Queen coming out, which is much more standard for this map, and a lot more of what we expected. Yes. Oh no, Doomy going down to Pokemon. Oh, that was tragic.
Yeah, it's Pokemon. We saw it earlier. Again, just getting ready for the dive, and NOC, they want to take this high ground. They're going to try and drag somebody in with the knife. Dario is able to
Oh my goodness, magically, that was absolutely huge. That is what you want to see here. Sea Serpent now coming in, getting one, getting two, and magically finishing things up. Sea Serpent we saw earlier today, absolutely on a tear this morning, and it seems like they are back online doing what they want to do.
And it will be now Franklin Phoenix making some swaps, as it will be the entire team swapping up. Nobody's going to try and stick around for their ults. It'll be the Zarya rush, which we haven't seen Zarya get a lot of play time, but it is a pretty decent counter here. It's a Junker Queen to try and cleanse those negative effects.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm curious, do you think that swapping over like that and losing a lot of that ult charge, do you think that in the long run that's going to be worth it? I mean, some of those ults can be absolutely fight-changing. Whoa, wow. Sea Serpent on a tear. Team kill there from the Phoenix. Oh my goodness.
From NOC, yeah, sorry.
Or for NOC, right?
Yeah, names are still swapped on top. Sorry about that, guys. Pay attention to the name at bottom left of the screen for now. But now, as you said, NOC getting a pretty good start to this map. Haven't had to use an ultimate quite yet, and are now getting pretty close to some crucial ultimates when Phoenix, they're only about halfway to theirs.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's that swap coming in where they are going to be behind in that ult charge. And, you know, it becomes a little dangerous, but I think they're going to make the best of it here. Nodi picking up 1, magically sending in the ult and grabbing 2 here. The fight's not quite even, but it could go any way. But it looks like North OC gonna clean up here, continuing to push the payload.
Yeah, Pokemini will be able to get out just barely, but this cart is already past the hardest part of this phase with that nice little spiral turn, and now as it approaches the final bit of phase 2, yes, I don't say to use a few ults for that, but it's not like they don't have some to spare.
Yeah, absolutely. North OC having really solid ult economy so far this game. And, oh, Sea Serpent gets 2, gets 3! That's absolutely massive. We have seen him been on a tear this game. He picks up 4 out of the 5. Oh my goodness, this man's making moves.
Making moves all over the place. 5 minutes going into final phase. That is a ridiculous time bank for a team on Circuit Royale especially, but especially for any escort map. Now Franklin Phoenix, they need to win this next fight, right? I think that's pretty simple. They need to win this next fight.
They've got
to at least
the ults
bleeding.
online. They've got the ults online to do so.
Blizzard gets nothing.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The Blizzard, they're North OC able to back out of there, but it looks like Franklin's gonna clean up anyway. Dario Magic on fire here.
Nice little stop there. Okay, settle down. You've not been able to get a grip on this series so far, but that is what you need. This cart has not moved. They tried to be aggressive, NOC, so now they will continue to move in that cart, and it'll just be a close hold on this choke for the Phoenix. There's only 2 ways to get in.
Yeah, the thing is with that last fight, you know, Quad uses ult and doesn't catch anyone, but they still used it to create space for their team and really made the most out of an ult that, for the most part, didn't catch anybody. You see a lot of ults coming in now. Looks like Franklin spending all that they have, but they're gonna clean up the fight here, and they're gonna try and make sure no one gets away.
Yeah, able to find one.
Magically, though,
is used.
That's gutsy, but I appreciate because maybe Magically's thinking my team can maybe come back and back me up here, but Magically gonna fall. Sea Serpent now gets in, but I think they're a little bit staggered here. They're probably gonna want to opt to back out now. Dario cleaning up Sea Serpent, and that's gonna be the end of a very extended fight.
Yeah, I liked the Kitsune rush there from Misty. Just for the heals. That's all they needed it for, is to make sure to keep their Zarya up, and they're able to capitalize after that. Sharky now swaps over to the Moira, so no more cleanse available here for the Kraken.
That's, you know, that is an interesting choice, but I think, you know, we'll see what Sharky can do with it. Going for the damage Moira and just absolutely tearing down Nodi. Sea Serpent escaping from that Blizzard there. And it looks like they are just using that to create a lot of space, which is very... Oh, what a good cleanse there from Quad. He had the freeze on himself online, but Magically finds Quad anyway.
And this is just NOC pushing it. Nodi's been pushing the cart, so they'll have to go back to that now. But they're able to get past this choke point. But Doomy is having a rough time against this magnetic grenade that does not allow them now to blink or to try and get their healing back with the recall. That maybe is how they're getting a little pushed around, but I think Doomy, you know, the sticks are still happening.
Yeah, that McCree change coming in big time here. The absolute, you know, kind of almost counter to that Tracer. We've got Sea Serpent here, has been on a tear so far, looking for something a little bit sneaky, and I'm really excited to see how he is going to do this here. But it doesn't look like he needs it, but he sends it, Magically picks 3, Sea Serpent finishing it up, and that was beautifully executed.
A wonderful execution there. Make sure you have the Coalescence early, able to get a pick off that, and Sea Serpent able to finish off those low health targets. Phoenix got a minute 40 here to defend.
I gotta say though, with the 5 minutes that they were looking at earlier, this is a much better position to be in. But it looks like they're gonna come in with the ults of their own, picking up a couple kills here. Quad getting 1, but it's almost even now. Nodi though doing a great job to clean that fight up.
Yeah, Nodiurg and Pokemini just able to clean it up. Even though it was a 2v2, it got a little scrappy.
Yeah, it was pretty scrappy.
It was a little scrappy. It almost felt like a deathmatch going on. And Doomy will now swap to the Hanzo. I do like the swap. The Tracer, especially in the end of this map, it is so hard to find an isolated target with this all being indoors.
Yeah.
Nice swap from them. So Phoenix only got, honestly, the Kitsune and maybe this sound barrier if they can build it up, and they do.
Yeah, here comes the Kitsune Rush. This is going to be a really good fight opener for them, but Pokemini-Mi's going to fall. Not going to have that ult for available for the back half of this fight.
And they're just going to try and stall right now. Pokemini back in the fight. And you can see Misty waiting for the cleanse just for that.
Magically, that was gutsy. He was not at a lot of health there, but the beat comes in, keeping Magically alive. The freeze comes down from Quad, trying to create that space once again. And it is, again, a very, very scrappy fight from both teams. But Sea Serpent picking up 2 here. Magically getting 1, Sharky getting 1. And that is just absolutely so well executed. But it is not over yet. Franklin, I thought they were going to stall there, but Pokemini gets taken down by Doomy, and that is going to be a completion of round 1. There was only 12 seconds left in the time bank. Franklin had such a wonderful hold there. I mean, they were looking at 5 minutes, and they were able to hold out for almost all of that. So really great job from them.
Considering how the first 2 phases of the map went for Phoenix, I think you take it.
Absolutely.
Like, you had a rough first 2 phases of this map. NOC was in an absolute cruise at that point, and eventually the changes come in, but not enough at the end. NOC, 12 seconds left. That is still important, though. OT, if Phoenix are able to complete, automatically there. So let's see if that, becomes a factor. But now Phoenix get to be on the attack. We've seen them attack once, where they only had to go to bridge, and the other time that was off stream, they capped with 4.5 minutes. So we know they have the capabilities, but obviously this series a little bit different.
Now, give us a little bit of insider information.
Okay.
As a Franklin coach,
yes,
what are you expecting to see as far as, and you don't have to tell us about comps, but what we saw earlier, is that a little bit of what we can expect, what we saw in that first game today?
I think so. I think to the same notion, I would say, is probably what we're expecting. I obviously don't want to. I don't want to give away anything.
Yeah, a little bit of surprise for both you guys
I'll wait till at least the round starts until I talk about it. Well, I don't mind either team's picks here because it's like, yes, you liked what was working. The one change for NOC is Sim.
That's interesting.
That is really interesting. That has to be just, hey, if we need to get out, TP down, back up, make sure we can play again.
Sim TP, such a good rotate tool, but they catch out Magically big time here. But Magically not going down without a fight and getting some really, really solid heals here, able to stay up. Doomy falls to Nodi, and it is all of these fights, especially towards the end of that game and now, have been so scrappy, very in each other's faces, and that is a lot of very normal for where Overwatch is at right now.
Yeah, and Sea Serpent continues just to be in the face of anyone in the backline they can find, but Nodier is able to find another pick. That time on to Ray, so Sharky, now the only support there left is try and keep everybody up. Sea Serpent is somehow able to get out alive. I think they were maybe at 15 to 20 health, but it will be Phoenix continue to push forward and they eventually get him.
Heals absolutely massive here, as keeping those teammates alive is very, very important, weirdly enough.
Just funny
Just
enough.
a little bit.
Yeah.
But, the push still coming in from Franklin. North OC does opt to back out here and give them a little bit of space. A respectable distance as they... Oh no, Sea Serpent falling to Nodi. Oh no, he did not even see him.
And I think Doomy will try and play this high ground, but I don't think they can even get in. Commanding Shout is used. Window is used to try and keep them in this. It's only a meter away from completing first phase, but Doomy's able to find the first.
This is an awesome opener. The barrier capped. Doomy coming in a little late there with the Dragons, but it is going to find a pick. Sea Serpent getting one himself, but yeah, the cap came through anyway. It was a really close hold there. 4 minutes, 40 seconds here in the time bank, and we're off to a very good start for Franklin. Obviously not nearly as fast as North OC started their attack the first time around, but they are doing a very, very good job on the first and now second phase of this map.
I'm curious to see how this interaction continues to go between the Zarya comp and the JQ comp. If it does continue, because it is such a very weird interaction. Rampage hits 2.
That's a really solid start here from Magically. Magically using I feel like uses it not only for obviously the nullifying of the healing, but I feel like just uses it to get in the back line.
Caesar just used Death Blossom, and they just get Dead-Eyed. They don't get anything because of the sound barrier health that Pokemon still had the rest of the teams, but it doesn't matter. Everything else is lining up.
Wow, magically picking up 2, Doomy picking up 2. They're both on fire, and they are going to hold forward now. Phoenix regrouping here, resetting, and they are ready to go.
Dar now swaps over to the Reaper, trying matching the pressure that Sea Serpent has been given. And I was joking around with some people earlier. This is like Season 1 Sea Serpent energy. Like,
yes.
Used to be one of the kings of the league, one of the best, and they still honestly are one of the best players we have. But this is a whole new kind of form we're seeing from them this weekend.
Yeah. Just an absolute, oh no, Sharky falling right after placing down the window. Quad and Nodi getting the picks on the healers here. That's going to put North OC on the back foot. And they're going to try to clean this up as quickly as they can. I hear the dragon, there they are. But I don't think it's gonna find anyone. Dario and Nodi sending everyone else back to respawn.
I wonder if they're swapping, because that was, they're not. Okay.
Doesn't look like it.
That was, to me, a little late. I don't know if they could have brought it back, but I don't mind the effort. Sharky will swap over to the Moira now, which did lead them to end up finishing this phase of the map when they were on the attack. Phoenix, not too much of a difference, about 40-second difference to what NOC had during their attack. But the big thing is NOC not able to hold up in that close choke point where Phoenix were able to stall a bit of time. They have to set up all the way at final corner, at least for now.
Yeah, they're hanging out back there at the moment, trying to regroup a little bit. Dario taking a little bit of hits here, getting some heals back up. But he is waiting for his... He's waiting very, very patiently. And he finds Sea Serpent. That's... Oh my goodness! Look at that grab! Finds 4 or 5 there.
And that's the issue I know that NOC are going to face without the Kiriko or the BAP. You have nothing against the grab if Ray is not able to build up that sound barrier in time. So this is a big issue now. This card continues to roll. 3:20 on the clock. 3, maybe 4 ultimates here for the Phoenix compared to the Kraken's 1 or 2.
Yeah, this is coming in with the Death Blossom. Doesn't find anybody. The Kitsune Rush with it, you know, maybe try to boost, send towards your enemies, but unfortunately doesn't find any. But it does not look like they're going to need it because Quad finds a big freeze. Nodi and Missy picking people up. Quad gets 1 more, and that is going to be 2 minutes in the time bank. Absolutely huge finish here from Franklin Phoenix. We're going into overtime now here on the Circuit Royale.
I can't tell who's screaming back there. I know it's a Franklin person. Whoever's screaming back there, they're making it loud. I'm curious to see how the other games went as well. I know Nomads and Triangle were playing, and Dragons and Shogun were playing. I bet somebody might be able to just run behind me, and we'll see how that one is going. But for now, Phoenix way better on the attack. It seemed like they finally got the groove with the Zarya comp. Now it is NOC. Do you have an answer? Because you've been running this JQ comp for the majority of the weekend. We've seen a little bit of Ramatra from them as well. But the JQ is really what set them apart, and they will, at least so far, they're teasing it. We'll see if they actually go it. Maybe teasing a change.
That does it. It looks like we do have a little bit of a change here. You know, not quite what we saw before. And so, for those of you who don't know, so right now we are in the overtime for this map. So the way that this is going to work is North OC is going to get to attack first. They have a minute in their time bank instead of having just 12 seconds because there's no way. The way that Overwatch works, they give them a full minute, but that minute is also given to Franklin Phoenix. So they have 3 minutes and 43 seconds for their attack. So North OC has to, you know, get as far as they can in that minute. So they are going to be rushing pretty hard here. You know, want to be really scrappy, really in the face of Franklin, making sure they don't give them any opportunities to slow their roll.
And now that the round's about to start, we'll talk about comps. We don't want to spoil anything. That's the way we'll put it, because they're playing right behind us. The Ramatra comp, I like it. I think there was a change that needed to be made to at least try something new. Phoenix will stick to the Reaper though for now to try and keep Sea Serpent at bay.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call here. And I do really like the Ramatra swap, especially because the Zarya was meant to stop the JQ and not necessarily being able to handle the Ramatra nearly as easily. Obviously still a very strong champion, or character, but I think that, you know, the Ramatra really is going to lend itself well. first pick of the game here. Coming up on Shark, Misty picking up Sharky, Nodi picking up Magically, Dario picking up Sea Serpent. There is only a few seconds left. Someone's gonna have to touch.
I believe I think it's Ray touching at the moment. Doomy's gonna get caught out, and so will Ray. And I don't believe anybody will be able to get there in time. Pretty familiar territory now for the Phoenix to where they had to hold in their previous game against Triangle. They got a little bit of time to do it.
Yeah, they have a really good chunk of time there. 93 meters, 69 meters here on the side of North OC. And so all we need to see from Franklin is that in kind, and they will take this match.
And it will be then 1-0 to the Phoenix going to map 2, which with it being push, it gets a little more creative because especially what these teams are running, I think all of them work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Either one, especially New Queen Street, Esperanza. I don't think we're going to see dive. I honestly don't, especially NOC have never showed it, so I don't know if they're comfortable on it, and I don't think Phoenix would run dive against JQ because that is a death wish.
Yes.
Like, that is an absolute death wish. So I don't see dive happening at all today. We'll have to see if it ends up happening
later. We saw
later,
it a little bit earlier, and it really just didn't pay off.
No.
So I think you're right. I think, you know, once they saw how dive was feeling today, they decided, you know what, we're gonna put that in our back pocket. We don't need that right now. I think the rush comps are really strong right now in this current meta.
And I do got an update. Franklin Dragons take out their fellow Franklin friends in the Shogun 2-0. So Shogun out top 6 for the young squad. Dragons trying to continue the lower bracket run up to top 4.
Awesome. Here we go. The action is starting. A very close hold here from North OC. And honestly, that is to be expected here because they know they have to win fight after fight here. Misty going to take down Magically to start here. Nodi picking up Rave. That is a really good start for them. Nodi picking up one more. Absolutely on fire so far this game. That's 3. Quad getting one more. They're going to push it. They've got to get back so fast. I'm sure we'll see swaps maybe over to Tracer or something like that.
No. We won't. Nothing.
No.
They believe they can get there in time, which at least there wasn't 3 or 2 on car for a while there. So they got a little bit of time. Magically able to touch, but you got to still play safe.
The wall comes up to just try and stop that momentum. They're not going to get there. Oh, no. But that is going to be Franklin Phoenix 1-0 here to start off this series.
Quad ice blocked in that, you know, that small little room to the right. They ice blocked so they couldn't get through the door that way, and they put the wall on main. So no matter what, you have to go through Nodi. And that is not a fun experience.
No, not at all. Now, this is our play of the game here from Magically, and this was an absolutely massive play, picking up 3 after sending the ult. Like I said, just getting into that backline with Junker Queen ultimate, and that's what I've seen from Magically is not only do they turn off that healing, which is huge with that ultimate,
massive.
but also going in and getting straight to the backline in an instant and just lending themselves to, hey, I'm in your front line, I'm in your back line, and just tearing it up.
And that is, NOC want to play very fast, especially on this Junker Queen setup. They don't have the sustain to play long. Like, and that I think is what Franklin tried to do there as well. Try and extend the game just a little bit more. Extend the fights a few extra seconds. You have the better sustain, so you might as well try and bring it out. And if Magically gets caught out, which I admit, their peel was phenomenal from NOC a lot of time. You'd see the wall go down to be at like 40, cleanse, healed up, out. It was excellent there from NOC. Just at the very end, I felt like the defense, they just couldn't really get settled.
Yeah.
And that is where Franklin decided to run with it.
I mean, we saw Sea Serpent on like 20 health and then just take 4 steps back and he's instantly back up full health, ready to go. I mean, and they know that they got to keep that man alive.
Yeah, it's like you got to keep the JQ alive. As we get ready, we're about to enter map 2. Esperanza will be our map 2. So not near Queen Street. We've seen that a little bit today, but it will be Esperanza. I do think maybe, you know, poke heroes, maybe a little more potent here. Tracer as well. I got a feeling we're going to see it from Doomy and or Dario. We'll have to see, though, if they actually pull it out. As we'll be going in here. Phoenix in blue, Kraken in red. What do you think we're going to see here?
You know, there's a difference between what I think we're going to see and what I want to see. But I think what we will see is I think we're going to see that McCree May again. I mean, that we've seen that in a lot of series so far today. And I think that's going to continue itself. And part of me wants to say that we'll see Farah, but McCree is so strong right now. There's no room for her at the moment, which is a little unfortunate. I do really like her. But the Reaper, I think Sea Serpent stays there, tries to find his way around, find his way into the back line, and pick up anything back there that he can find. I mean, he's been doing such a good job of that. That is definitely what I expect from our DPS heroes here. And as we see things coming online right now, there's a little bit of that poke that you were talking about from the teams, and I think the Reaper v Reaper gameplay so far this series has been so much fun.
It's been so much fun, especially with Cassidy and the recent buffs, right? With the magnetic grenade, yes, it doesn't do 130 where you hit him with the nade, you hit him once, they're dead. Luckily, that era of the game is gone. But you stop any movement abilities. And we saw it earlier. Tracer, they can't blink at all. Like, they're just stuck in place. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing him a little bit today. But for these teams, not much change. Phoenix going to stick with exactly what they ended last map on. Doomy, the only swap will be back on the Tracer, and Sharky back over to the Kiriko.
Doomy hanging out in the back line, just trying to get that poke damage that we talked about earlier, trying to annoy those healers, keep them unsafe, basically, and try to force basically a split fight there. But it looks like Franklin not going to fall for it. They are going to stay really focused on it, and Quad picking up Doomy with a headshot. That's huge. That one hits a Tracer with her icicle, and so that is going to be exactly what you want to see there. And Nodi coming up on this bridge, just beaming people down. Quad picks up Sea Serpent, and they're just going to chase them out of here and get their push going.
I wonder if the Apex aim is starting to get back to him. Because a lot of these players for Franklin were in Apex just a few hours ago. This is maybe just more skeptical, but you never know. Could have made ever a slight difference. I think that fight especially, Doomy just got separated. They were stuck too far deep, and their recall didn't actually take him out and just kept him in the same spot.
Dario falls to Magically when we're looking at a slightly uneven fight here. Looks like Quad's trying to do the best to stay alive. Sea Serpent picking up Misty, Magically picking up Pokey Mini-Me, and I think that's going to close it out. NOC Kraken going to take that fight. Oh no, Quad accidentally walls herself off. Walls off their own main. Oh no. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. And it looks like North OC going to start their own push.
And it will be Ultimates now starting to become into play. 2 minutes gone, 8 minutes to go. If you can build an early lead, especially in push, it almost feels like it's game over. We saw one comeback triangle against Shogun today, 3 fights in a row with 30 seconds left to try and come back from a 70-meter difference. So we could see it again here if it gets to that point.
They've kept it pretty even so far. I hear a lot of ults going on. It is getting scrappy under the bridge. Sea Serpent and Quad. Well, Sea Serpent picks up Dario and then falls to Quad, and now we see the Mayfreeze coming in, but the cleanse coming off on the Zarya, trying to survive here, and they are really, like you said, I mean, as we've discussed a couple times, just it's so scrappy. They are just in each other's grills, running at each other. I mean, this is very unusual for push.
Fight's not even going on the point. They're all just battling on bridge. Yeah, they just right above it, and it will be somehow the Phoenix able to clean it up. I'm kind of surprised Ray didn't use sound barrier.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think that he knew they were already down a man or two and decided, I'm going to hold it, I'm going to wait. If there's going to be a better opportunity for this. You know, there's a little bit of that discipline there that is, it's very, very important, because sometimes you send that too early and or too late, and it's like, you know what, it just wasn't worth it, and he's finding that best opportunity. You don't want to hold it for too long, of course, but he's doing a great job of being very disciplined with that. Kitsune Rush coming in, Dario with the Kitsune Rush. That was an excellent combo.
Yeah, Kitsune with the Blossom, they got bubbled as well, and the wall went down only Magically. So Magically couldn't yank them away. They couldn't use Commanding Shout. Nothing to try and help their team. Advanced spawns now active for the Franklin Phoenix as they have to wait for the butt scratch on the bots. But they will just go back to this high ground for a second, make sure they clear it out. As Doomy, they're lurking and got this pulse bomb ready to go.
Now, they've got their close spawns now, which is huge. But they are also, Franklin is down in ultimates. And that's going to be really important this fight. Sea Serpent, there he goes, picks up quad. Is he looking for the Zarya? Sharky finds it. And I think this is going to be the end of that fight. Sharky picking up 2. I'm a healer. No, I'm a damage dealer.
Yeah, it's just battle support. You gotta have sometimes, you know,
Absolutely.
support of combat out there. But at least for Phoenix, everybody gets closer spawn. I did like that though. Death Blossom, Doomy there, able to clean everything else up. Beautiful play there from the Kraken. And an interaction that's been pretty interesting, especially this map. Phoenix are getting used to either Doomy or Sea Serpent always being on the flank. It's almost like Dario Magic is on flank watch.
Here comes the grab. It only finds Magically, but that might be enough. Not quite. Magically does not fall. Backs up a little bit, and then immediately sending the ult there, jumping in, getting into that back line, turning off those heals, trying to do everything that it can, and picking up. It's an even fight right now.
Yeah, so far it's so good for both teams, to be honest. It will be Sharky that went down a little bit. A go, it would poke him enemy eventually, and the supports start to crumble. Nodir will be able to find a consolation kill on the Doomy, but that'll be it. Bot continues to go, and they're finally able to get past this archway. That fight after fight, they're not able to get past. Halfway through, it's weird. Nobody had a ridiculous lead yet. Still attainable for both sides. NOC looking to cap with forward spawn here, this tick, with this next coming fight, with some resources.
Sea Serpent finds Dario Magic? What?
What?
Where did that happen? Well, that's going to turn that into an uneven fight, and North OC Kraken going to pick up their front spawns, and they are encroaching upon where Franklin Phoenix lead was. This is a really good spot for them to be in. Huge stick, that's absolutely massive on Pokemini. You just couldn't do anything about that. That's going to bring them into more of a lead here. They are getting just those out of place picks and making sure that they extend their lead.
They stuck it onto Misty. They cleansed themselves. Cleanse did not hit Pokemini, and accidentally they go. But it will be this fight. Not sure if Blizzard's necessary though. Not gonna lie to you. But they're able to find Magically due to it. It will be them bringing the bot back over. But like you said, NOC, they get advanced spawns, so majority of them will get a close spawn. But I don't think Sharky will.
I think it's going to turn off before he's able to respawn
We'll
here.
find out. 3, 2, 1. No.
Sharky is, oh no, and Sharky just comes back up.
spawn.
That's unfortunate. That's going to put Sharky a little bit behind here. And, you know, luckily, Kiriko, if anyone's going to be behind, it's going to be Kiriko, because then you can bring in that teleport and swap over there.
I think we swapped over to the Rocket League game. I don't know if that was a mistake. I don't even know who.
And Sea Serpent is sending in an ultimate there, absolutely huge. Doomy picking up one. Dario Magic though, returning the favor Magically, and oh my god, can I get this straight? Sea Serpent and Dario Magic going blow for blow.
Just back and forth between the Reapers. A lot. Yes, that fight. Death Blossom and Kitsune Rush for both sides. Grab used as well by Nodir. So it'll now be bot coming back. Franklin Phoenix did get close spawn. They'll be able to play this archway yet again, which seems to be their second hope.
Yeah, North OC having just a slight lead, and they're doing their best to keep that extended. Here comes the Reckoning. Here comes Magically going into that backline, but the freeze is coming in, able to escape, but not for long. Dario Magic picking that up.
And now they just gotta back up. They don't have their tank. They're kind of stuck around this statue. You gotta figure out, are you gonna stay? Are you gonna go? And the answer seems to be try and get out with your life and try and regroup before the spot gets to a point where it can claim the lead here for the Phoenix. It's under 2 minutes to go. Even for push, you know, at this point, push seems to be decided a lot of times wide open.
Yeah, this is absolutely anybody's game. These teams, the back and forth has been awesome. Honestly, one of the best push games so far today. And Pokemini in some danger there, able to back out though. Oh no! Looks like Magically's gonna find him anyway. Sea Serpent picking up 2. The man is just finding those elims that he needs. Him and Magically have been cleaning these up. The team kill absolutely huge here, and I don't think they're gonna, very many of them are gonna get front spawns. Nodi and Quad, it's about to flip.
Nodi does.
Okay, they find the forward spawn. That's huge because they're going to be able to get back a little bit faster and try to contest this. They are, only a handful of meters apart from North OC as far as how far they've pushed. An early blizzard from Quad, trying to create that space. I'll see if it turns, but Sea Serpent coming in, returning it, falls to Nodiurge, but I think he's gonna, his work has already been done. Doomy picking up the other two here and magically finding Pokey Mini-Me at the end there. Beautiful, beautiful execution.
My only worry with that OC there, did you use too much? I don't know if you need a sound barrier. I can see why they used it. It's like, we need to win this fight. Let's use it. There's probably 1 to 2 fights left, depending on if Franklin Phoenix win it to extend the game to OT. I don't blame them for using that there as they extend the lead to 12 meters now.
Yeah, definitely North OC wanting to close out this game as quickly as they can. There's only 10 seconds left, and they are currently ahead, and they can bring us to map 3 here. All they have to do is win this fight.
No reason to push their luck. They'll let Franklin bring it back up. The wall goes out early. Consider Rush really doesn't get a whole lot so far.
Oh my goodness. A huge grab from Nodi, but it's the back and forth still is here. Sea Serpent, Nodi picking up a few here. Oh my goodness.
So much happening.
So much is going on, but it looks like North OC gonna back out a little bit, gonna respect that space. Doomy trying to keep that contested for as long as possible, but magically he's gonna pick up Misty, and all they have to do is turn off this OT. It's so close. Nodi picks it up though, and overtime is going on. Nodi's pushing the robot and just needs to find those last few meters. That is all that is needed for them to close out this game. Will North OC be able to get there in time? There's only a few meters to go.
Doomy get forced recall early. They're looking for this. It's the only ultimate on the board for either team. And Dario also goes to Tracers to make sure they're actually here.
This is so intense. It is just palpable, the excitement in this arena. It is blow for blow on the point here. Doomy Doomy takes out Nodi, which is gonna be huge. That tank is gone. The overtime is bleeding. Once they get off point, the overtime is going to disappear. Magically picking up one. Oh my goodness. Magically getting one. Sea Serpent doing his thing. Getting 3. That's gonna send us to game 3. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a game in the series. I'm so excited for this last one. That was crazy.
3 meters is the difference on push this time around.
Wow.
And the extra few meters they pushed there with the 20-second mark is the difference. They were at 82, ended up at 84, so they're able to just clinch the map with that last second push. But what a series.
Yeah,
we were talking about it. This was potentially the series of the day, and I think it's living up to the name.
It is
so far.
living up to the hype. We've got a replay here for you and just show you some of the best parts of the action so far.
So this is both maps, just so y'all know, but it's this series, man. Back and forth. Control will be our final map, as you got to think, magically, with the Joker Queen, it's a match made in heaven for this team, because JQ's not always been in the greatest spot. They got some buffs. They had the ever so slight nerf recently, but they're still very playable in a team setting. And, shout out Coach.
Look at that cleanse there. Look at that cleanse there from Quad.
Cleanse. But, Coach Romani especially is doing what he needs to do to make sure this team is ready to go. UC Irvine player, part of Team Turkey for the Overwatch World Cup right now. He's making sure this team's ready, and it shows.
You see through these replays and through the game itself, just how hard these teams have prepared and how intense they're playing. I mean, you watch all this, and you guys can't see the kids, and I know the parents are standing by watching, and these kids are furiously playing, and it is so intense in this arena. It is so much fun, but these kids, even though right now they're up against one another, the camaraderie and things that they share, and the high fives and the GGs is awesome. And I know no matter who wins this series, they're gonna celebrate with one another, and whether it be whether Franklin or North OC wins, I know they're just gonna be happy for one another for such a great series.
And both teams know there is a chance this is a rematch tomorrow, depending on how other games go. Obviously, there's a lot of games that need to happen to find that out, but there is obviously the possibility of whoever loses this, they're in the lower finals. later today. And obviously, there's always a chance you can go right back up. We've seen it last year.
Yeah, we did.
Shogun were able to go right back up, able to force the bracket reset. So you just never know in these series sometimes how they can go. But man, Sea Serpent on this Reaper, it's giving me flashbacks from like 2020.
I know.
So weird.
This and you see all these players, Sea Serpent, Dario, Nodi, they are playing out of their minds right now, just going absolutely crazy as they are fighting in this upper bracket. Obviously, they, as much as they want to win, it's just as important to not get knocked down because that puts them in the hot seat. That lower bracket you can be eliminated from once you're down there, and so you're in the, as I said, the hot seat, and they are fighting to stay up here because then when they come to the end, they have an extra life, as it were. They are in a very good position to win that series because the other team has to force that bracket reset, like we were talking about. We've got a lot of Overwatch action coming up here shortly, but before we get to that, we're going to hear from Mia Mouse and Alpha Chino.
I'm here at London and we're doing some Fortnite trivia. I'm not the best at Fortnite, but what would you say your Fortnite knowledge is on a scale 1 through 10?
7.
Okay, so I have some high hopes right now. First, we're going to start easy. How many players are involved in a Battle Royale mode?
100.
Yes. Who is the only character in Fortnite that is shaped like a banana?
Peely.
Yes. And the last one, because it seems like you know a lot more than me. What color is the battle bus?
Blue.
Yes, they're probably the easiest questions ever. Congrats, you win a adorable MSI bird. It's so cute. I know you really can't tell in the bag, but thank you so much for participating. And we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here. We're back in the fortress, and we are excited.
We are ready. Map 3 here. NOC, second time they've been forced to a map 3 today. It was off stream against the Dragons. It was 99 to 100. I believe 100 to 50, and then 99 to 100 again. It was incredibly close. You just wonder if they still got the gas. And I think they do. This team,
absolutely,
they're no stranger to this type of environment. They've been in this type of situation before. It's Lijiang Tower. Good old Lijiang, which seems to be like the most commonly played control map in the entire game, which makes for you're going to know this map in and out. There's no secrets that are going to be lying out there. You've probably got a rough idea of what the other team's playing because you've played them now for 2 maps. And for the most part, you're going to see a lot of the same things. But also, you can get a little shifty on this map.
It's true.
Symmetra can be played a little bit. Pharah,
we can see it. We can see it.
I don't think it's going to happen, but for your sake, I'm going to, 5% chance we see a Pharah on Gardens. I think it's the only place we'd maybe see it. Maybe Night Market.
The funny thing is, she's not my favorite character. I love to see the boops and the silly things that can happen with it.
It's so fun to watch.
It's so much fun. But we're going to start here inside Lijiang Tower. And this is a really, really interesting map because there's a lot of ways that you can go to point. There's 4 entrances to point. There's where we're sitting right now. There's across the point there, and then depending on which side you're coming from, either the left or the right. And then there's a spot up top. You can go around and come up top. And you know what? I'm looking at Sea Serpent really hard because I think he's going to go up there and he's going to hit Q and he's going to fall from the sky.
And we're going to see Reaper more than likely.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially on Control Center, and one of the most close, just closed-in maps we have in the entire game. More than likely, we're going to see the Reaper go out. But it's going to be a fight for White Room. You saw it there. You got the point. White Room right next to servers. That is going to be where this fight's going to begin. Both teams are going to be TPing out, trying to get there. The question is, do they stick on it or do they swap to something else? Because you can get away with the sim here, but it seems like
now these
both are going to no. Franklin stick, NOC do not.
Yeah, and you know what? This is really interesting because it's not quite a mirror match. It's very, very close, but we have 1 or 2 key differences here that I think are gonna really make the difference in this game. And Nodi coming in big time with the Ramatra, trying to get that punch damage in, trying to just make North OC back up, and does so very, very successfully. Looks like they might be getting first cap here. And yes, they do. Franklin getting the first cap here.
But now NOC right away, going to go right back in. They get a few members low, but Cleanse already drawn out by both teams.
Yeah, that cleanse is such a massive ability. You want to bring that out as quickly as possible. Sea Serpent, Quad, both finding headshots, but I think Sea Serpent got the better end of that deal there, picking up Nodi, and magically gonna start being on a tear on point.
This ain't done yet, though. I will say both supports still alive, and Quad on the make. Can stall this out. Cleanse is used. Nodi will be about to be back. How is Misty alive? I don't say.
know.
There was no way they were going to live that, but now they go in for an extra stall. It's Sound Barrier and Annihilation.
Wow, that is a huge stall there, but I don't know that it's going to pay off. The flip comes down anyway.
Dari is able to find
Wow.
two. Sea Serpent still in the back, though. Magically will rotate. Death Blossom able to get one in.
Oh, there he goes.
Just gets it at the very end.
Oh, my goodness. Sea Serpent, that's what he does. He just, in the 11th hour, finds those clutch ultimates, gets that one pick that they need to flip things in their direction. And so now they're going to start ticking up. 47% for Franklin, and now moving up from 15% on for North OC.
And now Photon Barrier used right away to split a point. Kitsune Rush not really able to get much.
Doesn't
and they
quite
just move out
find
of the way.
purchase there. And Nodi gonna beam down Sharky. Sea Serpent though doing his thing, picking up two, going absolutely wild. But he's very, very low here. He's very dangerous territory. Looks like he's gonna get healed back up though and continue to do his thing. Doomy picking up one himself. Both of them on fire.
Both of them playing extremely well. Now, Sea Serpent, like you said, a nice little HUD up there. Getting ready for this next fight to begin.
What did I tell you?
Trying to find somebody who maybe isn't lucking. Kitsune Rush now available here for Franklin as NOC had to use it last fight. Didn't get a whole lot of purchase, but it's at least able to start a fight in a good note.
Yeah, and they North OC gonna start getting the lead here. Quad sending in the big freeze. It's not quite gonna find anyone, but it creates really, really good space for them to push North OC out of there, and they're gonna get the flip down, 65% to 50%, and climbing. North OC currently in the lead.
And Sound Barrier still in their pocket if they need it. Franklin, nothing. Sound Barrier, maybe. Soon, grab, maybe if this fight goes extremely long. We've seen it happen before, though.
And so for parents who are watching along, there is where that blue circle is in the middle of where they're fighting right now. That is the point, and the teams have to vie for control of it. This is King of the Hill, as it's called, and this is yes.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
I got excited by magically and Sea Serpent going crazy as I was giving that explanation. Oh my goodness.
So it will be NOC winning that fight. Point back in their control. Phoenix 85%. Sound Barrier still there for both sides. Neither, even though the whole cluster over there, nobody decided to pop it. So we'll have to see if it gets popped later on as potentially final fight territory, depending on how long this goes.
Yeah, if this is a quick fight, it's not going to be there. There will be one more available, but if it's extended, they could be looking at the last fight here. Doomy doing everything he can to mess up the backline, and Sea Serpent cleaning things up with Sharky. That's a team kill, and I don't think they're going to be able to make it back in time.
Oh.
Misses the stick. He might be able to touch. He does not. Pokemon doesn't quite get there, and North OC gonna win this first point here.
100 to 85. Phoenix just couldn't get the ults when they needed it. And of course, who's the one person that doesn't get cleansed and saved from the Death Blossom? Pokemon, who has the Sound Barrier ready to go. Changes the complete look of the fight. I don't see immediately, no, hey, we're the favorites here now. Just finish off the fight, finish it quick. They can't get back in time. Pokemon tried, but booped away, killed. Not able to get there. Mark it as our second round. Phoenix now 2 rounds in a row they need on 2 outdoor maps that arguably you could see maybe like slightly even going in their favor. You could argue. And once we get Serpent outside in the open where he's kind of farther away, maybe try to isolate him a little bit more since he is just so dangerous, and maybe trying to lend to that a little bit of those longer sight lines. I think that might be what Franklin's looking for here. I mean, when we looked at the long sight lines of the
streets of Santa Monica, that was exactly what they did earlier. They, those long sight lines were exactly what they wanted.
So yeah, we got a quick pause here. So we're chilling here just for a quick sec, but we knew this series would be close. But
no, this is everything we could have asked for. Yeah, it's just chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. This is everything we wanted this series to be and more. And we're not even done for the day.
We're not even done for the day.
We got so many more games. I admit, Val winner upper finals, I'm so excited for.
Oh,
it
my
is
goodness,
the rematch of the third place of the lower bracket final from last year. I know Acworth are hungry. Minotaur are playing phenomenal this weekend up to this point. That'll be a great game. I believe that'll be either going on right now or after. We're not entirely sure, but
man, it's 6 o'clock. We got 2 more hours of action.
Oh yeah.
And Overwatch is coming in strong now, and we are starting on the first fight here. And the control point still 10 seconds before it unlocks, before that opens up for business. And there's just going to be a huge fight there. Got to get rid of that teleporter so there isn't someone hanging out in your back line. Nodi trying to just do what he can to create that space as the tank. Gets the bubble on himself to try and just keep himself healthy and keep any anything that could be thrown at him off of him.
It's so hard to push into this because those turrets, as soon as you walk into sight, are beaming you down. You either gotta try and fight who's in front of you, or
Sea
try and
Serpent's
break
in
the
trouble.
turrets.
He's gonna rate out. Does he escape? I think he escapes. Look at that, around the corner, gone.
And now they can push in. No way for the TP and turrets to get back up quiet. They already have a beat?
Wow,
What?
that beat was built up so fast by Pokemini-Me. Magically also has ult online, but falls before it can be sent. Dario, 79% on his ult, and I don't think he's gonna need to send it here. Ult got built so fast. We're only at 30% for North OC, and there are so many ults online right now. But Franklin gonna clean up the point here and flip it for their favor. 36% to 1 and climbing.
And now Doomy, now that, hey, we teleported a point, we lost control of the point, there's no reason to play the sim at that point.
Yep.
So you go over to the Mei, I think for the first time we're going to see the Mei from NOC. We haven't seen it very much, if at all. It'll
But
be a
it's
little
massive on this map.
Oh, it's big.
Oh my goodness, quad isolating magically, and I don't know. I don't know that they're going to be able to get saved. Pokemini-Me gets 2. The battle Lucio coming. He gets 3.
Okay, he's going to hate me for this. He's a Reddit Lucio sometimes. That time it worked out. I'll give him credit for it. It worked out that time around. Then continue holding close. Look at the beat advantage. 30% for the beat. They may be able to get it up by the time Magically actually uses this rampage.
And that's exactly what they're gonna want. Pokey's got it. Here comes the rampage, and here comes the beat, exactly as predicted. And that is textbook of what you want to see from them.
Yeah, just perfect execution. NOC, they have no way to get through this right now. NOC, I think Doomy, yeah, he's got to reset at this point. You don't want to stagger yourself out. Ray will just sneak out. I think they are like 20 HP to their name.
I can't believe he escaped.
That is true.
I mean, even Doomy was like, I can't escape. Let's just hop off the edge, reset. And that's exactly what you want to do. Not feed any more ult charge into Franklin here, and just make sure that you reset with the rest of your team.
I don't mind this. Rotate high ground so you can't get stopped at choke.
Yep.
Be stalled out a little bit. Phoenix could win it here with this fight. Cleanse used as well.
That was questionable. I think he tried to wraith through Zarya through the grab, and he just didn't quite make it.
They used a lot, but they needed to win that fight. Blizz, Death Blossom gets canceled. Darsh, as soon as he popped it, Darsh shot him once, dead. So Death Blossom gets nothing for Sea Serpent. But Sound Barrier, and they didn't need, all they have is the rush for this fight. Phoenix, they can simmer down. They got a few fights here to try and build up, but you wonder if they try and be aggressive, knowing that NOC do not have those ults for a significant amount of time.
They definitely have an opportunity here. They know that they have a couple fights, and so being aggressive, trying to build some ult charge just through this one might be their best option here.
Yep.
Charky picking up, Dario, Doomy picking up Nodiurge, and I think that's going to close out that fight there. 66% and climbing for North OC. Franklin Phoenix needing 1 fight. All they have to do is win 1, and that is going to send us into the 3rd round of this map.
And they may have an ultimate buffet going into this. The key number, again, can Pokemini-Me build the ult by the time Magically uses theirs, because that'll be huge for them to make sure they can stay in this fight. Let's continue. No, they die early.
Oh, but both Lucios are down. There is no Lucio on the field at the moment, and it is just going to be a brawl. Nodiers, Misty getting those elims that are needed, 96%, but they're going to get the flip here. And are they going to send it? Can Magically stall for long enough? Oh my goodness. The Lucio comes in, the flip comes in, there's only 2% needed, and that's going to send us to the last part of this map. It is 1-1 as far as maps go, and 1-1 on this map, 100-99. Is this not exactly what we asked for?
It's exactly what we wanted. All I'll say, no matter who's in the final tomorrow, can we get like this for map 5?
Yes,
like,
please.
Please, we're begging here, because this is
perfect. Peak finals action. I mean, this is what North American Finals is all about. These teams that are going blow for blow with one another, that have worked all season long, going against one another. You know, they know each other, they fought each other, and now they're here. What it's all been about.
And so now we go over to Gardens, which, I'm sorry, no Pharah. I don't see the Pharah here.
This is the one map you could have played it, guys.
It's
Come on.
the one map, but we're not going to see it right now.
But the boops, you could just send everyone off the bridge.
Comes out for both teams, but again, Franklin will not stick with the sim. And it will be NOC that will stick. I don't know. We'll be going back to actually, they're going right now. Point is, I'll try and give like radio play-by-play here. Might as well use my potential degree to good use here. And fighting on the outside, Magically it's froze. They're all alone on the outside, and they get booped. They get booped by the Cleanse. What?
I didn't. Oh, but Ray picks up too. You know what? That's fine. You didn't play far, but I'll take what I can get with sending people off the map.
Especially here on Gardens, it's gonna happen a lot. We got one from Cleanse, and then a double from Ray, which so much ult charge. They're at a significant advantage now for the Sound Barrier race with Poke Mini-Me, and they're able to cap point first in a fight that, if they don't get that double boop, they have no tank, and a 4v5, it could have been a very rough scenario, but now they can simmer down, playing on bridge, and Phoenix just gonna rotate right away. They don't want to worry about the boops over there. Fair enough.
Definitely, and Ray does have a little bit of advantage, but Pokey is absolutely no slouch, getting that ult charge right up himself, and actually is starting to win the ult race a little bit over Ray, just finding that poke damage that is absolutely crucial to build that ult charge up.
And just the wall goes down, Cleanse used by NOC. It'll be now
That's what you want to see. Sharky falls over. Nodiers just with the punch to finish that up, and they're pushing on the point hard, and Poke Mini-Me sends the barrier, which is absolutely huge, and the wall comes down. There's both an ice wall and a sim wall, and there's just a juggling of people here as this fight gets finished up. Dario picking up Sharky. The wall comes in, but Magically I think it's going to escape here. Quad's like, you know what? I'm going to respect that. I'm going to back up. I'm going to reset with my team. The flip comes in 53% for North OC, 10% in climbing for Phoenix.
Franklin used less ults, but able to scrape together the fight. That is how you scrape together an ult disadvantage. 3 ultimates for them going into this one. NOC will have about the same. It'll be light here for Sea Serpent, but the way they've been getting up damage, I wouldn't be surprised if they built it up.
Yeah, as we've seen from him before, time and time again, he's able to just rip up and build that ult charge as quick as can be.
Doomy's all alone?
Doomy is all alone, and I think, but it's still alive for a moment, but Doomy's gonna fall. Misty and Nodiers, and sure, it is just back and forth. Sea Serpent falls. I don't know.
There's no way they do. They get booped around. It'll be Quad and Poke Mini-Me. Quad
Magically falls.
Get up, but now Dark is back. They're able to find the Lucio.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Franklin this whole time had control of points still.
That got a little dicey there for a second.
And now
Dario trying to create space, but he falls to Magically. Sea Serpent finding Misty. Nodiers finding Sharky. This, it's that back and forth that we talked about, but Sea Serpent doing his thing, picking up 3. The flip comes in 67 to 56. This is crazy.
Such a scrap. And it's just when these teams go at each other, we talked about earlier, NOC, with this comp, not great sustain, but if they can wait long enough, they get all those resources back. That makes this comp very winnable. And now Dario will be teleporting in. We'll try and bait out some of the resources early. Phoenix, they gotta look for an early pick, or NOC will be able to stall it out.
Now, this is that's a huge freeze there. That's going to create that space. Quad has done such a good job of, even if he doesn't catch people in the freeze, creates space in such a good position that the team's able to make use of it anyway. It is 3 to 5 on point here. Phoenix looking for that flip, but I don't know that they're going to find it. Sea Serpent and Doomy are going crazy on the point. It's 2 to 4 on point. Magically finding one, sending in the Rampage just to finish things up, and they are going to the finals here. That is crazy. The back and forth. Congratulations, first of all, the North OC and Franklin Phoenix. Not out of it yet. They go into lower bracket, and they're gonna have to fight hard. But we've seen Franklin teams do it before.
It wouldn't be the first time. But what a performance there from NOC. That last fight, I will say, them disengaging just for a sec, wait for the beat to end, and then Photon Bear is still active for another few seconds. Take full advantage of it, build that sim beam up. At that point, Franklin, all resources are gone. They have nothing to work with, and NOC in the absolute power position. And they claim a spot in tomorrow's grand finals and a guaranteed top 2. What a performance.
That was incredible. I know both of these teams should be as proud as can be of their performance. They did such an amazing job. I mean, it was, for the entire series, anybody's game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they should just be so happy with either performance, whether going to final or going into lower bracket. Both were so good.
And I will just say, would love to see this tomorrow, but we'll see, obviously. There's a lot of games I would love to see tomorrow.
I know.
There's a lot. I think any matchup we have will be interesting.
But let's take a look at our bracket real quick. We'll see what we're talking about here. North OC going to grand finals, and Franklin Phoenix will be going up against either the Nomads or the Dragons. And the winner of elimination round 3 there is going to find out who's in the elimination finals. And the winner of that game going to grand finals. So we only have a few more games left of North American finals, which, as sad as it is, I can't wait for the action.
I cannot wait to see how this unfolds. Especially, I know how close those 3 teams at the bottom now for elimination, I know how close they are. It is ridiculous. And scrims, they've traded maps before. In games, they've done it as well. I cannot wait to see how the rest of that goes tonight and who is able to clinch their spot against the Kraken. No matter what, it is a rematch against NOC because Nomads lose to NOC first round. Dragons lose to NOC second round. Phoenix lose to them third round. So no matter what, NOC has a familiar foe here in that final. But hey, rest of the day, they can just relax. They are free the rest of the night.
Yeah, they should get some well-needed rest and well-deserved, as all these teams have fought so hard so far this weekend. And I know even if they're still in the tournament, out of the tournament, I know that all these kids have done such a good job and have worked so hard to get here. And before we go here, we've got replays from this game, and I can't wait to see some of this stuff because, as we've stated, just all of it was incredible.
It was insane. Just the back and forth. I think that final fight could have gone either way, but NOC just have the patience to bring it forward. So, man, what a series, though. I don't even know. It's not even I would say Sea Serpent and Magically, especially for NOC. Their chemistry is ridiculous.
Look at this play here. Magically picks up 3. Sea Serpent gets the other 2. I mean, these 2 together are doing such a good job at cleaning up those targets while their team is backing them up.
So this will be an interesting thing for whoever plays NOC tomorrow. How are you able to try and counteract Sea Serpent and Magically? But it seems to be, hey, you're able to do one or the other a lot of the time here. I think Sea Serpent kind of was a little bit quieter at moments during Li Jiang, but Magically played really well. You got to figure out a way for whichever team plays them. You got to cut both heads off in some way, shape, or form, because if you don't, it is just too hard. How much health does Doomy live with there? 2? It is ridiculous.
Not enough. But man, oh man. I mean, look at all this. We got the play of the game here from Pokey Mini Me. Is this going to be the boop off? No, this was the Battle Lucio where he comes in, picks up 3 here, going crazy, going back and forth there. This was an absolutely amazing fight here. What are your final thoughts here?
So overall, phenomenal series. Can't wait to see how the rest of this bottom half of the bracket finishes up tonight. But for now, we're going to go back over to the live venue. Rocket League still going on. Let's see what's going on over there.
Well, welcome back here to the live venue here for XP League, where we have a riveting series here so far between the Irvine Dragons and the Hanover Horde. Let's catch you up on this one. I promise you, this is going to be a doozy. We are at game 5 of the best of 5. Game 1 started with Doom45 getting a full hat trick in a 3-0 win in the first game. Second game, it was back and forth, but ultimately it was Guard Dog making the difference with a hat trick in game number 2. And in game number 3, holy my lordy lord. It went from Doom45 getting the 1-0 lead and what we thought was just going to be the final, shot. But here comes Bunch of the Hunch, making it 1-1 in the waning seconds. And Hunch, again, making it 2-1. And in the final game, 1-0, it was the Dragons tying up this series at 2 apiece. We are Deuces Wild here in game number 5, where the Hanover Horde and the Irvine Dragons both have a chance at the next round. As we get ready, game 5 is underway. Sweetness. Whoever wins this game wins the series. It is game number 5 as Sweetness allowing the ball to trickle down. Seems like no one wants it. Right now the ball is toddling its way through to the center pitch. And they're off to the races. Crunchwrap trying to flip on back. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's going to be a lobby reset, but right now it's just riveting to see this ball just slowly trickle its way towards the goal line. But while we get you resetted, let's catch you guys up on the series here so far. I don't know if we have a bracket update, but I can just do this manually. I'm acapella. I went to school for this. So let's talk about the last 2 teams that we're seeing right now, the Irvine Dragons and the Hanover Horde. The Dragons lost to this Hanover Horde in round 1. After that, they beat the Gnomes, then they beat the Wolves to get to where they are right now. Hanover Horde, they beat the Irvine Dragons, but lost to the Macomb Heroes, beat the FC Dragons, and now they are where they are. On the further side for the Franklin Storm, they beat the Fire, beat the Gnomes, but lost to the Heroes for the elimination finals appearance. And the Macomb Heroes, the last man standing, as it were, when it comes to undefeated championship, they beat the Wolves, the Horde, and the Storm. Not exactly easy opponents to get across, but right now, the Horde and the Dragons, who would have thought this would have been as close of a series as this has been?
It's been crazy. I mean, if you've been here in the venue, you've been seeing us, like, as we've just been watching on the Observers, just slamming our hands on the desk, just having fun, because this has been such an exciting series. So many riveting moments. It's like watching a movie. I'd love to watch it over and over again.
Yeah, it's cliche to say. Yeah. A lot of good sporting moments is just like a movie. The old adage can go is, you can sell this to Disney tomorrow. And with Disney World being right around the corner, I wouldn't put it past anybody, because these 2 teams have went beat for beat, one after another. Game 1 going to the Drags, game 2 going to the Horde, game 3 going again to the Horde, and game 4, Dragons tie it up. Right now, it's for all the marbles. Elimination finals at stake. Game number 5 is underway. As Crunchwrap leaves it off for Doom. Doom with a flip aerial trying to go off the roof. Crazy Dude will play it in front of his own goal mouth, being pressured by Sweetness. Guard Dog sending this one back down as Doom sends it across off the wall and played off by Bunch of the Hunch. Bunch of the Hunch trying to go across back down. Hanover Horde trapped in their own zone as a shot and a good save by Guard Dog. And again, winner of this series moves on in game 5 of the best of 5 as Sweetness turns this one around and around the goal mouth, taken away by Bunch of the Hunch, who has really been an X factor here in this series.
Yeah, we've jokingly called him here at the capture table Bunch of the Clutch because he has just been clutching up certain angles and plays that honestly it's amazing to think of.
As Hanover Horde having a little bit of trouble with its Sweetness, trying to get into the mix, has a chance going out in front, and Bunch of the Hunch, a little bit of trouble clearing it, held in by Crunchwrap. Crunchwrap with a shot off the crossbar and cleared by Bunch of the Hunch. Hunch has it now into the corner, into the Dragon side of the pitch. 3:50 left to go, and that one will be cleared all the way back down by the Dragons. Sweetness has it out in front, and a shot taken away by Bunch of the Hunch. And now Hunch coming back the other way in the Irvine zone, and that one will be turned over by Doom 45. Doom gets taken away by Crazy. Crazy out in front, and Bunch of the Hunch with a shot and a good save by Crunchwrap. And another shot going off the side of the wall, and that one will be cleared, but not out of danger yet, as Doom 45 gets into the middle of the pitch. And a shot from Crunchwrap, taken away by Crazy Dude, trying to clear, held in. Bunch of the Hunch now, getting it across, Sweetness, and that one will be played off by Guard Dog. Dog out to the back door, trying to get it in front, and that one gets taken away. And you know, Sweetness, again, playing on the defensive side, has been stellar here on the defensive side of the pitch.
Yeah, the defense has been great from the Dragons. They've just been holding on tightly, and Crunchwrap, you know, earlier we saw him doing some amazing defensive plays, and now passing it on to Sweetness, making a great proverbial passing of the torch.
As Crunchwrap again, surprise, surprise, in his defensive zone, turns it over. And now a shot from Bunch of the Hunch, has a save and a rebound. Guard Dog gets edged out by Doom 45. Crazy Dude, send this one back up to Crunchwrap. Back up, Bunch of the Hunch. Nearly halfway done in this game, and we still have yet to find the game's first goal. Doom will send this one back up. Doom streaking down through the length of the pitch, has a chance, and Guard Dog able to clear, but not before he gets demoed. And now Sweetness with a chance out in front, and that will be cleared off by Bunch of the Hunch. Bunch, he'll send this one back down. Doom, who has been the front runner here for the Irvine Dragons, will send this one back down into the corner. Guard Dog out in front, Crunchwrap, and that one will just go wide. And a rebound will play it off by Sweetness. Sweetness with a shot, tipped on, good save by Crazy Dude. Doom has a chance, and that one will be rejected again by Crazy Dude. Excellent defensive form here.
This has just been a crazy back and forth. It's amazing. Both sides are just playing their defense so aggressively, and yet their offense is playing like it's so defensive.
In hockey, we call this playing not to lose. Both teams playing like they want to win. As a shot from distance, bouncing, and a good save by Guard Dog, guarding the goal well. 1:15 on the clock, held in. Irvine trying to get this one back out in front, but that gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch. Bunch will send this one back up to Guard Dog. Guard Dog gets it taken away by Doom 45. Doom at the middle of the pitch, taken away by Crunchwrap. Crunch, and that one gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch, who will clear into the corner. Bunch out in front, and a shot, scores! Crazy Dude! 1-0 Horde!
The setup from Bunch, the hit by Crazy, they just saw the opening and they took it. That is so exciting. We saw a bunch of volleyball earlier, and now we get the perfect strike position right out in the open, and Crazy Dude just took it.
Now, will that be the goal is the question. Crazy Dude will send this one back up, and that one's taken away by Crunchwrap. Bunch of the Hunch trying to send this one out in front, and Doom, he'll try to lead the way as he's done all series. Bunch, he'll get taken away by Sweetness. Sweetness with a love shot, that gets taken away. Doom with a shot off the crossbar! Are you kidding? As Sweetness holds on, trying to hold the line, he does. Has it out in front, out to Doom, and that gets stood up at the line.
Bunch of the Clutch kicking in again, preventing that from going in. What is happening right now?
I'll tell you what's happening, a shot going out in front. That's what's happening, and another try. Doom holds it up, has a chance. Crunchwrap last second, and that one will die. Hanover Horde moves on. Elimination finals.
I'm going to be honest there. I was kind of hoping for Crunchwrap just to hit that shot in. He had every opportunity. me. That was insane. That was just such a back and forth match, and it had to be Bunch of the Clutch once again. I know I'm not calling him by his in-game name, but it's just true. He was clutching up every single time. Angles, defense positions, rotations. He was there constantly, 24/7, 7 days a week.
Bunch of the Hunch, more like Bunch of the Clutch. He sends his Hanover Horde to the elimination final. Let's take a look at this replay. Please do. This game, absolutely stellar. It was deadlocked at 0 as we see a big save there by Guard Dog, who I will say underlying MVP of the game. Crazy Dude again. As another shot going wide, and Sweetness almost got that one there, but Crazy Dude another. You really can take anybody here, but Crazy Dude here, game-winning goal, sending his Horde to the 3rd round. And what a shot that was for him to send his team to the elimination final. He was playing out of his mind, and as they say, in a lot of major sports, he was playing unconscious out there, meaning he was absolutely automatic from defensive side of the pitch to the offensive side. And again, he was clutch when his team needed it.
It's true. There was no mistakes in that end. Guard Dog, like you mentioned earlier, the unrivaled MVP of defense in that match, just constantly, like his namesake, being a guard dog for that goal, always being there, and then Bunch of the Hunch, just clutching up 24/7, 7 days a week. But, Crazy, he is there every time his team needs him as that specialist, just being there, basically pushing in at the best possible moments, scored that game-winning goal. When he saw that opening, he read it like a book.
Bunch of the Clutch, Clutch Dude 2013, and Clutch Dog. Those are the 3 names I'm giving them because every single one of those guys were insurmountable to their Hanover Horde's victory. But I'm not going to take anything away from the Irvine Dragons, who played this series to a T. This was one of the series where it's just unfortunate. One team had to lose. And for the Irvine Dragons, for them, it is the end of the road. But for the Hanover Horde, they have a chance to play for the Grand Championship, and they are going to be taking on the Franklin Storm in about 30 minutes. We're going to send you over to a commercial break. You're not going to want to miss this. It's the Hanover Horde and the Franklin Storm coming up right after this.
Don't miss it.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions. Consider silverware optional and can find fun anywhere. When kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is introducing the Dare to Dream Project. With the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer, it'll be the biggest medical advancement for little patients in history. To help transform treatment and care for kids and support all the work we do, donate now at lls.org.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
What's going on, everybody? It is Alexandria here in the Full Sail live venue, and we are here with a special team that likes playing Overwatch, as you can see. What we're gonna do is a lightning round. Whoever answers first will, get a point, and at the end, whoever has the most points will get our ultimate prize. And either way, all of them are gonna be winners because they're gonna get, all these questions right, all right? All right, so the first question. What kind of animal is Wrecking Ball?
Hamster. Hamster.
That is correct. All right. What hero is Farrah's mom? Oh. All right, hands down, hands down. All right. 1, 2, 3. A little ball star.
Anna.
Okay. All right. Now, which hero says one shot, one kill?
It's Widow.
That's correct. Okay. Now, see if anybody knows this one. What year was the original Overwatch released? Ooh.
Not 2016. 2016.
Okay. I'm gonna give both of you guys that one, okay? It was lightning fast, so I was like, whoa. Okay. Last one. What soldier? 76's real name?
Steve.
That is incorrect.
Jack.
There you go. All right. Congratulations. You got a plushie, an MSI plushie. And I said everybody's going to be winners here. So everybody here has an awesome water bottle. All right. Well, I'm glad that you guys won. Congratulations. Have fun. And I will see you guys later. All right. All right. This is Al Pacino. I'll see you guys later. All right.
It has been a lightning rod of a day here for every sport, but I will say, and not biasly, especially for these Rocket League players. And what a series that was played last series between the Hanover Horde and the Irvine Dragons. And before we take you into the matchup, let's look at the history of these two teams here today. The Hanover Horde started off by beating the Irvine Dragons in the first round, but losing to the Macomb Heroes. Then they beat the FC Dragons, and now beating the Irvine Dragons. So they downed both I guess you can call them the Hanover Horde Dragon Masters.
I mean, I'd call them that. I'd personally say they take, two Drakes, get one more for an Elder Drake, and they can get Elders. So that's a League of Legends joke.
Yeah, we don't have Minecraft here, but the last dragon would be the Ender Dragon. Whatever. So let's take a look at the bracket so you can better visualize what I'm talking about here. For the Irvine Dragons, the Hanover Horde, you see their path that I just explained. And now for the Franklin Storm. The Franklin Storm beating the Fire in the first round, and then in the second round beating the Augusta Gnomes, and the third round losing to the Macomb Heroes. So now they find themselves in the elimination bracket, but at the elimination bracket final to decide who goes to the grand final here, as it is a two-chance bracket. It is a double elimination. Will it be the Franklin Storm getting their rematch against the Macomb Heroes, or will it be Hanover Horde trying to get some swift, bitter, sweet justice for themselves and kind of like a makeup for the earlier part of the bracket? So sounds like we are ready to start here today. Final for the elimination, the losers bracket, or the double bracket here. What are your predictions here coming into this game?
Well, looking at the history of the matches, Franklin Storm seemed pretty dominant early on in the series. Yeah. And just looking at the Hanover Horde and how they've been playing, I personally, I think it's going to go to Game 5.
As they say, Game 1, throw out all the stats, throw out all the history. It is for the elimination final. And now back the other way, Franklin Storm in the orange, Hanover Horde in the blue. Horde sending it back in. Crazy Dude, who was extra mountable in the last game, sends it over. Wavy getting it out in front, and a shot! Good save by Punch of the Hunch as it fluttered right above Guard Dog, who was a little awkward for the shot.
Just curious, who do you think? I want to hear your opinion away from Keller. Who do you think is the most important to watch on both teams?
Both teams, Franklin Storm, take your pick. All three of these guys have played a part in every single series that they have had. And for the Franklin Storm, I would have to say Gabe. He was absolutely lights out the last time we saw him, scoring hat trick after hat trick. He's definitely going to be my X factor as the Hanover Horde trying to keep it in. Wavy taking out Guard Dog. Shan, that one gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch now. Sending it out in front. Wavy has it out in front from the backboard. And with 3:53 left to go, just underway. Welcome here to the elimination final as that one gets in and cross, and that gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch. Bunch of the Hunch has a chance out in front, just almost deking it through, just faking out everybody. And that almost worked. As a shot out in front, Crazy Dude nearly put it in his own net as Shan has it, getting it out in front, and that one gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, is it wrong to just say that was insane? I thought, honestly, Bunch was going to put it in.
That was absolutely insane. A shot, scores, does exactly what you said. It is 1-0 Franklin Storm, and they are off and running.
Can we just look at that setup from Wavy? That perfect bounce off the back into the goal. It was a great setup, and it just, because they timed it perfectly. Hanover just opened the goal for him.
As the Horde trying to tie this thing up, getting it back into the Franklin Storm zone. Horde out to the corner. Gets taken away by Gabe. Gabe intercepted by Guard Dog, and now it's Shan, the lone goal scorer here so far, getting it back into the Horde zone. Held in by Wavy. Wavy with a chance and a shot. Scores! Area real goal. Wavy making it 2-0 Franklin Storm.
Wavy has just been perfect on those aerials and those rolls throughout his entire run through this bracket. It has been crazy to watch him pull these off. And like I said, he's setting up these goals and he's just knocking them in.
As Franklin bringing it back in, the Storm trying to retaliate here, getting a chokehold 3-0 goal lead as Gabe sends this one back down, fended off by Guard Dog. Guard Dog not able to get a clean shot, and a shot from Gabe, who scores! 3-0 Storm!
Gabe is, Gabe, I'm gonna look at Gabe throughout this, series a lot, because earlier series, he was just nuts. I mean, I think he scored almost five in a row in one. So I'm gonna say it, I kind of expect that out of him this series, but not gonna put that much pressure on him.
As Gabe tries to play this one back, Shan smartly plays this one back down, and an knuckleball nearly going across Crazy Dude, who plays this one all the way back down at the Franklin Storm zone, out into the corner. And now it's Gabe. That gets sent across, and a shot out in front. Shan not able to find the finisher there as Wavy sends it out in front, and a good shot. Better save by Guard Dog. And a rebound. Bunch of the Hunch will play this one all the way back down for Guard Dog. Guard Dog out in front, going off the backboard, and a rebound. Passing it out in front, no one home. Shan with a lot of open pitch to work with. Shan getting it out in front, and that one will be saved off by Bunch of the Hunch, who pinches it off the boards, and a shot, and scores! What a goal! Bunch of the Hunch pinches it off the board, and he gets Hanover Horde back on for the score. Sorry. I was about to say back on the board, but I was going to say board 3 times. That would have been bad.
Board. None of that's happening this match. Nobody is bored this match, as there are some exciting plays going on, back and forth constantly. A Bunch of the Hunch, I like to say his hunches are those angles, because he just recognizes them and it's like, hey, screw it, let's do it.
He says pick up, go next, as Wavy brings it back down, and a shot, scores! He faked him out! And again, this is the hockey talk. If you're a Tampa Bay Lightning fan, you know what the Kucherov is. That was just the Kucherov. He completely faked out both defenders there.
Pulled a Kucherov in a Rocket League match. That is the first time I've ever heard of that. And I'm excited that this is the first time I've ever heard of that.
As Wavy gets it out in front after a fake shot goes in, and another shot from Gabe, who scores!
Was that a double demo to lead into that goal for Gabe? Wavy, what mindset are you playing on? Because that was a beautiful mindset. Keep that going, my guy.
And again, I think the demo kind of impeded the vision of the goaltender in that situation, so the defender had no chance on that one. What a play by the Storm.
It was an exciting play to watch. Just this back and forth concept. This entire play is exciting. We see Bunch coming in, Guard Dog being, once again, his namesake. This match is going to be a great back and forth.
As Bunch of the Hunch brings it back down, hits it to the side of the wall. Shan has it out in front, bouncing it. That one gets taken away. Scores! Bunch of the Hunch! Second goal of the game! And it is a 3-goal game again with 105. I've seen crazier things happen.
I have seen crazier too. And if anybody can do it, Bunch and Crazy Dude, they could definitely pull it off with Guard Dog being that goalie they need. It can definitely happen.
3-goal game again. And here come the Horde.
Here come the Horde. They're trying to wipe out the Storm. And, honestly, could happen.
Not like that as Wavy gets it in. What a double tap there. A turnover by Guard Dog right to Shan, and it's batted down with the power of friendship.
The power of friendship. We call that a little bit of a pinch. That was a friendship pinch right there. I mean, they said, hey, we can do this together. And they flew in beautifully.
50 seconds left to go here. 6-2 Storm as a shot and a good save by Shan. And a rebound will be played off as Wavy has it at the center of the pitch. Wavy getting it out in front to Shan. Wavy scores!
The power!
Tic-tac goal!
The power of friendship. Is there anything left to say? Don't listen to Arthur Angford of Dimension 20. The power of friendship is the most powerful magic of them all, because Wavy and Shan are using it, and we're seeing it here tonight.
That was a bing bang goal right there. And I would pretty much say the nail in the coffin here for this game number 1, 7-2. And what a dominant performance as Wavy scores again. What a goal.
Shan is setting him up and Wavy's knocking him down. It's like I'm watching bowling, but you know, this time it's a 2-person lane. They're just both throwing the ball down, and you know, like I said, Shan's setting him up, Wavy's knocking him down. That's a strike right there.
8-2 for the Franklin Storm. And what a series here so far for Wavy. As Wavy again sends it down, has a chance out in front, but that gets taken away. Gabe on his back, gets it in and nearly fakes him out. He does! Wavy scores!
Deception! Deception from Gabe! Made him think he was gonna flip. Look at this. Makes him think he's gonna flip. Nope, turns around, sets Wavy up perfectly for this goal. There's just been some amazing plays from the Franklin Storm of just deception. You know, I think Eddie Guerrero in wrestling said it best: lie, cheat, and steal in order to win. But nobody's cheating. We're just deceiving here.
That was absolutely the biggest deception there, just stopping up and just hoping for the best there. 9-2, and barring this final second, maybe final score, as this ball will drop. Franklin Storm take game number 1 by a final score of 9-2.
It's like I said earlier, their series has some crazy dominance, and I'm not surprised. 6 goals from Wavy, 2 goals from Gabe. Sean just setting up those assists, 4 assists in total. It was just nuts, you know. But we can't say the Hanover Horde didn't do great that series. They had some great defense, some great just holds to make sure, you know, the Storm didn't make it easy. But the moments where it was easy, you know, it's hard to say. That there's some mistakes that do need to be learned from, but so the Storm had some too as well on that offense. They left a few openings that, you know, Hanover just didn't notice at that time. But, you know, they can definitely come back and fix this, and I think the next game's going to go to Hanover, in my personal opinion, but we'll see.
And speaking of, you know, video review, let's go and take a look at this replay here, see if we can see any of those, you know, various efforts that the Horde had, or excuse me, the Storm, as Shan getting the first goal. Coming back, Wavy bouncing it up, and he will get the second goal of the game, dying it down out in front. And again, Shan trying to send it out in front. That gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch, but that pinch goal, what a play there. What a shot out to the near boards. And now we are getting set for game number 2 here in the Fortress. After a brief look at this last replay, Bunch of the Hunch getting the second goal. And that was a crucial game here as we get ready for your game number 2. Just 15 seconds gone, no score. Guard Dog, he'll flip this one up, giving it across now. Gabe trying to send this one out in front. That gets taken away, and a shot from distance going off the backboard, and a rebound will be played off. Rolling out in front, and a shot. Horde trying to keep this one out of their net, and the Storm absolutely threatening there as Bunch of the Hunch sending this one back out in front, looming off the backboard, and that one goes off the side of the wall and hard.
I was so excited there. I honestly thought Bunch was just going to slam dunk that thing in. You know, I'm making so many sports references tonight. This is the first time I get to use all of them.
Just get them out while you can, partner, as 4 minutes creeping here. Just a minute gone, still scoreless. Storm trying to rush this one back upfield. They'll give it across, and a shot off the post. Double doink and out. You can't get closer than that.
That is the closest you can get in this game. And it is just exciting to see those near misses. It just means, hey, we're going to get a great defense.
As that one falls, Gartog playing it in the near boards, trying to play this one across, out in front, and a shot bouncing out in front. Crazy Dude trying to make a crazy shot happen as Bunch of the Hunch has a chance, and a meteor shot going back the other way. Tipped off the post, and a rebound off the crossbar again. And now Gartog, he'll send this one off the roof, has a chance, and now that will be played out in front, and that one will be played off. Bunch of the Hunch back the other way through center of the pitch after the triple commit, and a bump. He's got
Bunch of the Hunch.
Bunch of the Hunch
Bunch of the clutch. Bunch of the clutch. Bunch of the clutch. I can't
Bunch
speak.
of the clutch.
That was so exciting. I am not able to speak. My God.
But MVP of that play, you saw Guard Dog absolutely bumping in the nick of time, and that one just gave it the leeway to roll in.
Guard Dog, I think you called him earlier, Clutch Dog, managed to get that bump off. It was a double clutch in my opinion.
As Wavy trying to play this one back down, getting it out in front, and a good save as the Hanover Horde sending this one all the way back into the Franklin Storm zone. Horde trying to keep this one in and get a threatening goal here as Crazy Dude sends this one back up. Gabriel has it back down low, giving it across to Wavy. Wavy trying to knock this thing up, getting it out in front. They score!
Oh,
and it's Gabe! 1-1!
The timing on that couldn't have been any better. I think it was just a bad read from Crazy, but that can happen sometimes. But I do want to say this. It looked like it was about to hit the crossbar. I'm going to be real. That crossbar has been the savior for the Hanover multiple times. Because hey, it just likes to block the ball.
And sometimes you just got to take the post out to dinner as that one goes off the hood of Bunch of the Hunch. Back the other way now. They play this one back out as the Hanover Horde trying to threaten here and get back that lead. They'll send it across the width of the pitch. Playing it across now to Guard Dog. Guard Dog pinches it back down low into the corner. Played off by Wavy, and he'll fake the aerial. Bumping Crazy Dude back out the other way. And Crazy Dude, who is already back, able to play the ball, but that one's played off by Wavy. And now it is Bunch of the Hunch trying to make something happen as Wavy has it back down low, getting it out into the cross, and that one will be played off. Crazy Dude, and a shot will be stood up at the line.
I think they read that setup by Wavy. They were realizing, hey, it's either Shan or Gabe, and we got to really shut that down. And they did it. They executed that shutdown perfectly, and now it's just a good defense needing to be played right now.
Guard Dog with a shot from distance going wide. Helped out by Gabe as he sent it on in front, and Wavy able to intercept that centering pass try. Crazy Dude a little bit early on the 50 try as that one goes across, and now in the air, played off by Shan. Shan sending it out in front of the Hanover Horde zone. They'll try to play this one out to the corner. 1:08 left to go, 1-1 your score. Crazy Dude going back down, and that one will be played off by Gabe. Gabe with a shot, tipped on, saved by Crazy Dude, rebound, and that one will go wide. Storm threatening here with little under a minute to go. Wavy has it out in front, and a pass will miss everybody and fall harmlessly into the corner as Gabe has it through the corner, out in front, saved by Crazy Dude, scores! Shine! And he threatens that one, punches it home, and it's 2-1 Storm.
The save setup, he tried so hard, but the ring post did not let him. I keep saying ring post, it's a goal post. The goal post said no. That's the bottom line because the goal post said so.
42 seconds left to go. And now it is a real threatening time for the Hanover Horde as Guard Dog plays this one out in front. Gabe able to take this one away, trying to drive it home. And that one will be taken away by Guard Dog. No pun intended on the drive it home kind of thing, but you know. As Crazy Dude coming back the other way. We do puns, not dag jokes here. As that one will be played across now. Shan out in front, back to Shan, scores! What a goal! Tic-tac goal. Shan started it, getting it out, up to Wavy, back to Shan, and he pushes it home short side.
The friendship, the power of friendship. Shan and Wavy are setting it up for each other, and it's beautiful. It brings a tear to my eye. It does.
The chemistry is absolutely there for the Franklin Storm as Wavy brings it back in. That gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch. Hunch intercepted by Shan, getting it out in front, and a chance, and that one's still in the air. Now, it's kind of playing for pride here for the Hanover Horde, trying to keep this one alive, as that one's played on by Gabe, going off the backboard, rebound for Shan, and you can't get closer than that on the goal line, but falling down. Franklin Storm, needless to say, still take the victory here with Gabriel getting a goal and an assist. Shan getting 2 goals and 1 save, and Wavy with 2 assists and 1 save. And on the other side for the Hanover Horde, Bunch of the Hunch with a lone goal here for the Horde and 3 saves.
Yeah, Bunch of the Hunch was doing really well on those saves, but you know, it's hard sometimes when you have such, you know, it's hard to say, but it was domination from Franklin Storm. It was just constant aggression and the power of friendship from Wavy and Shan.
Yeah, that first goal where they kind of came together, pinched it off each other. That was just absolutely great. But I do want to highlight those two shots that we saw. The one where it's just back and forth, like Harlem Globetrotters going tic-tac goal. No, you know what? I'm not doing it justice. My voice ain't doing it justice. Let's look at that replay and show you guys what we mean.
I think it's the best just watching it again. Oh, my Lord.
Starting off with a double doink post, and it really felt like it was going to be one of those games, but Wavy sending it back. Gabriel with another shot and another crossbar there as Bunch of the Hunch got things started, but look at Guard Dog here. Boom! Taking out Gabriel at the short side, and with 42 seconds left to go, it was Shan getting the dagger. And now here for game number 3, will Franklin Storm complete the sweep and play on Sunday, or will Hanover Horde force a game number 4?
My fingers are, sorry to interrupt, but my fingers are crossed for Hanover Horde. It's just so exciting.
You just hate to see it end as Wavy has it now, rolling it off the top, going back down low. Back across to Shan. That gets taken away by Bunch of the Hunch. Hunch back down low, trying to get it out in front, but that gets taken away. And now dying out in front was the ball. They'll play it back for Gabe. Stunting the growth there as a shot. Scores! Shan! And the beat goes on for Shan.
I think Wavy might be a little jealous. That was a setup from Gabe to Shan. That's Wavy's thing, Gabe. Back off. But yeah, no, it was a great setup, great execution, great play.
4:25 left to go here, just 45 into the game. And right now, Franklin Storm doing what they did in the last game. Beat goes on here for Franklin as they get it back down low in their own zone. Shan back down to Wavy. Wavy has it back out in front, but taken away by Guard Dog, trying to force it back into the Storm zone. Storm trying to play this one back up, and a shot, and going off the crossbar yet again. Well, themes from yesterday, or excuse me, game kind of rolling over here in this one as another crossbar here for the Franklin Storm. With 3:48 left to go, Shan playing it through the air, has it at the middle of the pitch. He'll try to play this one back down for Wavy. Wavy out in front, Gabe faking it out, has it, trying to dribble, and that one will be played off by Guard Dog. Guard Dog on him like a hound on a pork chop.
Guard Dog has been reading this. He's been reading these plays. He's realizing the power of friendship. We're not letting it go through.
As Crazy Dude has a shot, and that one gets saved off. And a rebound will be played out in front, bouncing it. And a triple commit there will maybe prove costly as Wavy has a chance. An open net, and he scores.
I just need to know, was that Gabe that gave the assist?
I believe it was. That was an absolute stellar pass.
Gabe's joining in on this. You know, we want to. You know, he wants to be in on this trio of friendship here that are just constantly back and forthing to each other and giving each other these goals.
As Guard Dog sends this one back out in front, Shan out in front, kills it, and that one will be swatted away by Crazy Dude. Crazy Dude going off the backboard, has a chance, and that one gets fended off by Bunch of the Hunch. Hunch not able to find it, and now back the other way comes Gabe. Gabe in his own zone, Guard Dog taking out Wavy. Gabe out to Shan. Back down low, taken away by Crazy Dude. Crazy Dude. He'll try to play this one back. Guard Dog with a chance. That one gets it taken away, and a 50 chance there gets swatted away there by Gabe. Gabe now into the corner, trying to get it out in front, but that gets swatted out as Shan going out to the side of the wall, and a save and a rebound out in front. Who wants it? Guard Dog will take this one away. Good play to get it away from Gabe. Guard Dog. 50 battle there, gets forced back the way of the Hanover Horde. As Franklin able to clear it all the way back down to the Horde zone. They have it out to the corner through the Horde side, and an aerial try for Wavy gets met up by Crazy Dude. Crazy out to Guard Dog. Guard Dog has a chance and a shot. Good save to stand him up. Gabe standing strong there on the goal line.
It's just been crazy how well Gabe has been reading plays You know,
that was a weird play as they send it out in front. Sorry to cut you off. It's almost like he was playing a balancing game on the ball and he just slipped. Never seen a car slip on a ball before, but here we are. Crazy times.
Hey, I mean, I used to live in Missouri. That's what happened all the time. So,
as Guard Dog plays this one back down low into the Hanover Horde zone. Horde playing it across to the Franklin Storm, and a shot going all the way back down into the Franklin side off his own backboard. Shot, put to the hunch, rebound, scores! Crazy dude! 2013, and it's 2-1.
Bunch of the hunch coming in clutch. That's the chant I want to hear, people. That is exciting because you just see the assist 1 for 1 from him. It was back, 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 bam.
121, and it is 2-1. Why not?
I mean, yeah, why not just keep these friendship plays going? We love this.
As they send it out in front, and Garjog able to play that one back down as Wavy has it across, taken away by Gabe. Good way to kind of mess up the flow there as Gabe sending it back down. They have a double. Demo trying to make something happen here as Shan not able to make it happen. Back the other way comes Punch of the Hunch. Punch of the Hunch back to Garjog. Garjog trying to get it out in front. Punch has a chance, no one home.
If only Crazy was on the other side, he could have sent it home. But wait.
Garjog has a chance getting across. Punch of the Hunch, killing it out in front, and he shoots it right at Wavy. And now they're going Demo Crazy as he sent it out in front, and that one will be shot along the side, and that one will be taken away. Garjog out for Punch of the Hunch. Punch of the Hunch gets it taken away. Gabe out in front of the shot. Wavy scores.
The trio has been complete. Gabe set up Wavy. Gabe has set up Shan. It is Shan has set up Wavy. Wavy has set up Shan. It's a back and forth constantly of setups from Franklin Storm. Like I said, the trifecta, the trio, whatever you want to call it, the friendship triangle has been complete from them.
1:21 left to go, and Franklin Storm with a 2-goal lead, and that one goes out in front and taken away at the nick of time. Sending it out in front again, and that one will be cleared all the way back down. Crazy dude, that will be volleyed up. Who wants it? And that one will be played across, and a shot hitting into the side, and that one will ice it. Hanover Horde with a chance and a shot, scores, and Wavy will take one for the road like a Starbucks coffee, and he will send his Franklin Storm to play on Sunday.
Wavy just went right into the goal. It was the coolest setup by himself. He saw it bounce off, bunch up into the air. Wavy just smacked it right in. If this were volleyball, he'd be a striker. In volleyball, just right down in there, off the net. It's just insane, those plays that happen. It's a great back and forth.
That game, just as close as you can get. As close as you can get. And while I would believe that the Franklin Storm was just the underlying champion there, they outplayed the Hanover Horde, but not by a large margin in that last one. No. It was a close game down to the wire, but it was just the daggered shot at the end. But again, all of these teams that played today, from Irvine to the Horde to Franklin to the FC Dragons, every single one that played today, they played their hearts out, and you cannot fault anybody on these rosters.
I'm going to be honest, I think every team did a great job. There were no, everybody played their heart out, everybody played to their strengths, to their, even with their weaknesses, they learned every single round. They kept getting better and better and better. And yes, Franklin was dominant, but Hanover Horde, they learned, they adapted, improvised, adapt, overcome.
So I believe that will wrap up for us here today. Here at the live venue. We're going to toss it over to the Fortress in just a little bit. But tomorrow, for Sunday, for Rocket League, it is going to be the Franklin Storm taking on the Macomb Heroes in a matchup you won't want to miss. So thank you so much for watching Rocket League here. And I hear we have some Overwatch there at the Fortress. Why don't you take it away, guys?
Welcome back, everybody. We're back here at the Fortress for some crazy Overwatch action. Thank you guys so much in the live venue for some awesome Rocket League games. We're here. We're actually catching the tail end of this match here. We are in a map 3 scenario. It is 1-to-1, 2 Franklin teams. Now, Franklin coach,
yes.
Can you please tell me what we're looking at for this end map here?
So Dragons and Nomads, 2 teams, different play styles, I would say. Nomads are going to be very aggressive in how they play. Dragons a little more calculated. Sometimes it just goes either way. And, you know, you and I were watching. We didn't think we were going to catch the end of this series, but the Nomads on push. They were down 40 to 50 meters in OT. They managed to scrap together a few fights, and they steal New Queen Street away from the Dragons.
Man, I wish everyone could have been in here.
Oh my God!
Because the energy from this audience when that happened. Oh my goodness! We're gonna take a look at the bracket here. So we've got Franklin Nomads against Franklin Dragons, and whoever wins this goes up against Franklin Phoenix. It is a lot of Franklin hanging out there. And the winner of that final, which will happen tomorrow, will move into the grand finals against North OC Krakens.
It should be a phenomenal game, but I want to see how this one ends because the Nomads have been a team, when they're hot. And when they, you know, sometimes maybe don't have their greatest games, it just starts to have a domino effect. And today they're having a very good day overall, other than opening match against NOC. We saw, like, it wasn't on stream, but we were watching it. It was not their greatest showing by any means, but they've turned it around, and I cannot wait to see how this goes. It hurts my Franklin heart that we have to knock out one of our own teams here, but no matter what, I cannot wait to see how this goes. We know how hard they've worked, and as we head to Lijiang Tower, it will be night market to start here to figure out who will be playing the Franklin Phoenix for a chance in that final.
Both of these teams obviously worked so hard to get here, and obviously, you know, they're going blow for blow this game. You know, the steal away at the end of map 2 here brought us into this third map. Very, very exciting stuff. And we're going to see our heroes here in just a few seconds. And as a Franklin coach, is there anything unexpected to expect?
I'll let you know here in a second. No. Yeah, it's about what I expected to show up. Especially with Glacier subbing in. I believe he played map 1. They lose that map. Lakes is able to lead the comeback in map 2. The swap still happens for the tanks here for map 3. So with Glacier, you're either going to get a hog or you're going to get a Rhine. Like, that's where he's at, but he's one of the best I've ever seen at either hero. So I cannot wait to see how this goes. Pretty much, it is a mirror match. Both teams running the same thing. Will be running to try and teleport here to those 2 windows to try and set up those turrets.
Okay, this is a little bit of a hot take, but I love mirror matches. I know the GOATS meta, a very old reference for us Overwatch fans, but that was always fun to... Oh, no! Glacier off the edge! Noah just pushes him off. And that is going to be a quick fight win for the Dragons to open us up here. The point isn't even open yet.
Yeah, not even open yet, but they will claim stake over there first. Noah, 75% ult already. That is ridiculous.
That's outrageous.
Glacier's at 17 because he died.
And 89% for Noah.
That is
wow.
Shatter coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is.
You called it. Oh my goodness. But the return for Reiner Fan gets 2 picks here, but they're gonna opt, and it's gonna opt to send Nomad back. That was absolutely huge.
I'm so happy I predicted that.
That was crazy.
Can you tell I've been helping coaching for almost 3 years?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but I would like to see Nomads now. You got some ultimates coming in your banks too, and TP, get some turrets, cause the disruption. You gotta find the opening pick though. Dragons are found it both times.
Yeah, Dragons are having a commanding start here, but Glacier picks up Reiner Fan, and that's going to be that opening that we want. But Mono and Yags are grabbing those elims. It is a back and forth here, 47% going, and the tire comes in from laterals, and a little bit late, but it does clean things up for them quite nicely, and looks like W-Drago is going to clean that up. That flip comes in 58%, 1%, and climbing now for the Nomads.
Honestly, love the rip tire there from Lateralis, able to find Spiff, who you and I know especially well whenever he's in front of a window, doesn't have to heal somebody, he's going to be lining up the shots. So get rid of them right away. And it'll be the Dragons now trying to push back in. And surprisingly enough, both teams still on Sim.
Yeah, both of these teams are doing such a good job. And Reiner fan coming in with his attire of his own. The back and forth, we're going in. It is just a little bit of a lead for the Dragons, but Glacier coming in with the Shatter, and it's going to be, it's anybody's fight. So there's only one person on point apiece, a Sim and a Lucio. Lucio's going to have to dip, it looks like, and trying to survive that. But oh no, he goes into contest, but ends up getting falls there. And I think that they're just going to need to opt to back out. A very good start here. The Dragons now flip the points back for themselves, 65% to Nomads 43%. This is still anybody's map.
Such a risky beat there from Shinjin. It doesn't work out that time around, but I can't blame him for doing it. Shatter
gets blocked.
Yep, Mind Games didn't work that time.
No, Noah sent it a little bit too soon there, but he's still going to go for those swings, trying to stay away from that window. Obviously a very unsafe space to be, Lateralis, but oh no, the tire gets taken out by Noah.
Not often you see the hammer take it out, but that time around it does. And yep, here we go, Smith in front of a window. You see what happens.
Oh, he comes in from the back, opens up the window, and opens up that end of the map, or end of this section here of Li Jiang. So we're going now 1-0 in favor of Nomads. It all comes down to this, or in favor of Dragons, I should say. Nomads need to get 2 maps in a row, or 2 rounds in a row, I should say, to bring this home.
And we've seen them come back before.
We have.
It's not something that they are 4-2. The question is, are they able to do it? No changes.
No, but you want to go tell one of your kids to play Pharah?
It's not going to happen.
Dang it.
I can tell you it is in none of their hero pools.
Well, that's all right.
Maybe Yogs. That's about the only person I could see maybe pulling it out. But
oh, no. We want to see them at their best, and that is exactly what they're here to do here at North American Finals. And we get both the teleports in, one in high window, one off to the side, which I think is maybe a little bit safer there.
Yeah, you don't want to get booped off, but you have to make your way in a point, but so far able to get a 1-for-1.
Trades back and forth here. Glacier's low, he goes down to Reinefant. W Drago picking up Yags. Lateralis is unsafe, ends up falling to the Anubis. Reinefant picking up Shigan, and that is going to be the end of that fight. Dragons going to pick up this first catcher.
For the Nomads, it is a boomer bust strategy. Because especially with Glacier in, he is extremely aggressive when he plays. You saw it there, pins in, no second thought about it whatsoever. If the team's able to help him with that, and able to actually make sure there's follow-up on it if it was a good play, then yes, there's going to be value from it, but sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, and here comes the rush in from the Nomads, but the tire from Reinefant. Let's see what he gets. He gets 3! Let's go! That was exactly what we want to see. End that fight right then and there. Lateralis getting an Exodilum on Anubis, but it isn't going to matter. That is going to be a team kill for the Dragons.
And now able to rotate those ults even more. Now that window is going to be here soon. Shatter with the way Noah's been pulling it up. Not going to be very long until Mono has another Shatter. The Nomads, they got to get something from this fight. Maybe it's Laddie's tire, maybe it's the window from Blue, but you got to make sure you get something here.
Yeah, some moves need to be made, and Lateralis trying to get that tire built up. He's almost there, but the Fire Strike takes him. Ma and Noah just getting that sneaky Fire Strike through, and the Shatter comes in huge from Ma and Noah, and they're going to clean that up quick and easy. That was beautifully played.
Just a wonderful play, and now Dragons one fight away from taking on the Phoenix. And you and I were talking about earlier, I don't know how that game's going to go. Honestly, no idea. Even if it is Nomads that are able to go through this, I'm not sure how the game will end up, but Nomads for now, they got the ults. They just got to make sure they don't use them all at once, so Nomads and Dragons just can't back up and re-aggress.
Listen, we gave you some ultimates. Don't spend them all in one place. Here comes the tire. Let's see what it connects with. Going high, swinging across. Let's see if it finds anyone. He's almost out of time here. The beat comes down and it does not find anything. just gets into Spiff's immortality field, and Glacier's gonna swing hard. The beat comes down. Nomads trying everything they can to try and swing this fight their way. The overtime is ticking down 99% here. They have it, but they just need to clear off the Nomads. But Nomads are going to turn this around. There is the fight's going to be cleaned up here. Rhinofan going to just hop off, reset. He knows he's at 99%. Excellent, excellent execution from the Nomads.
The only thing I worry about for Nomads, they used a lot. They used a lot. They had everything that was available to them at that point. Yes, you have one more ultimate here in this fight. You need to get something, and maybe at that point, you build another window, you build another shatter, and maybe this miniature reverse sweep can happen to force the round 3. And Blizzard early.
This is what we want to see. I hear a tire. It picks up W Drago, but is it going to be enough? Lateral picking up 2. Glacier getting another. That's exactly what they wanted to see here.
Lateralis, I say this in the nicest way possible, he'll know, it's an absolute freak on Junkrat. It's been the hero that, it's been infamous in XPL.
Is that a reference to Pizza Freak?
No. Even though it could be.
It could be.
But, man, Nomads, they have what they needed.
The block shatter, that's big. The pin coming in. The shadow is on. Whoa! Glacier on top of things here. Wow.
I will say Noah maybe getting a little too fancy with trying to land that shatter that way. Get the pin, you go off of it, try and land the shatter, but the Riptire shuts it all down. And now Nomads, in a very nice spot, Spiff gets staggered out as well, and they only have the window, at least currently.
Are both Ryans gone?
Yes, both Ryans away. It's a death match at this point.
Oh,
what's going
goodness. The back and forth here, just blow for blow. Mahanoa charging back in, trying to lead his team to the end. They are at 81% here. They're coming on the teleporter. Lateral is picking up 2 as soon as the teleport comes in.
Laddie gets 3.
Oh my goodness.
If you teleport up to window, you gotta expect damage to be there, and Laddie is always gonna be ready.
Anubis picks up 2. He's gonna try to just survive as long as he can. He knows he has to stall here. They were in one fight territory. Overtime ticking down here. Lateral is picking up everything that he needs. All they have to do is clear this point, and it is theirs.
Soundberry comes up with
anybody's game.
This is just all over the place. It's the Wrecking Ball and Doom now. Everybody just trying to get out stall characters.
It's so scrappy. Glacier, W Drago, overtime taking away. We're going to game 3, round 3, map 3. This is the furthest they could take this. They just want us on the edge of our seats, don't they?
Every single time the Nomads are down, it seems like they're out. They claw their way back one way or another. We go over to Control Center, which I fear for the Dragons for one reason. Junkrat with Lateralis. It is a dangerous combination, as we saw.
Yes.
But the way both teams are playing, even Rhinofan's been holding his weight, I will say, who was, let's not forget, an off-tank last year. 5v5 happens, transitions over to DPS, and now is in a position to make potentially another championship Sunday if they win this and the next. But, you know, it's a hard transition from off-tank to DPS, but he's been able to make it work.
Yeah, so many players have been making these transitions as Overwatch 2 went from a 6-player game to a 5-player game. You lost that one of those tank slots, and so, you know, players were being cut from rosters simply because the game is missing people at this point. Yeah. And so, you know, a lot of changes were made on a lot of rosters, and it's great to see these kids working so hard to pick up those slots that they were unfamiliar with. The Ryan swinging back and forth, just trying to get some work done. Dragons grabbing that first cap, keeping the Nomads off that point. This is a really, really strong way to start.
Spiff in an incredible position. How does he know, Spiff? Man? How does he know?
How does he know it's on him?
It's always on him. He knows that. It's always going to be at least someone looking at him. And Lateralis gets sent back to spawn, and Nomads just kind of chill. They've not really had a full team fight. They lose Blue early in the first fight. They lose Lateralis that time. And the Dragons are very okay with 25% without a true fight.
Yeah, there really hasn't been a big fight yet, and they've already gotten 30%. But it looks like Nomads are here to fight, here to take this point. They're charging in here. Mahanoa just hanging out behind that pillar there, trying to keep himself nice and healthy. before he really starts to swing.
Shatters may be a factor here as Noah gets his. Not able to get anything from it other than break the shield of Glacier. Now Glacier, well, it's a trade.
Yeah, there's trades here back and forth. Nomads, though, starting to get some of those picks that they need. But Spiff says no to blue.
And what a photon barrier from Yogs, able to block off so they can just sit behind the window without any worry in the world. And even though Anubis gets trapped, they sit in a pretty position now.
Anubis got Drago while sitting in a trap.
Yeah.
What a guy.
And now stagger on the Glacier as well. Ooh. Can the Nomads find one more life out of their 9?
Listen, I can't take credit for this. This was something someone asked me a little bit ago, but what is in the water at Franklin? These kids are going crazy.
I want to say we got an awesome community there. That's all I'll say.
I mean, I know these kids train together all the time, and it shows. Oh no, the double pin, but the freeze comes in on Noah, and he is going to fall. That was a beautiful freeze there from W Drago, and they're going to clean that up. The 11th hour of the Nomads never ceases to amaze me.
It's always there. It's always just looming around the corner. It's like, 99? Sure. Don't get too comfortable, though. We're coming. But can you do it twice in a row? For a spot in lower finals, that is the key question. With support ultimates at least getting their Dragons, don't have a whole lot quite yet in that department.
The only thing we see there, we see Spiff coming up, and we know that once he gets that window, he's always dangerous, but he becomes extra dangerous. And there it is, the window coming in, but the Maywall blocks him off, and that's really, really good placement there from W Drago, trying to just cancel any of Spiff's value that he can get, and picks up Reiner Fan as well. This is massive. The double pins coming in, both Reinhardt's laying on the ground and back and forth here. We're at 40% in climbing. The Nomads have to hold here, and they are going to push their advantage to the limit. Glacier is in serious trouble, but
does he get out?
He got out of there.
Oh my goodness. Shout out Shinjin and Blue to get them out. Photon Barrier being aggressive here from the Dragons. They will try and take advantage.
The placement's really solid. This is a really good position for them to be in. They're going to be able to force Nomads off the point and just use all of the walls to their advantage.
What? Nobody was there.
Nobody was there. I think he was trying to grab Lateralus, but didn't quite find it.
And now Sound Barrier out and about. They're trying to wait for the Sound Barrier to go trade, but support gone now for the Nomads.
And Lateralus got that tire there, but Blue's gonna fall to Reiner Fan. We're at 84% here. We're back and forth. I am not quite sure, but it is an awesome game nonetheless. The flip coming in from the Dragons. Someone's going to have to touch. Glacier's here, and he's trying to go for it. Oh, he couldn't get there. He got booped off. That is it. Dragons take it, and they are going to lower finals. You are shocked. Look at this man. He's their coach, and he can't even believe it.
I thought somebody was going to be able to touch, but the boop from Anubis clinches it for the Dragons. God, we've had back-to-back close series. May add another one after that.
I mean, that's what North American Finals is all about. I mean, it's these close series because all these kids are just so incredibly talented.
This was a ridiculous series. I will say, I'll talk to the Nomads in a bit as well, but nothing to be ashamed of.
Absolutely not.
You pushed them to the very brink, a team that they have scrimmed a lot. Dragons have got the better of them a lot, but this time, that close.
Just it out.
That close. And I will say a little fun fact here before we send it to a little break here to make sure we get the team swapped. First time the Nomads name has not finished top 3. They will finish 4th, which is, it's where the Nomads name, man, I don't know if it's cursed.
I don't know.
I don't know.
They should be completely proud of themselves. And that is just, we're going to have a brief pause here. And then we're going to be right back with Overwatch action. We've got one more game for you guys.
Maybe. We're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, we're trying to
figure out. We may have one, we may not.
We're going to make sure it's not over, but we'll be right back and to let you know very soon. So enjoy this.
Alpha, why are you so out of breath?
How'd you get up here so fast?
I took the elevator. But since you're up here, why don't you do the behind-the-scenes tour?
Nobody told us we got an elevator? Oh my goodness. All right, guys. Well, Alpha Chino here, and I just ran up the flight of stairs like I was Rocky. Oh, I'm out of shape. We're gonna go into the control room over here, where all the magic happens behind the scenes. As you can see, we have all these crazy monitors. Oh my goodness, I look like, see myself back there actually. Wow. It's where we have all the crazy footage where we have the questions, we have good audio, the quality. We wouldn't be able to do this stuff without, you know, the control room, the master control room, the masterminds. There's so many buttons here that I actually want to press. I know there's a big red button somewhere and that'd probably like turn everything off, but I'll just keep that to myself. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna be heading over to the observer room where more of the magic happens. You know, you have the overseer over here in this room, right here. If you wanna say hello. The mastermind who manages and makes sure we're all looking good, special, clean, and crisp. But yeah, we're gonna head over to the observer room where we have all our students, including 2 of our students that have actually received their scholarships. So we're gonna go ahead and chill, and we see that, wait a minute. Mia, what are you doing in here? Why are you hanging out?
Taking a break. But anyway, this is our observer room. We have all these super cool people. Everyone say hello. Everyone's so excited to be here. And this is Gummy, who received the scholarship. Do you have any wise words?
Video games are cool.
And over here, we also have Jandy, who also received the other scholarship. Do you have any wise words for us today?
Yeah, it's okay to be a film major and not like movies.
That's a fun fact. Well, that is all for our behind the scenes tour. Definitely stay tuned and we'll see you soon.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible day we have had here today at Full Sail University. Day 1 is done, and we're going to the finals tomorrow. So excited. We've got Jay up here. Jay, what is going on?
Hey, so I wanted to recap everyone. I'm here with Hannah from Tilt Cancer and the Lymphoma Leukemia Society, or Leukemia Lymphoma Society. I always say that backwards. Leukemia Lymphoma, got it.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, good. I wanted to update everybody on the Hanks Hero raffle and let everybody know where we're at right now. Remember, our goal is a minimum of 10 grand because the Marcus family is going to match that dollar for dollar of $10,000. We are at $8,790.75.
That is incredible.
It is incredible. I'm super excited. And we have a whole day tomorrow. So remember, there's really great prizes. There's the Peripherio PC signed by the Call of Duty Optic team. There's a bunch of other really great things, and it's for an awesome cause. So as we close this thing out,
Buy
some tickets.
Jay, we're going to raffle some stuff off right now, correct?
So we were going to.
Oh, we're not gonna.
What I learned is that if I do it, it closes the raffle. And
Oh, then we're not going to do that, because why on earth would
So
we
we're
do
going to
that?
wait till tomorrow and raffle everything off all at once.
And you know what? The anticipation is even more exciting.
It makes it more fun.
Absolutely. Hannah, tell us how important this is that we are bringing this cause to the forefront.
So important. It's going back to help research, patient services, improving the lives of our patients and their families, and of course, continuing on the legacy of Hank through Hank's Heroes. So your donations matter. We're so excited that we're already up to 8,700. Thank you, all of you, for your contributions. We appreciate it so much, and it's going to some worthy work.
All right.
Absolutely. No. So again, we have reached 8,700 plus, and the goal is at least 10,000. So hopefully tomorrow we can raise 1,300 or more. The goal is more.
More.
Absolutely more. So make sure to keep buying those raffle tickets if you can. But yeah, let's close out today. Day 1 is a super success. Make sure to tune into YouTube tomorrow, 9 a.m. We will start at 8:30, but game starts at 9 a.m. And we'll see you tomorrow for the finals of the XP League National North American Finals here at Full Sail University. Have a great night, everybody.